Chapter 1, Leaving It All Behind. Hatred, pain, loneliness, words he had known all too well through his life. These three words summed up all of the feelings that swallowed his pure heart. Naruto, the dope, the pariah, the demon, that's all he was to the people of Konoha. Sure, he had special people he cared about, but deep down he wondered if they truly did care. Kakashi was his jounin instructor, yet he seemed uninterested in teaching Naruto anything useful. Sakura was a bad case of one-sided infatuation that ended in nothing but a deeper pit of loneliness that engulfed him. Irika, his academy instructor and close friend, was one of the few people who did care for him. However, he sometimes noticed the doubt that chipped away at his dear friend. Jiraiya, whether he would show it or not, had always been there for the boy since he met him, yet Jiraiya was often far too busy to do anything for him. Tsunade, the Hokage herself, was one of his most important people. She was his surrogate mother, and he knew she would always be there for him. As for the rest of Rookie 9, Naruto had serious doubts of their true feelings towards him. Finally, there was Sasuke. The boy was his good friend, but Naruto had always resented the boy deep down for his swift mastery over everything and him being a beacon of perfection for everybody. What made Sasuke so much better than him? Nothing, it would seem, seeing as how Naruto's Rinnegan had defeated him. Naruto was fed up with the way he was treated in Konoha. Even upon defeating Sasuke, nobody thanked him or even acknowledged him for his feat. He began to become distant upon his return to Konoha. He sat in Team 7's training ground and began to boil in anger. Those few people that did care about Naruto were overshadowed by the 14 years of neglect and punishment inflicted on him by the citizens of Konoha. His hindrances from the academy instructors, his lack of training, and his lack of respect from his teammates sent him over the edge. Darkness flooded his vision and he felt a burning sensation over his entire body. His eyes felt like acid was being poured into them. Arrrrrghhhh, he roared painfully as he fell to his knees. Suddenly a vision came to him. A man with golden, orange hair was standing over Konoha. He looked closely at this man, which could have resembled his older self, wearing a black robe with red clouds on it. The man had many piercings that covered his emotionless face. Suddenly, the man raised his hand and a huge explosion covered the entire city. A small smile marked the man's face as witnessed the devastation. The man began to chuckle at his handiwork, and soon became full-out laugh. As his laughter echoed throughout Naruto's mind, he soon heard the Kyuubi's demonic fox laughter join in. Naruto was then engulfed in the explosion. Naruto woke in an all-too-familiar flooded hallway and knew where he was. He followed the usual path to Kyuubi's prison, wondering if the fox was behind his strange meltdown. "Hey Fox, why don't you explain to me what's going on?" the boy demanded. Kyuubi came to the front of the cage to make eye contact with the boy and gave him an evil glare. "Your lack of respect is starting to irritate me, mortal. I am the great Kyuubi and you will address me as such," the giant fox snarled, pacing back and forth in his cage. Naruto merely shrugged off the fox's threat like it was nothing. "There must be some reason you brought me here then, because I don't willingly come here last I checked." The Kyuubi just slammed his head against the cage. "I simply wanted to talk to you about that pity party you were having before you passed out. Instead of wasting all of your energy trying to please people who obviously have no concern for you, I suggest you turn the tables." Naruto stared at the Kyuubi confused. "What do you mean turn the tables?" The demon fox grinned at him in a strange way. "Instead of letting them walk all over you and waste your time for nothing, I suggest you harness your rage and let it fuel your ambitions." Kyuubi elaborated further, knowing the blonde genin wouldn't understand what he meant. "You could rule this world, kid, with all of the powers you have, but instead you let others beat you down and cling to some fairy tale notion that you'll be Hokage one day. They'll never accept you for Hokage over their precious Uchiha, or when that corrupt council is there. It's time to face the facts, kid. Become strong or live in your pathetic puddle of self-pity and misery." The Kyuubi's rant was something Naruto wasn't expecting. Deep down in the pit of his soul he knew the Kyuubi was right about everything. No matter how hard he worked to live by their doctrines and to please them, Konoha had no love for the blonde ninja. "What would you have me do, Kyuubi-sama?" the boy asked desperately. The fox was somewhat surprised by the complete change in attitude the boy seemed to take. Kyuubi laughed inwardly at the thought of Naruto killing people. "Okay kid, I have great plans for you. First thing is you should leave this worthless village. As long as you remain here, they will only hinder your potential with their pathetic, misguided sense of morality. You mean leave and become bad? I'm not like that fox, I can't do that to other people, The QB interrupted him with a fierce roar. This is the real world. Everything worth having is something you have to fight for, to bleed for, to kill for. Naruto cringed over the red chakra flooding the room now. I can't leave, what would Tsunade say or Jiraiya? QB sighed, they won't be here forever, and when they're gone then what will be here for you? Naruto stood frozen for a minute, torn by conflicting feelings of anguish and the loyalty he held to his home. Finally he spoke up, I won't leave them behind and betray Konoha. The QB had a painfully annoyed look on his face. Your ignorance to your untapped potential is disgusting. With those eyes of yours and my power combined you could become a living god. What do you mean by my eyes? Naruto questioned bitterly. The fox just laughed at him. Go live in your pathetic dream of love and acceptance a bit longer, eventually you will wake up. Naruto could only hear the QB's maniacal laughter as his vision went dark once again. He awoke in Team 7's training grounds where he had previously passed out. His entire body burned like he had slept in a fire. His vision was nothing but a blinding white light as he felt the acidic burning in his eyes once again. He blinked several times and felt the cool touch of rain pouring over his entire body. Slowly his vision was returning to normal. The rain soothed him and he just let it soak him to relax. Slowly the blonde got up and began to go over his conversation with QB in his head. I wonder what he meant by my eyes, the boy thought to himself as he slowly got up and walked past the bridge looking into his reflection in the water. From what he could make out from the rain splashing and rippling the water, his eyes were still his normal shade of blue. Then suddenly they began to turn purple. He gasped and fell back shocked by what he had just seen. He looked back into the water and they were blue again. Do I have some kind of digitsu nobody else has? The blonde thought to himself as he began to walk home to his apartment. Along the way he passed the Konoha library which was closed for the night. Maybe it's worth looking into purple-eye digitsus, best I keep this to myself, no telling what the council would do if they found out I had a bloodline. Naruto snuck into the library with no trouble at all and turned on a light. He began to go through the shelves looking for anything relating to bloodlines or digitsus. What's this shit, Sharingan, Uchiha, blah blah blah. Fuck the Sharingan. The blonde thought to himself. Then he stopped reading for a moment, somewhat shocked by his thought process. Why am I being so hostile? The boy thought to himself. After about an hour of uneventful skimming through bloodline books he sighed heavily. Maybe I'm just going crazy, the boy thought to himself. He put all the books back where he found them and accidentally knocked one off the shelf. He picked up the book reading the title, Rikudo Senin, he said aloud to himself, opening the book curious about it. He found himself captivated by the contents of the book. It explained about the Sage of Six Paths who created ninjutsu and was known as the founder of the ninja world. That wasn't what caught his attention, it was also mentioned that the man was said to have possessed purple eyes with rings in them known as the Rinnegan. It was said to be the most powerful jujutsu ever known that could allow the user to master all 6 forms of chakra and so much more. Naruto didn't know what to think of what he had just read. It would be hard for him to believe somebody like him could be a descendant of the most powerful ninja in history. There's no way, it can't be true, I'm an orphan with no clan, how would this be possible, the blonde thought to himself. A voice rang in his head and it only took him half a second to know who it was. The pieces are beginning to fall in place. Soon you will begin to understand. Naruto pushed the voice out of his head and decided to continue home. It was late by this time, but his apartment was only a block away. He leaped over the rooftops to get there quickly and landed in front of his door. What a crazy day, the poor genin thought to himself as he collapsed soaked on his couch. He looked at his picture of Team 7 and stared at it. A tremor of rage washed over him and he suddenly threw it at the wall, shattering the frame to pieces. A single tear rolled down his face as he felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Everything I've done, for what? The boy thought to himself as he was flooded with flashbacks of his childhood running from mobs of angry villagers, and the painful beatings he would receive. Sarutobi, the old man Hokage, was the only thing that made the assault stop, but Naruto never forgot the horrors he'd experienced hiding on his birthday just to avoid the inevitable near-death experience he received once a year. Naruto finally fell asleep after long hours of anger and pain surfacing in him. He had the same dream again of the cloaked man destroying Konoha, but this time Naruto looked closely at the man. He had purple eyes with rings, the Rinnegan. Naruto woke to the warm sunlight bathing his still-soaked body. He took the time to get up and take a shower, trying to forget the terrible visions floating around in the back of his mind. He prepared his favorite meal as he decided on what he was going to do today. Maybe I should go see how Sasuke's doing in the hospital, he thought cheerfully, trying not to remember his dark feelings from the day before. As he made his way to the hospital, he was intercepted by none other Kakashi, who had a grim look on his face. He greeted Naruto with a serious tone. "Hey Naruto, good to see you're okay. I just got back from seeing Sasuke, he's in intensive care. You must have really messed him up in that fight." Naruto looked at him dumbfounded. "Intensive care?" Seriously, the masked Jounin looked away from Naruto as he spoke quietly. "You had good intentions trying to bring him back. It was his own fault for forcing you to hurt him like that, but there is no telling how the council will take it. Apparently there was only one eyewitness. You are not going to like who it is either." Naruto had a serious look on his face and spoke. "Eyewitness? Am I in some kind of trouble with the council?" Kakashi looked dead serious and replied softly, "If Sasuke dies, you're going to be stripped of your ninja rank, and right now this eyewitness is saying you forced violence on Sasuke after he surrendered, and tried to execute him with a Rinnegan." Naruto was shocked beyond belief. Shit just got real. Seems it was raining bad luck this week, he thought to himself as he asked, "Who is this eyewitness Kakashi?" Said Jounin looked down at the ground and spoke the name Naruto was dreading to hear, "Sakura." "No. Why her of all people?" The blonde thought to himself. "That pink-haired Barbie bitch is going to get butchered and eviscerated." The Kyuubi's voice echoed in Naruto's head. Naruto looked pleadingly at his sensei. "Please tell me you don't believe her, Kakashi-sensei. You think I would purposely kill Sasuke?" Kakashi looked sad for the first time Naruto could ever remember, and he merely shrugged. "I know you aren't the kind of person to do that, Naruto, but Sakura's side of the story will carry far more support than yours, especially because of your predicament." The Jounin took a moment before continuing. "Please don't blame her, she doesn't understand what this implies to the council. She would eat a Rinnegan if I had my way, ha." "Seriously though, Kit, walk away now before this shitstorm blows in your face." The fox laughed. Naruto looked at Kakashi one last time before leaving. "Well, take care, Kakashi-sensei, I'm going to see if I can sort this out." The masked ninja looked at him with waning hope. "Good luck, Naruto, though I doubt this is going to end well." Kakashi wandered away silently, wishing he could do more for his sensei's son. "If that kid gets out of this skirmish, I'm going to have to train him more." Kakashi thought to himself. Impressive that he beat Sasuke, though I doubt he knows what Sakura saw could only have scared her. Meanwhile, Naruto had just arrived at the hospital to find Sasuke in stable condition after Tsunade saved his life. Naruto walked in the room and was greeted with mixed stares from its inhabitants. Tsunade and Shizen had offered warm greetings to him, while Danzo, Sakura, and several unnamed council members glared at him as if he just killed their family. Danzo spoke up in his usual cocky, self-assured attitude. "What brings the criminal back to the crime scene?" Without even masking his pure malice at this man, Naruto simply replied, "I suggest you leave, old man, before you end up like him." Tsunade looked at Naruto, shocked that the happy-go-lucky blonde would threaten the counselor and the head of Root. "Your violent outbursts will only further diminish you in the eyes of your peers, who will all soon see you for what you really are," the old man smiled. "He's at the top of my hit list right now. Don't let that cocky bitch of a man tell you off like that, Kit." Naruto looked at Danzo, knowing what he meant, and spoke darkly. "For somebody who's supposedly very smart, you chose the worst people to have as an enemy." Tsunade finally spoke up, interrupting their argument. "Enough, Danzo, you are dismissed. Naruto and I need to talk. All of you out now. You too, Sakura." The pink-haired Kunoichi was about to argue, but Tsunade gave her a death glare, so she walked out, but not before giving Naruto the most disgusting look of hatred he had ever seen. When they were alone, Tsunade looked over at Sasuke's body and then back at Naruto. "Do you know what you did to him, Naruto?" she questioned with a worried look on her face. Naruto merely nodded and relayed, "I defeated him with a Rinnegan at the Valley of the End, and hauled his ass all the way back to Konoha. Your Rinnegan almost pierced his heart, and is being viewed as an attempted execution of Sasuke by the council. Sakura claims you were glowing red and had an evil look on your face. You making enemies of Danzo won't help your situation either. Tsunade explained. Naruto had only one thing to say, "I'm fucked, huh?" Tsunade gasped at his language, not expecting this kind of response. "This is only going to end one way if I wait," he said out loud to himself. Tsunade was staring at him, utterly confused now. "I don't believe Sakura's bullshit, Naruto, but you can't deny that your attitude lately will lead many to believe it is true." Tsunade spoke sadly. "Are you okay, Naruto? Is there anything you want to talk about? I'm here for you." Naruto was about to tell her about his dreams and the Rinnegan when Kyuubi shouted in his head, "Don't tell her about that, she wouldn't understand." For some reason, Naruto believed the fox had a decent point in this matter. Telling the Hokage that you were pissed off lately around the time of being charged with attempt to murder a teammate would be bad news. "No, I'm fine, I'll see you tomorrow, Hokage-sama," the blonde spoke to the older woman who was trying to figure out the puzzle of Naruto's emotions. She knew he was hiding something, but there would be no point in trying to force it out of him. Tsunade then walked away, chugging down a bottle of sake she somehow acquired. Naruto walked over to Sasuke at his bedside and looked at the sleeping Uchiha, hoping he would be okay. He placed his hide, I think that's how you say it, by Sasuke's bedside, and he walks to the door only to be intercepted by our favorite pink-haired ninja. "Come here to finish the job, dope. I hope the council takes away everything from you for almost taking away Sasuke-kun from me." Naruto just gave her a plain smirk and said quietly, "I'm sick of you trying to justify reasons to hate me, Sakura, you're just like the rest of them." His eyes started burning again as he glared at her. She took a step back, fearfully regretting what she said. "Naruto, what are you doing?" She was beginning to whimper as his eyes were flashing different shades between purple, red and blue. "She's number 2 on that hit list, I can think of 1,000 ways to end her worthless life." Kyuubi echoed once again. Naruto then just pushed her out of the way and walked down the hallway. She fell to the ground with tears in her eyes as he walked down the hallway and punched a random civilian in the face, knocking him out cold. "I think I've overstayed my welcome," the blonde thought as he began to understand why Kyuubi was in a hurry for him to leave. Sooner or later some Ambu might take him into custody. He made his way to the northern gate. As he began to walk out, he was surprised to see the gate guards weren't at their posts. Assuming this was his one chance, he began to run for it out of the village. He made it a good way out and thought he was clear. About an hour or so of running later, he took a quick break to recollect his energy he would need to make the long journey to Wave Country to stay with some old friends. After a few minutes he began to set off again, but was blocked by somebody he was shocked to see. "It's you, the Chunin exam instructor, Anko." The woman just stared at him with her normal playful attitude and smiled. "He remembers me, been thinking of me lately, cutie?" "Listen lady, I don't have time to be your bitch in these stupid mind games you like. So how's about you play hide and go fuck yourself while I leave?" Anko giggled at him with a menacing smirk. "That game is so boring unless there's 2 people involved. But anyways kid, where are you going all by yourself out of the village?" "Nothing that concerns you. I suggest you pretend you never saw me and maybe someday I could make it up to you." A wicked grin graced her features as she imagined older Naruto. "Aren't you the Kyuubi kid? Won't all the elders freak out if you leave?" she asked in a somewhat serious manner. "Breaking the rules is fun, wouldn't you say, Anko-chan? Do me a favor and cover me and you can have whatever you want should we ever meet each other again." Anko then spoke empathetically. "I know why you're leaving kid, maybe one day I'll join you, but I am holding you to this deal of ours." "Guess I'll see you around then, Anko," Naruto winked as he darted away. Anko licked her lips as she headed back to Konoha. Chapter 2, New Identity. The light of dawn shined once again over the new day in Konoha. A heavily hungover Hokage was freshly awake in her desk. She had fallen asleep on the night before. Tsunade was stressed out of her mind at the moment. First the Uchiha kid takes off, second Naruto nearly kills him and she has to spend all day saving his life, and finally Naruto was getting put on trial today for the attempted execution of Sasuke, which was just plain ridiculous. Sakura really didn't do her any favors by stirring up the council by telling them about Naruto's fight with Sasuke. She stared at her desk lost in thought. Red chakra, why did Sakura have to tell them that? It would only translate as one thing to them, and that would be the Kyuubi is taking over the boy. It saddened her to think that people could be so heartless all because they were too afraid to see Naruto as a person. She glanced at the pile of paperwork on her desk she had failed to do the day before. and felt her head throb even worse. There is no way that's getting done today. I should go see Naruto and try to talk to him again about this council thing, he seemed so distant. I wonder what was wrong with him, the woman thought to herself, ashamed that she was too tired to get him to open up. A knock was heard at the door and Tsunade hoped it was Naruto. Come in. Sadly though, her hopes were diminished by the sight of Danzo at the door with a dead serious look on his face. Lady Tsunade, where is the boy? He demanded. She then felt a bit concerned by the way he was acting. I last saw Naruto in the hospital late afternoon yesterday right after you left. Why, what's happened? Danzo was pissed, judging by the way he was pacing in front of her desk glaring at her. The two Umbu I assigned to watch him are both dead, as well as 4 North Gate guards. Tsunade's eyes almost exploded out of their sockets. What? Danzo visibly tensed under the Hokage's angry outburst. They were all found slain in the Team 7 training grounds. All of them were killed by kunai to the heart with incisions on their cheeks. Here's the strange thing though, it looks as if they all killed themselves. Tsunade shivered at the thought of what that could mean. I have to see this for myself. Tsunade pushed past Danzo and hurried down to the tower and out to the forest where the crime scene was. As she arrived, she saw a dozen Umbu covering the perimeter and several Jounin, as well as Jiraiya, all standing around the bodies. When she arrived, she noticed several medic nin examining the bodies. Jiraiya turned to her and spoke up. Whoever did this to these men is a genjutsu master, but it would have had to be something terrible to make them all kill themselves. Tsunade looked at the grisly scene in disgust as she turned to her former teammate. You have some kind of lead, I'm assuming. Jiraiya had a distressed look on his face and spoke up. Yeah, only one thing could do this to Chunin and Umbu, a Mangekyo Sharingan. Everybody at the scene instantly turned their gaze to Jiraiya as everything went silent. Swanda knew exactly what that meant, so Itachi is behind this. Awkward silence filled the air once again at the mention of one of Konoha's #1 missing nins. One of the random Jounin spoke up to everybody's surprise. Why would he kill random gate guards and Umbu? Danzo, who had recently just arrived to overhear Jiraiya's theory, replied, it's the fact that those Umbu were guarding the Kyuubi kid and now he's missing. Everybody was shocked except Tsunade, who already heard that news. Jiraiya muttered quietly, no, that can't be it, that would mean Itachi has kidnapped him. Danzo, being the asshole that he is, shot out his theory, that or the kid is a lot smarter than you all think. I won't doubt if he was working for Itachi to kill Sasuke. My root agents have been investigating his movements since he brought Sasuke back, but what you all don't know is he had been sighted in these very same grounds the day before, and was seen breaking into the library that night. My agents went missing the night he went home. Not too long after I left, I heard a testimony from a civilian that he went on a rampage on his way out of the hospital the previous night, and gave the man a concussion. Jiraiya looked unconvinced by Danzo's accusation. Naruto wouldn't do things like that, it's just not in him. Tsunade and several other Jounin, including Kakashi, who was also there, nodded in unison. I find it a little too convenient that he almost kills Sasuke and gets kidnapped the night before his trial with the council, Danzo retorted harshly. Joy and wonder soon graced the group of shinobi as none other than Sakura showed up and applied her 2 cents to the argument. He was acting different last night when I saw him in the hospital. He left his hideout by Sasuke's hospital nightstand when he left, but not before assaulting me. And his eyes were changing colors from red to blue and purple. Danzo smiled at the girl and acknowledged her information. Yes, the same red eyes of the... Tsunade put her hand over Danzo's mouth and glared at him. Danzo, nobody breaks the law in front of low-level shinobi. Danzo pushed her hand away, merely smirked. What law? The pink girl whined. Kakashi broke into the little ring of wonder that was going on. You said he left his hideout? Naruto would never do that, it means too much to him. I think this is obviously some kind of kidnapping set up to look like he went rogue. Danzo sighed at Kakashi for derailing his theory. There was unanimous agreement with Kakashi, seeing as how everybody knew the boy treasured his hideout. That pink-haired girl just ruined my one chance to send Hunter Nin after the kid. Shit. Danzo thought to himself as he walked away without another word. He knew he could get the council to back him up, fortunately. Sakura took her leave as well, saying she had to be by her Sasuke-kun's side. Tsunade turned to the Umbu and Jounin present and told them to gather at the Hokage Tower for a Jounin meeting. Everybody dispersed except the medic nin disposing of the bodies and Jiraiya. The man looked at Tsunade with a worried look on his face. What would Itachi want with Naruto, do you think? The Hokage, taking another look at the bodies, sighed heavily. There's no telling. but he does know Naruto is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I wouldn't doubt if he had some kind of sick motive. Jiraiya looked over his former teammate who had a horrified look on her face. Tsunadeheim, you okay? The woman snapped back into her proper state of mind and replied quietly so the medics wouldn't hear. Something was wrong about him when I saw him last night. He wasn't his usual self. He threatened to kill Danzo, and he had this dark attitude. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at this. You're sure it was him and not some imposter? She looked at him like he was stupid. I can sense his chakra. No way that wasn't him. Meanwhile, said blonde was jumping through the trees at surprising speed. He had been running all night just in case anybody was hot on his trail. His inhuman stamina was a true gift to be proud of, he thought to himself as we wondered what he was going to do. Those people from Wave Country think I'm a hero. Maybe I'll stay with them for a bit till I figure out a plan. The former genin planned as he panted heavily from the long night of tree sprinting. You can't stay in one place for too long, or they'll find you. This will be a hotspot as soon as they find out you're missing. Heeding the fox's warning, Naruto started to plan ahead of Wave. Where could I go, Kyuubi? The demon fox simply answered with a question. Where does darkness reign? Naruto had no clue what that could mean. Rain as in rule? Or rain as in fall? The fox just laughed in his head. Big help. Well, I guess I'll figure that out later. Anyways, can you teach me new jutsu, Kyuubi? The fox stopped laughing briefly and bluntly replied, Jutsu? Ha ha ha, what do you think I am? Human? Naruto facebombed at the fox's ridiculous demeanor. You seem to be in an awfully good mood. The blonde landed by the edge of the forest and walked on the path that lead across the Great Naruto Bridge. I forgot the name, lol, I think that's it. I can't directly teach you any jutsu, but I know a place where you could learn some. I just so happen to know the location of a hidden vault in this cave I used to live in. Conveniently, it has treasures I collected from Idiot Ninja over the years. It is protected by a powerful barrier I placed before I left, so I doubt anyone has found it. Naruto stopped halfway over the bridge looking into the water again. So you have a vault of everything I would ever want? How in the world would I learn any of it without a teacher? Suddenly Naruto's eyes began to burn again as he saw them change color in his reflection. With the power of the Rinnegan you can master in jutsu in very short time, not to mention with your shadow clones the time it would take you master a jutsu would be like 5 minutes. The fox chuckled in his head. Naruto's eyes were now purple with rings in them. So this is the Rinnegan, huh? He said to himself more than Kyuubi. The fox spoke to him once again. I wouldn't suggest staying here. One of these blabbermouth idiots will go spouting off. You have purple eyes and half of the shinobi world is going to send assassins after you. Why would the other nations send assassins after me? He inquired. Well, the Kages might see you as a threat seeing as how you have the Rinnegan and would likely send nothing short of an army after you. How would I live if I can't ever be spotted anywhere? The blonde asked, irritated by the notion of living alone. The time will come when you reveal yourself and can usurp power to challenge the other nations. Until that time, we ride solo. Fine, but where is this cave of yours? The blonde asked curiously. Well, we are currently east of Fire Country. Mr. Unknown Uchiha killed the North Guards to throw the Konoha Nin off of his tracks, on this bridge to Wave. If I remember correctly, it is northwest of the Valley of the End between Takigakure and Otogakure. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but the cave is hidden by a waterfall near the borders of Waterfall Country. For some kind of an all-knowing demon fox god, you sure do act like an old man. The blonde laughed as he began his long trek back through Fire Country. I came all this way and this stupid cave of yours is all the way northwest of Konoha? That's the complete opposite direction. Naruto yelled at the fox as he set off once again. He looked one last time at his eyes, which were still purple, as he silently walked away, not even glancing back at the village in Wave Country which was within viewing distance. He sighed at the mental image of him covering Fire Country again, risking his discovery. 1 week later in a hospital room, a certain raven-haired Uchiha woke in shock. Where am I? His voice stirred a pink-haired girl from her sleep who was lying on a chair next to his bed. Sasuke glared at Sakura, not wanting to ever see her face again. Shit, Naruto must have brought me back. The Uchiha sat up, much to the disapproving whining sounds he heard coming from Sakura. Sasuke-kun, you're hurt, don't sit up, you need your rest. He wondered if he actually was killed and woke up in hell as he stared at her with pure disgust. The boy looked down at his chest and saw a lot of padded wrappings around his chest. Guess his Rinnegan hit me, but how? I had a fully developed Sharingan, I would have seen it. Sasuke was lost in thought, thinking of his blonde friend, completely tuning out everything Sakura was saying. Then to his mighty rescue, Danzo, Tsunade, and Tuombu walked in to greet him. "Ah, Sasuke-san, it is good to see you're alive," Danzo said in his normal weasel manner. Sasuke told the guy to fuck off with his eyes and looked at Tsunade for a minute and asked, "Where is Naruto?" Sakura shouted at this comment, "Who cares, he almost killed you, he's gone Sasuke, it's for the best." Sasuke just felt like tearing her lame pink hair out for insulting his only friend. "You have no room to insult him, bitch, he's my friend," Sasuke stated coldly as he stood up and made eye contact with Tsunade, waiting for an answer. She had a distressed look on her face and spoke sadly, "He's missing Sasuke, we have no idea what happened to him, some think it's a kidnapping, while others believe he went rogue. Either way, the council has authorized the use of Hunter Nin to bring him in, alive or dead." Tsunade had a defeated look on her face, clearing indicating that the council had favored Danzo's theory over Jiraiya's. Sasuke looked pissed at the thought of Naruto bringing him back just to go rogue. "He left his Hideite by your nightstand before he disappeared," Danzo added. Sasuke's Sharingan flared as he heard this. Tsunade handed the forehead protector to Sasuke, who stared at it fiercely. "Why don't you fill me in on why you think this is a kidnapping?" the raven-haired boy requested. Tsunade took several minutes to explain the situation to Sasuke as she stared out a window. Sasuke spoke up after she was finished, "That definitely sounds like a Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi used that on me before he left." He received wide-eyed stares from the inhabitants in the room, especially Danzo. "He wouldn't go rogue, your theory is full of shit, Danzo, Itachi has taken him." Sasuke yelled at the old man, who seemed rather confused that the Uchiha would defend somebody who almost killed him. "Why are you defending him, Sasuke?" Tsunade asked in a sincerely curious way. Is my best and only true friend," the raven-haired boy said as he seemed less interested in his surroundings and was lost in thought. "What about Meee Sasuke-kun?" the pink-haired girl whined annoyingly. He just looked at her for half a second and started to walk out of the room. As he walked past Danzo and reached the door, the man spoke up, "Don't try looking for him, or even think of leaving this village, because I got you under a full squad of Umbu surveillance. I want this guy to die," he thought to himself as he didn't even bother with a response. Then once again to his annoyance, Sakura blocked his path with tear-filled eyes. "Why don't you like me?" she sobbed pathetically. "I don't like weak people, and I hate the color pink," Sasuke answered honestly, internally laughing at the look on her face. He was under house arrest, so the only thing he could do was go home and train. Back with our favorite Jinchuriki, Naruto had made surprising progress through Fire Country undetected and was nearing on the cave Kyuubi spoke of. He was currently in a small camp he set up briefly. He had a pretty eventful week as he ran through several towns stealing supplies he needed and even managed to find some orange dye that matched the exact color of Kyuubi's fur. "That's so good of my little kid to wanna be just like me," Kyuubi mentioned as he began dyeing his hair orange. "I figure I'll need a new identity if I'm a missing Nin and all. So if I have different hair and eyes, they won't think it's me, well, unless they get a good look at my whisker marks," he thought to himself, cursing his own logic. "You idiot, it won't matter, because we're going to be spending a lot of time in that cave." The blonde started dyeing his hair, much to the Kyuubi's amusement. As he finished, he let it soak in for a few minutes. "In the running stream, I have to live in some stupid cave for how long exactly?" he inquired painfully. "Well, that depends on how fast you learn all the bullshit ninja junk I saved. I knew there was a good reason for keeping those scrolls after I killed that one town." The fox drifted off into a nervous chuckle as he changed the subject. "It's way better than you're going to expect, just trust me on that one, kit." Naruto began to pack up his camp and made his way downriver. "You're going to want to keep an eye out for twin waterfalls and a huge stone boulder in between them. Once we reach it, use my chakra." He searched for what seemed an hour for this stupid boulder, receiving fake praise from the Kyuubi for being a master of awareness. Finally, after passing through a shaded forest, he found the waterfall at the split of the river. "About time, kit. Okay, now use this chakra." Naruto felt the familiar red chakra cover his body as he walked through the boulder. As he walked through the large cavern, he imagined Kyuubi squeezing through the chamber. It was fairly large, but not extravagant or anything. He kept following the trail and finally came upon an open field with grass, water, and piles upon piles of priceless items, food, and scrolls. Strangely though, it had an open sky above it, as well as super high cliffs surrounding it. "Where are we?" he said out loud to himself. "Welcome to the Fox Den, Kit. My treasure is stacked over that ninja vault in here. How has nobody found it with an open sky above it? It was a barrier I placed a long time ago, somewhat like what you would call genjutsu." The now orange-haired ninja looked around in disbelief. "This is too good to be true. Now you see why I kept telling you to leave, but no, you had to go all emotionally compromised on me, heh? Anyways, the good news is you're here now." The purple-eyed boy went to the scrolls immediately and read the first one, Wind Mastery Techniques. Somehow right then the blonde knew he was going to like it here. Chapter 3, Mastery and Pain. A black-cloaked man with red clouds stalked his latest target for Akatsuki. The man wore a Konoha headband with a slash through it symbolizing that he was a missing nin. The dark-haired man had a deadly look on his face as his red eyes traced the footprints of the Jinchuriki. Strangely though, he followed it all the way to some waterfall and then the trail simply vanishes. Itachi was frustrated the trail went blank after all the trouble he went through to get the Kyuubi container out of the city undetected. "Something's different about this one, almost like it knew we were following it," he thought to himself as he stared at the rather ordinary waterfall splitting two ways. A second man walks up behind Itachi with an eager face for good news. The Uchiha simply states, "He just disappeared. Not even my Sharingan can find any trace of his escape or any kind of concealment." The second man was known as Kisame, one of the former 7 swordsmen of the mist. The man spoke up in a carefree way, "Don't worry about it, Itachi-sama will find the kid somewhere in this country. Maybe that was a shadow clone." Itachi looked completely unconvinced. "This one isn't like the others, Kisame, he's cunning. I had heard tales of the Kyuubi's mastery in deception. The fox isn't like the other tailed beasts, it is patient and scheming, indomitable. It is impossible to control the fox, somehow it must have been aiding Naruto." The shark man gave Itachi a surprised look. Seems strange the Biju is helping its container. The rest of them tried to dominate their Jinchuriki's mind. Itachi glanced at him briefly answering him, "Well, besides the seal the 4th Hokage placed on him, there are other reasons why that might happen, none of them are good. Obviously, Naruto has something beneficial to the Kyuubi in the long run." Kisame shrugged in confusion, not fully aware of what Itachi meant. "The Jinchuriki is the 4th Hokage's son and most likely inherited the bloodline of the Namikes. Not sure if it's an actually bloodline, but for this story it is Spy, the Flying Thunder God technique." Kisame sighed in frustration, another yellow flash, with the Kyuubi inside him? "Great, this kid will be tough to catch if he can teleport, let alone take down." Itachi narrowed his gaze into a distant glare. He's also the last surviving member of the Uzumaki clan, and that is also problematic, they were wiped out for a reason. Kisame thought out loud for a moment, never heard of the Uzumaki clan before. Itachi replied blankly, "I never had either until I started reviewing confidential secrets in Black Ops when I was in Umbu. They were from Whirlpool Country, which is now known as the Land of Waves, a slash and no clue about it, so just roll with my version." The clan had 2 bloodlines, one was unnatural longevity. They have inhuman stamina and chakra capabilities, making them dangerous during long fights. Kisame smiled at the mention of inhuman chakra. The other bloodline was a very dangerous seal placed on every member, giving them the ability to do something known as chakra weaving. The seal would kill any normal person without the super stamina and chakra the clan possessed. To top off the danger they posed, they were also masters of Fuinjutsu. Sealing. Kisame began pacing as Itachi sat down on a nearby rock distant in thought. "So Itachi-sama, what the hell is chakra weaving?" The Uchiha looked over at him silent for a few moments. "I'm not sure to be honest, but I hear it allowed them to combine elemental jutsu as well as infuse their own bodies with certain elements. Naturally, it was too powerful to leave unchecked, so Kiri, Iwa, and Kumo decided to join forces to take it out. Umbu Black Ops from Konoha helped Whirlpool, but it got overwhelmed and the clan wiped out. The dirt was swept was under the rug after that, and nobody even remembers the clan unless they either knew a member or worked for Umbu." Kisame started laughing. "Okay, so let me get this straight. This kid is the last surviving member of 2 powerful clans, he is the Kyuubi's container, and he the Yellow Flash's son?" Itachi sighed as he nodded his head. "How the hell could this get worse? Next thing you know he'll magically spawn a Rinnegan. Sick irony for you, Kisame, lol. Why the fuck did we volunteer for the Ninetales then? If that kid discovers his bloodlines, he won't be easy to capture like the others. Itachi stared at the streaming river, tuning out Kisame's ranting. Maybe something good could come of this, maybe he could be the one to kill him. Kisame stared awkwardly at Itachi, shocked to see the man showing a hint of doubt as he gazed at the ground. Itachi-sama seems distressed by something, now that's a sight to see. Without another word, Itachi stood up and glanced over at the waterfalls. Let's go back to Wave, he must have gone there for a reason, Kisame suggested. Itachi nodded at him and the pair continued on their way. The Uchiha looked back and wondered just how Naruto had eluded him. Why did we have to volunteer for the smart Jinchuriki? That fox must be helping him hide somehow. Madara won't like this setback at all. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, a certain purple-haired Kunoichi was sitting at her favorite dango restaurant with her fellow jounin friends. This wonderful circle of friends included Kakashi, Yamato, Kurenai, Asuma, Shikaku, and Inoichi. The group was sitting at a back table in the restaurant discussing the events of the Valley of the End battle leading up to Naruto's disappearance. Anko remained surprisingly quiet, thinking about Naruto as the conversation went on. Our favorite silver-haired jounin spoke up. I found it impressive that he defeated Sasuke despite his lack of training. A few nods followed this statement until Shikaku spoke up. He was receiving training from Lord Jiraiya, so it doesn't seem that strange to me. Yamato shook his head for a moment, adding, not as much as you would think, Jiraiya is always busy. I hear he mastered a jutsu developed by the fourth Hokage, Kurenai stated. A surprising nod of agreement came from Kakashi. Yes, I found it very inspirational that my sensei's son mastered the Rinnegan his father created. Yamato's eyes shot wide at his comment, shocked Kakashi would openly state that well-kept secret. The entire group had looks of confusion and disbelief on their faces. Inoichi bluntly retorted, there's no way, are you saying Naruto is the 4th's son? Anko's daydreaming snapped back to the conversation, intrigued by the juicy information flying around. Asuma laughed out loud, I knew it. Everyone awkwardly stared at him for his random outburst. He looked at them all for a minute before asking, what? What's with the stares, you guys seriously didn't notice the resemblance? Kurenai skeptically replied, the fourth Hokage was the best ninja Leaf has ever had, kind of hard to imagine Naruto as his son. Yamato interjected, you haven't seen him lately, Kurenai-san, he's powerful for a genin. Anko decided to spice up the conversation a bit, he's a deviant sexplosion waiting to happen. If he looks anything like his father when he grows older, then you might want to stake your claim now, before I do. Everyone at the table visibly tensed at the thought of Anko trying to seduce Naruto. Anyways, it's so obvious he's the 4th's son, have you people looked at their hair? Or the eyes? Shikaku mentioned, trying to break the awkward silence that followed Anko's comment. Asuma smiled at the mental comparison, I knew it. Ha, and you guys couldn't figure that out on your own? Inoichi scowled at him, well, I had thought about it once, but Ino told me he was the dead last academy student and I figured there was no way. Kakashi changed the subject as he went into his more serious tone, I heard from Sakura that their fight was devastating. It tore up the Valley of the End. She said it could have resembled the fight between Madara and the Shodai Hokage. Shikaku inquired curiously, do elaborate on what she said, I've heard different stories from the elders and the Hokage. The group all stared at Kakashi awaiting an answer. He sighed heavily, her story is actually correct except for the part about Naruto trying to kill Sasuke, not any logic in that. Why would we bring the Uchiha back then? Yamato hung his head dejectedly, so it's true, he used the Kyuubi's chakra to defeat Sasuke's cursed seal? Kakashi nodded. Odd looks graced the features of the other jounin present. Asuma had a distressed look at the mention of Kyuubi's chakra. How is that even possible? Doesn't that seal on him prevent it? Yamato answered, much to everyone's surprise, his seal was designed to allow him to use the Kyuubi's powers. Minato wanted his son to at least get something out of bearing the burden of being a Jinchuriki. Since the Kyuubi is vastly more powerful and intelligent compared to the other Biju, the seal isn't perfect and he had fail-safes in place just in case he reached 8 tails. He also taught me how to reseal him should the necessity ever arise. Wow! The group said in unison. Even Kakashi was surprised by this information. Strange how nobody can keep a secret in a village full of ninja. Out of nowhere, a blonde-haired woman walked into the restaurant and pulled up a chair. Hokage-sama, we were just... Yamato was cut off by Tsunade, so you guys having a slumber party in here or what? Anko laughed as the Hokage continued. Now can somebody explain to me what was wrong with Naruto when he brought back Sasuke? That was kind of out of the blue, Asuma mentioned. The Hokage was awaiting an answer and finally Kakashi replied, I am not sure Hokage-sama, but I know something was different about him because he had this distant look on his face. Kurenai looked at Tsunade asking cautiously, do you know about Naruto's family? The older woman glared at her before answering, yes I do, his father was a hero, and so is he. Kurenai frowned, clearly not satisfied with the answer, I mean his ancestry, relatives, mother? The group stared at the Hokage eagerly awaiting a response. Unfortunately for them, his mother was one of the best guarded secrets in all of Konoha, that's classified, and if you guys keep openly discussing classified information then you might end up spending a few days with a Ibiki down in interrogation and torture. The group all shuddered at the thought of hanging out with the sick masochist and sadist that was Ibiki. Has there been any news from Umbu or the hunter squad sent after Naruto? Asuma asked. Tsunade thought for a moment and answered, yes there was one lead, it went all the way to Wave Country, but then it disappears. There is also a few people in the northeastern villages who said they saw a blonde-haired boy quickly passing through their town. Right now that could only mean three things, 1, he escaped his kidnapper and is on the run, 2, it was just some other blonde kid, and 3. Tsunade trailed off with a painful look on her face. She tried to finish the sentence but couldn't as she felt a lump in her throat. Kakashi finished for her, 3, he went rogue and is now a missing nin. Shocked faces met the statement. He left his hideout though, and he disappears the night before the council had accused him of attempted execution of Sasuke. Shikako stated the obvious, clearly upsetting Tsunade more. Suddenly, as if he had been summoned, Sasuke walked in the restaurant and sees the large gathering of older shinobi. I wonder what that's all about, he thought to himself as he walked over to the Hokage as if he wanted something. Tsunade turned to meet his cold, distracted gaze. Is there something you needed, Sasuke? The boy stood silent for a moment. I was wondering if I could check Naruto's apartment, and if you could find a way to get these Umbu from breathing down my neck every time I take a piss. Tsunade thought for a moment about his request. It wasn't unreasonable to let him see Naruto's apartment, but she had no choice in the matter pertaining to his curfew and his nighttime house arrest. You did just try and leave Konoha, Sasuke, nobody is letting you out of their sight until you regain some trust and prestige. As for the apartment thing, I don't mind, just let me know what you discover. The Uchiha nodded and left without even greeting the jounin present. That student of yours sure seems odd, Kakashi-kun, Kurenai remarked. Inoichi nodded in agreement, yeah he seems awfully obsessed with somebody who just kicked his ass, I thought he and Naruto hated each other. Kakashi just stared at Sasuke's back as the boy left the restaurant. No, they were good friends, and their rival personalities complemented each other well. The others merely waved it off without another thought. I wonder why he wants to see Naruto's apartment, Anko asked, puzzled by the Uchiha. Tsunade answered promptly, he's looking for clues most likely. Sasuke was about half a block down the street before a thought crossed his mind, if he did leave, he would leave me clues, this headband is one of them, he's trying to tell me something. He noticed the strange look he was getting from the citizens he passed by. They were staring, always staring. Being the last Uchiha was something he had to live up to, or be doomed to forsaking his clan's name forever. His mind lingered on the thought of Itachi capturing Naruto, but he had doubts that it was the whole story. Maybe he finally realized the truth, him and I are both victims to the atrocities of this corrupted village. The raven-haired boy made his way down several back roads and finally found Naruto's apartment. He jumped up the stairs and went to the end door, strange how nobody else lives in this building. As he made his way to the door, he saw it busted open inside. Looks like Umbu, or the hunters scoured the place for ways to track him. He walked inside and saw the entire living room ripped to shreds. He stared at it rather shocked. Besides the destruction of the room, he noticed one thing in particular that bothered him. That picture frame is shattered, somebody must have thrown it. I wonder if Naruto did. Sasuke walked over to the shattered frame and picked up the picture of his team and stared at it for a minute. You left, didn't you, Naruto? He thought to himself, piecing together in his mind what could have happened. He put the picture down and started walking away. This place is stripped of anything that could possibly lead to him. Wait, is that a book? Sasuke noticed a book on the ground and picked it up. Rikoto Sanin, he read out loud, interested in why Naruto would have a book like this. He flipped open to a place with a bookmarker. He read the lines of the page. The immortal soul is written in a storm of blood as the truth unravels once again. Seduced by the taint of darkness, the power surging in his heart is born of pain. The darkness that reigned upon his life will be reborn from his wrath, destroying all in its path. As the world goes black, the glow of his eyes will shine eternally. They witnessed the rebirth of life and delivered the retribution of death, blinded by pain and suffering, but awakened to the true nature of the world. The raven-haired Uchiha stared at the book, disturbed to find Naruto had been reading the strange contents. This is some heavy shit right here. I can't let the others find out or they'll assume the worst. Sasuke took a moment to try and understand the meaning of the passage. The darkness that reigned upon his life will be reborn from his wrath. That means vengeance. He stared at the book for a moment longer before deciding what to do with it. I must keep it. Maybe some kind of hidden message will lead me to where Naruto is gone, the Uchiha thought as he carefully hid the book, praying no Anbu were watching. He left the apartment and headed home so he could study the book more in privacy. Back in the Fox Den, Naruto had been going through rigorous jutsu mastering over the past few weeks as he deciphered scrolls and practiced techniques with his shadow clones. Every night he was haunted by dreams of the evil cloaked man, who by this point he had come to realize was himself, or what he could become. The corruption power promised was doing sick things to his subconscious mind, adding to the fact Kyuubi was part of it didn't make it any easier to resist. So far he had discovered a wide variety of elemental jutsus and studied the important ones. Still, though, even with all the scrolls that the fox had somehow acquired, the boy couldn't be quenched of his thirst for knowledge by simple elemental jutsus. No, he needed something terrible. Is there anything besides all of these jutsus? Some kind of super technique would help in case the guys who were hot on my ass decide to show up when I leave? I have no clue what's on those stupid pieces of paper. I only know where they are all from. I do remember that the ones with the spiral on them are Whirlpool Village scrolls. It was a nice village before burning to the ground. Ha 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 ha, the fox laughed maniacally. You really are one sick fuck, Kyuubi. Naruto criticized. The giant fox snarled in response. They were a bunch of peace lovers who squandered their power. They had it coming if you ask me. It's like I keep telling you time and time again, only the strong survive. Those who can't exploit their superiorities over others are fools who will all die. Naruto walked over to a stack of scrolls with spirals on them and opened one up. Chakra weaving? What the hell? He began to frantically read over the scrolls in an attempt to decipher what it was. He finally found what he had been looking for, though he wasn't expecting the contents. Uzumaki clan seal, a seal placed upon the young members of the Uzumaki clan that possess the inherited bloodline of longevity and massive chakra. The seal allows the clan member to forge chakra and combine elemental jutsus. It can temporarily infuse one with the elements, allowing them advantages in stealth, defense, and amplifies elemental jutsus. Holy shit, Kyuubi, why didn't you mention this before? Chakra weaving is a unique technique only the Uzumaki clan could do. The reason for that is because it requires massive amounts of chakra and the clan seal, which allowed the user to manually manifest their chakra in different forms. So say for example you combine a fire jutsu with a wind jutsu, you could devastate people with burning wind. It's such a beautiful technique, only made better by infusing weapons with multiple elements. I'm part of the Uzumaki clan, so I could weave chakra as well, right? The orange-haired boy asked. Yes, but there is a downside to your reasoning. I have no clue how they did the seals. You might be able to find clues at the ruins of Yuzushiogakure, village hidden among the whirling tides. Where is Whirlpool Country exactly? The Jinchuriki asked. The demon fox was silent for a moment before finally answering. Whirlpool Country is currently known as Wave Country ever since the Uzumaki clan was wiped out. The boy held his head in shame. Who wiped them out? The fox laughed in his head, delighting in the future consequences the villages would face. Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo all led an integrated assault on them out of desperate fear of the growing power the clan had. If it had been a part of one of the so-called Great Five Shinobi nations, then it might have survived. How is it that you know so much, Kyuubi? I mean about ninja and politics and whatnot. Kyuubi didn't answer him at first but finally broke the silence. I have been around for a long time, and tend to be in the right place at the right time to know about everything that goes on in my territory. Naruto accepted his answer and proceeded to finish examining the Uzumaki scrolls. It says here that the seal can only be learned at the Temple of Whirling Tides. Apparently they were big on tradition. You know, there is something else I thought you should know too, about your Rinnegan. It is not just an amped up version of the Sharingan, but also serves other purposes. It gives you power over life and death. With it you can resurrect people and dominate their wills through the paths of pain. This would allow you to control multiple bodies. That's all a bit too deep for me, QB. The fox sighed as he elaborated further. You can kill powerful foes and raise them to serve you. Bestowing a gift of pain upon them allows you to implant your will into them, giving you the power to control their actions. However, when you don't directly control them, they can retain their own minds but do as you order unquestionably. Shit, no wonder people are terrified of the Rinnegan. How do I bestow the gift of pain? A laugh could be heard echoing in his mind. By becoming pain and sharing it with those who have earned of the gift, you'll know what to do when the time comes. You and your fucking riddles are killing me, damn fox. Naruto fell to the ground and gazed at the sky, relaxing as his shadow clones ran around him, busy working through scrolls, practicing taijutsu, or working on building him a semi-decent living space with the junk the pack-rat fox had laying all over the area. After finishing with their specified tasks, he simply dispelled them. After a while he felt an insane amount of exhaustion wash over him as he faded into unconsciousness. The dream was different, the same man, except this time the man was destroying Kumogakure, Cloud Village. The Raikage jumped in front of him to stop the destruction, and yelled, Hurration, sparking electric needle. A bolt of lightning flashed from the raining sky and hit the Raikage's arm as he charged a super-powered bolt at the man. It flew at the man with incredible speed but stopped short. Shinra Tensei. Divine judgment, I think. Suddenly the projectile bolt of lightning soaked into an invisible shield that surrounded the man, and then it reflected back at the Raikage threefold, who could only watch in horror as he felt the burning sting of electricity hit him. His body twitched wildly as he tried to stand up. The cloaked man with the Rinnegan spoke to the injured Raikage. Your power wanes, old man, and soon your death shall only further complement the undeniable truth that you are all nothing before me. The Raikage coughed up blood as he looked into the ringed purple eyes full of anger. You're just some kind of sick freak. The nations will never surrender to you. Cough, rivers of blood won't bring you peace or dominance. I'll be a martyr for standing against you. They'll speak my name for centuries to come. The cloaked man smiled and responded appropriately. Your name shall be stricken from history as I paint the ashes of your village with your blood. A storm is coming, my storm, and when it arrives it shall erase every pathetic ideal you hold dear to your heart. The Raikage looked horrified as he stared at the man. The cloaked man paced back and forth, turning his back to the defeated Kage. Your power-obsessed monster, I only wish I could be there to see you fall. The cloaked man turned around and closed hand back-fisted him in the face, knocking him to the ground with tremendous force. Another hero falls, he mocked as he went through several hand seals in his hands charged with different elements, one fire and the other wind. He swirled them together in a harmonic rhythm as the two were both surrounded by a vortex of fire. The rain came down faster and lightning was striking the vortex, adding to its devastating force. The defeated Kage cried out in horror as the cloaked man grabbed his neck and pulled him close. Pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. The vortex spiraled closer together and finally sucked the Raikage in the burning gale winds that tore him to pieces. The man began to laugh as fiery hurricane destroyed everything in its path. It flew at Naruto and the outline of a dragon leapt out from it at him and swallowed him whole. Chapter 4, Bad News. Somewhere within the northern borders of Fire Country, two mysterious cloaked men were making their way east. As they passed beneath a large tree, a third figure silently leapt from the tree above and landed in front of them. Zetsu tells me you lost the 9 tails. A cloaked man with a spiraled mask looked upon the two missing nin before him. Kisame looked shocked to see Toby in a serious mood, using a deadly tone of voice on the duo compared to his normal careless idiotic attitude. Toby began to pace around them as he began to laugh to himself. So this one escaped you, Itachi? You always have held such promise, but that Jinchuriki is a genin from what I understand. You disgrace me. Such a waste, and here I thought I was going to name one of my kids after you. Still though, I find it peculiar that you didn't apprehend him at the village in the first place. The masked man was glaring at Itachi, his one red eye visible through the hole in the mask. Itachi sighed. I didn't think it would have been a good idea to alert the entire city of Konoha that we were after Jinchuriki. Jiraiya was present in the city at the time, and would have free leave to come snooping if he discovered our purpose. I created a diversion which allowed the kid a day's journey to escape after he left the city. We followed him to Wave Country, but for some reason he turned around and went back through Fire Country. We eventually made it to the edge of Takigakyur's territory, waterfall country, and his trail disappeared at this waterfall we encountered. No footprints, no chakra signature, not even a single clue. The Uchiha was looking down, avoiding his leader's one visible soul-piercing eye. There is a flaw in your tactics. I wonder about Kisame's role in all of this? You should have intercepted him halfway down the road after he left the city. The former swordsman of the mist merely shrugged. I was awaiting Itachi-sama to rejoin me, Toby. There was this Jounin patrolling as well, and Itachi ordered me to remain undetected. Plus, I didn't see any reason in alerting the kid he was being followed until we had a viable way to subdue the Ninetales if it transformed. I wouldn't stand much of a chance in any attempt at taking down the Ninetales alone. Not to mention, what gives you the right to make demands of us, Toby? The masked leader merely stared at him for a few moments. He redirected his focus to Itachi, awaiting some kind of answer. The Uchiha spoke up. Madara-sama, his logic is unquestionable. The Ninetales is much more powerful than the other Biju. Without my Amaterasu, I am pretty sure that's one of his Sharingan eyes. It would be near impossible to subdue it. Kisame remained silent, shocked to find out Toby's true identity. He held his head down, avoiding eye contact with Madara. The man now identified as Madara merely laughed to himself. Yes, I remember that fox quite well. It was my favorite weapon. The two kneeling cloaked men shot confused looks at their leader. Kisame finally asked, "You've encountered it before then?" Madara took off his mask, much to the surprise of Kisame. His face looks exactly as it did from his statue, not aged one day. Kisame was surprised as he stared at the strangely captivating face of his leader. Who do you think unleashed it on Konohagakure in the first place? Madara asked rhetorically, smiling slightly as his Sharingan changed focus to Itachi, meeting his Sharingan with a dangerous, painful stare. Itachi was entranced in a sea of blood and felt pain over every square inch of his body. You can't resist the domination of my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. No mortal or even Biju can deny my indomitable will, not even Kyuubi. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is the pinnacle of not only Uchiha perfection, but human perfection. Itachi finally closed his eyes as they began to bleed, and he held his head down in submission. Madara laughed at this as he leaned over and pulled Itachi's face to meet his gaze once again. I find your pitiful resistance most amusing. Your Sharingan pales in comparison to mine. Never forget your place, Itachi. Remember who taught you the true meaning of the Sharingan and the Uchiha. Itachi tried to close his eyes again as blood continued to pour from them. Madara smiled at the younger Uchiha as his hand slipped around Itachi's neck and suspended him in the air. Do you not appreciate everything I have given you? Madara asked as a sick smile crossed his face. Itachi quietly submitted, Yes, Madara-sama, you were my savior and my life is yours. Kisame looked up finally with a wide-eyed glance. I've never seen anybody manhandle Itachi-sama like that. Shit, I can't believe Toby is that powerful. Madara looked back over to Kisame as he dropped Itachi, who fell to his feet. Madara laughed to himself once again, watching Kisame's eyes nearly explode as he punched Itachi to the ground. I hope you learned a valuable lesson in obedience today. I trust you will keep your mouth shut about my identity, Kisame? The shark man bowed his head in tribute. Good, now go you two. I have different plans for the boy. Bring the Ninetales Jinchuriki before me, for it shall require a subtle approach to defeat him. Don't fail me again. Without another word, the man put his mask back on and disappeared from sight. Itachi stood up painfully and stared at his partner for a moment. Kisame looked at him lost in thought before he finally spoke. I think that deserves an explanation. Is he the Uchiha Madara? Itachi wiped his blood-soaked face briefly before answering, Yes, he is the founder of the Uchiha clan, and the only known person to have ever mastered the Sharingan. It made him immortal, and gave him great power. Kisame looked shocked at the news. That must mean he's the most powerful ninja alive. What was he talking about? What did he give you? Itachi held his head dejectedly. That's a story for another time, just don't tell the others. Kisame nodded as the two began to regain their composure. So, what should we do now? The swordsman asked. We should continue to Wave Country and lay a trap for the fox. The two continued their journey without another word. Kisame occasionally stole glances at his superior distress to see the different emotions plaguing Itachi. I've never seen Itachi so submissive. He never shows emotion, so that must make this some kind of super bad omen. Itachi was ignoring the curious glances Kisame was shooting him as they continued to walk. He's invincible. there is no point in even resisting him anymore. Memories were rushing through Itachi as he tried to contemplate how he ended up working for Konoha's archenemy. The promise of power, it has brought me nothing but pain and suffering. So much death, nothing ever changes. So long as the Mangekyo Sharingan exists, its evil shall be a perversion of our clan, forcing us to kill our friends and family all in the name of glory and power. Itachi was lost in his mind, reliving moments of his life, trying to make sense of his situation. How did I end up here? I killed my best friend Shisui to gain these cursed eyes, which will eventually fail me. I killed my entire clan under orders from Konoha. My own brother thinks I'm the bad guy. He didn't deserve the life he had, but then again neither did I. He won't be able to handle the truth. The two missing nin continued walking, not really in any hurry. Kisame broke the Uchiha's brooding. Itachi-sama, I was wondering something, why does Tobi want Biju anyways? Pulled away from his inner reflections, Itachi casually answered him. He told me that they are all weapons of great power that we can use to attack villages and later defeat in order to establish dominance over the shinobi nations and their governments. Kisame shrugged at his answer, clearing unsatisfied. If he's as powerful as you say, why would he need us to gather these tailed beasts? Do you think he has some kind of other plan for them? Itachi knew deep down that Madara was using Akatsuki's goals to his own ends, but speaking on them wouldn't get him any closer to killing Madara. I try not to question his intentions, and neither should you unless you care to join me in his next lesson of obedience. Kisame laughed at the thought of Tobi beating him up. Meanwhile, somewhere in a dark room in the Uchiha compound barely lit by a candle, Sasuke began to review more contents of the book he had found in Naruto's apartment. Despite his academy-based understanding of the Sage of Six Paths, Sasuke was not prepared for some of the dark messages within the actual book. He read the contents of the last chapter, which was a logistical commentary from several known shinobi experts. He read quickly, trying to learn more about this mysterious hero. The Sage of Six Paths was a real person despite what the teachings of modern-day shinobi would claim. His feats were so extraordinary that many assumed them to be tall tales and fables. According to legend, he was the only known person to wield the Rinnegan, a jujutsu descendant from a bloodline that was believed to be from the gods themselves. He also was the Jinchuriki of the mighty Ten Tails. The mythic powers of the beast may seem impossible to the scholars of today to comprehend, but in ancient times of the first prehistoric shinobi clans, feared the beast and it was worshipped. The Sage of Six Paths eventually sealed the monster within himself with the mighty power of his Rinnegan. Sasuke silently gasped at the mention of a 10 tails. I thought the 9 tails was bad, but the 10 tails seems worse. He glanced back down at the book so he could finish reading the epilogue. The Sage of Six Paths vanished from the ninja world after having many children and was never seen again. Legends say the 10 tails eventually consumed him and he split it into 9 parts before his death. Some cultist worshippers of the ancient beast claim that one day the 10 tails would return. None know how true the legend is, but it has been noted that the Uchiha and Senju clans are claimed to be descendants from the sage's bloodline, as well as the Senju's sister clan, the Uzumaki. Sasuke nearly fell over at the last part, Uzumaki clan? Maybe that's why he was reading this. He must know more than he lets on. Still, though, that doesn't explain why he would have this book, or why the Umbu didn't see it as useful evidence. Sasuke stared at the book for a long time after reading it. It was surprising to find an uncensored, original version of this story in Naruto's apartment, and surprising still to find out that he is part of a clan. Maybe I should ask Tsunade about this. He thought, trying to decide what to do. He wondered what the dangers of leaving a book like this in his home with Umbu stalking him and searching him all the time. I must inform Tsunade about this. It won't be safe to keep this book for long, but it'd be better she sees it, and not that prick, Danzo. Sasuke then held the book in his hand for a moment after deciding to bring it to Tsunade. I need some rest. Maybe tomorrow I'll see if Tsunade can explain more about the Uzumaki clan, since she is one of the few surviving Senju, Sasuke thought as he began to fall asleep. Deep within the fox den, a certain orange-haired ninja was awaking from a terrible dream. He sat up quietly, trying to review it in his head. The nightmares are getting worse. They are going to drive me insane if I can't make sense of them. He looked around at the small utopian lair of the Kyuubi, wishing he could stay forever. Why can't I just live here for the rest of my days? He questioned Kyuubi, who could only snarl in response. Well, there's one thing I forgot to tell you about this little den of mine. Unless you're constantly feeding it my chakra, the barrier is going to weaken and eventually dissipate. It is also consuming the chakra I left behind in it much faster than I expected. I guess the more powerful the individual, the more chakra it takes to conceal his presence. So you're saying this barrier of yours is going to break soon? Naruto asked, slightly worried at the thought. Yes, that is one problem. Another one is it will leave an amplified echo of chakra here once it falls, meaning that every Chunin or above ninja within 50 kilometers is going to come running for it, plus due its proximity to Takigakure, I'd advise against you allowing that to happen. Naruto sighed, annoyed that he didn't learn of this sooner. So what can we do about it then? Kyubi growled at his question. It's falling as we speak. You have to destroy this place before it's discovered. The things I have here are too dangerous to leave for some idiot to discover. Naruto's eyes shot open. Shid, you could have warned me about this ahead of time. The fox merely sighed. I had no clue it would break after a few weeks. It must be your Rinnegan. Something that powerful is hard to conceal. So is it possible to redo the barrier? Kyubi laughed. Not unless you feel like tearing off the seal to my cage. What should I do? Run? The Rinnegan wielder questioned, awaiting timely advice from Kyubi. No, that would leave too many breadcrumbs for them to follow. I suggest you burn everything, cave in these walls, and hightail it out of here. Naruto did as he was told and began going through several hand seals. Katun, Goryoka no Jutsu. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. The entire area was set ablaze and reduced to ashes at an astonishingly quick rate. Your Rinnegan amplifies all elemental jutsu, making them much more powerful. Plus, if you get this clan seal of yours, you will be lethal. Kyubi commented as Naruto was destroying the small valley. The walls began to cave in as Naruto walked back through the dark cavernous entrance, performing earth jutsus to cave it in as we went. He finally reached the entrance of the cave and kicked open the boulder blocking the exit. The barrier to the fox den faded quickly and finally unleashed some kind of energy blast as he walked out of the cave. This place will be surrounded soon, so I say you go back to Wave and try and find somewhere to lay low for a while. Won't they be able to follow me though? He asked out loud to the fox. Perhaps, but you need to learn how to conceal your chakra, otherwise there will be some political investigation on your tail. You're like a fucking beacon right now. How do I do that, Kyubi? The fiery-haired ninja asked. Kyubi's voice became calm and his demeanor passive. You must first suppress your emotions, breathe deeply and focus on your chakra, feel it flowing around you and within your body. Now withdraw it slowly, allow it to return. Good, now focus it into a shell around your Tenketsu points. Upon doing as Kyubi requested, Naruto felt concentrated energy flowing tightly around his body's chakra points. I feel like my chakra could explode out of me at any second. The Jinchuriki thought as he relaxed and focused on repressing his emotions and his chakra. So long as you don't allow strong feelings of emotion to overwhelm your senses, then this technique will work well in concealing you from regular ninja. Still though, I doubt you'll be able to hide it from any S-class ninja. Plus the one downside is if you do unleash it, it'll be a nasty chakra spike for everyone within range, so doing such around any kind of ninja village is not a good thing. I'm going to Wave Country so I can acquire this clan seal of mine. Still though, what do I do if somebody recognizes my Rinnegan Kyubi? The demon fox was silent for several minutes as Naruto began to leap through the trees, running at high speed away from the scene of the crime. Well, that is unfortunately inevitable, but thankfully the people of Wave are all civilians. I'm sure you can stay there for a little while. I imagine Konoha's tracker teams already scoured the place for you and left. Naruto continued jumping through the trees at almost inhuman speed as he began to get nervous about being followed. Out of nowhere his Biju asked him a question. I have a question, what do you intend to do with your paths of pain? You never really gave me an answer from before. I didn't know you were asking me. Naruto replied, I don't think it's very humane to resurrect the dead to serve as my puppets. Kyubi choked on his laughter as Naruto finished his mental sentence. Ha 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 ha, what? Not humane? And here I thought you were actually starting to become worthy as my container. Then you go off and say something like that. I don't intend on using that kind of power to disgrace the honored dead. You're not going to change my mind, Fox. Kyubi's laughter finally began to die down as he tried to come up with a response. I don't understand you, Kit. One day you're some kind of angry monster of retribution mercilessly working to become powerful, and the next you are some self-righteous winner complaining about your conscience, for fuck's sake. I won't do it, Kyubi. Unless they have their own minds, it makes me some kind of sick puppet master, and that's not what I intend on being remembered for. The nine-tailed fox let out a super dramatic long sigh. What a fucking waste. Fine, there is a way to do as you said, though it is far less beneficial to you. You can use the Rinnegan's power to resurrect 6 people in total. What that does is it will create a chakra bond between you and the individuals you resurrect. Their lives are tied to yours, so if you die they all die as well. Thankfully, it doesn't work the other way around, though it does put a strain on your chakra. Naruto was intrigued by the information as he silently awaited the fox to continue. The chakra bonds you create with these individuals means that they are more powerful the closer they are to you, and vice versa. However, with this option, they regain their old minds and have free will. Also, you can't acquire their techniques or use them for additional fields of vision. Ultimately, it's a risky alternative because you can't directly control them. Naruto thought about this for a few minutes as he continued running. Do they have to be dead for me to create this chakra bond? The fox replied to his question casually. Yeah, they do. But you can kill people and resurrect them like that if you wanted, though I wouldn't do it to any of your enemies, otherwise they'd become more powerful and retain their same disposition from when you killed them. I am curious how you seem to know so much about the Rinnegan in general, Kyubi, almost as if you have seen it before? Kyubi roared violently in his cage. I knew the Sage of 6 Paths. He was the original Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, as you know. All the Biju hate him and his descendants. Then why on earth are you helping me? He shouted at the fox, clearing distressed by Kyubi's answer. Kyubi quietly answered him, we are both bound to each other. You haven't been my first Jinchuriki kit, but you were the first with a seal designed to allow our interaction. I find myself intrigued that you are the only one of the sage's descendants to inherit his original bloodline. So I'm just an experiment, is what you're saying? Naruto asked. The fox laughed at his question. That bluntly sums it up. I'm still trying to decide if you're even worth my time, but as long as I'm stuck in my cage, I don't really have anything better to do. Without another word, the Jinchuriki continued on to wave. He was disturbed by Kyubi's knowledge and involvement in everything. It all seemed a little too convenient, that the fox had what seemed to be a well-orchestrated plan that had been laid in front of him. He knew that ultimately he couldn't trust the 9 Tails, but for now the demon's aid was invaluable. Back at the recently demolished fox den, several Tekinin arrived at the scene, investigating the disturbing chakra wave they felt several kilometers away. They looked around at the destroyed area in search of any clue about what happened. The leader of the group finally spoke up. My father needs to hear about this. One of the other nations must have been using this area as a command post to spy on Taki. Several of the Jounin present nodded at their leader. One of the Jounin rushed over to the group. What do you think happened here, Shibuki-sama? The leader, known as Shibuki, who appeared to be a very young man, shrugged in modest confusion. I don't know, but I noticed that this place is covered in ashes. Whatever happened here, somebody must have destroyed it. Another Jounin joined the conversation with vigorous curiosity. How could something have been here? Our scouts patrol this area regularly, somebody must have found it. So I suppose whoever was here torched the place and ran. Several nods of agreement went throughout the group. Shibuki sighed as he looked over the scene once again. You men secure the perimeter and keep stray passers away from the site. I'm going to report this situation to my father. Maybe he knows what this is all about. The man known as Shibuki headed back to Taki with a grim look on his face. One of the other nations must be after the 7 Tails. If that's the case, then Fu is in danger. I'll have to assign guards to watch her in case anything happens. Unknown to all present, a freakish figure was watching them silently tear apart the scene. His face was divided down the middle, one side black and the other white. A strange plant maw covered most of his head. It slightly opened and the figure began to talk to itself, so the fox had a barrier. No wonder Itachi lost his trail. The figure had been present when Naruto escaped, but was ordered by Tobi to spy only. The figure began to speak to itself once again. Tobi-sama must be informed. The fox is more cunning than we could imagine. The figure silently melted into the tree it was on and disappeared. Morning graced Konoha once again as a raven-haired Uchiha made his way to the Hokage's office. He knew Tsunade would likely be defensive, but he had to know. As he walked through the door to the building, he made his way past a rather sluttish-looking secretary. She called out to him, Sasuke-kun, you're not allowed to see the Hokage unless you have an appointment. He merely looked at her for a moment and continued on his way, completely disregarding her comment. Wait. You're not allowed to. Sasuke turned around, glared at the woman full of killing intent. I suggest you sit down and let it be. The woman looked as if she was about to cry as he continued upstairs to the Hokage's office, ignoring everyone who acknowledged his presence. He finally reached the door and began to knock slowly. Come in, a loud familiar voice rang as he opened the door casually and closed it behind him. Ah, Sasuke, is there something you needed? As you can see, I'm busy with mountains of paperwork and have a meeting with Suna later this afternoon, so make it quick. The Uchiha nodded as he bluntly stated, I want the truth, no watered-down bullshit stories you give to the rest of the village. Tsunade stood up with a fierce look on her face, rather appalled by Sasuke's demand. You are in no position to make demands of me, Sasuke, but I'll humor you for the moment. What are you asking about? The raven-haired genin stared at her silently for a moment, meeting her gaze in a dangerous staring contest. Tell me the truth about the Uzumaki clan, are they really related to the Senju? Tsunade was caught completely off guard by Sasuke's question. How do you know about that? What did you find in Naruto's apartment? Sasuke's face remained stoic as he answered, it doesn't matter, I just want the truth. Seeing no way to salvage the situation, Swanda finally sighed in defeat. Yes, they were our sister clan from Yuzushiogakure. I am a descendant of both clans. My grandfather was the Shodai Hokage and my grandmother was Mito Uzumaki, who was the leader of the Uzumaki clan. Sasuke nodded at her answer and continued his interrogation, as one could call it. So that would mean that you are a distant relative of Naruto. Who were his parents? Tsunade, the Hokage, couldn't believe that Sasuke was prying well-guarded secrets of Konoha from her directly. I can't tell him, but then again I can't not tell him. Otherwise he'll say the wrong thing to the wrong people. Who else have you told this to, Sasuke? Tsunade asked with a furious look on her face. Nobody, Hokage-sama, I just want clues as to why Naruto left the village. The Hokage sighed in relief as she sat back down in her chair. She turned away from him and looked out the window for a moment. What makes you think he left, Sasuke? The Uchiha walked over to her and placed the book on her desk. The Hokage stared at the name of the book in disbelief, Rikudo Sennin. Sasuke remained silent as she flipped through the book, briefly examining it. This is the original copy for Konoha. You're telling me you found this in Naruto's apartment? Sasuke nodded as the Hokage stood up and faced him again. Sasuke, I'm going to trust you with one of the biggest secrets in Konoha. You are forbidden to reveal this information to anybody or I'll kill you, do you understand? He bowed his head respectfully, much to the Hokage's surprise. She sighed as she began, the only reason I'm telling you is because you know too much already, and I would rather you know the truth now instead of later. Also consider it a favor for bringing this to me. You see, Naruto is a Jinchuriki, Sasuke. The raven-haired Uchiha cocked his head, raising an eyebrow. I haven't heard much about them, Tsunade-sama, but I do know that they contain Biju within them. The Hokage nodded in response to Sasuke. Yes, Naruto contains the nine-tailed fox within him. Sasuke's eyes shot open in horror. So that red chakra, it was the Kyuubi's? Sasuke sighed as he sat down in a nearby chair, placing his hands over his head before continuing. Then that red chakra, that can only mean one thing, that the fox is subtly influencing Naruto? The Uchiha remembered parts of their fight as he thought aloud. Naruto's eyes turned red, his body was covered in red chakra, and I saw what looked like a tail. How did I not see it before? Tsunade sat down across from him and she folded her arms, narrowing her gaze. Yes, it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. The fourth Hokage sealed the fox within Naruto after it attacked the village 14 years ago, but Naruto wasn't its first container. The other two were also part of the Uzumaki clan. My grandmother Mito Uzumaki, and Naruto's mother, Kushina. Sasuke looked confused at her comment. Kushina? Who's that? She was Naruto's mother? Tsunade quietly answered. Kushina was the fourth Hokage's wife, Sasuke. Sasuke gasped as the truth unraveled in his head. So he's the fourth Hokage's son? She nodded. Sasuke felt like he was about to throw up. He felt his stomach turn at the thought of how Konoha had mistreated the boy who was the son of their greatest hero. So that's why everybody hated him? Tsunade's held her face down, staring at her desk as tears began to fall. You know the truth now, Sasuke, please don't hate him for it. He worked so hard for this village and received nothing short of scorn and mockery in return. The Uchiha held his head down, feeling the contagious depression hit him. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama, I just wanted to know the truth. Her eyes met his briefly before he looked down, trying to contain his emotions. He's all I have left in this world, Sasuke. The Uchiha nodded as he replied, "He taught me that there was more to my life other than revenge against my brother. He was a worthy rival and a good friend." Tsunade sadly smiled at the thought of Sasuke still showing loyalty to his friend. "I'm glad you see it that way, Sasuke. He's a good person." Sasuke nodded as he stared at the book sitting in front of the Hokage. "I think you should read that book, Tsunade-sama. It talks a lot about the godlike hero that was the Rikudo Sannin. He must have drawn inspiration from it." She raised a confused glance at him as he elaborated, "I think I know why he left. Now that I know about the fox, it all makes sense now." Tsunade stared at him, awaiting for the unveiling of his answer. "After he defeated me in the Valley of the End, he carried me back to Konoha. What I didn't tell anybody is that I was awake some parts of his return trip and remember some of the things he said to me. He believed me to be unconscious the entire trip." Sasuke took a deep breath as Tsunade was leaning over the edge of her seat waiting for him to finish. "Naruto told me that he was angry at Konoha, angry at his family, angry at me." Tsunade looked horrified at this information. Angry at Konoha? That seems so unlike him. Sasuke continued, dreading her reaction at the rest of his information. He started spouting off about how he hated war and fighting. He said he was tired of the disrespect he received even from his closest friends, and the last part he made claims about how he was going to change the world. He sounded just like Itachi used to. Tsunade practically face-vaulted at the information Sasuke had revealed to her. She stared at him trying to say something, but the words never came. Finally Sasuke spoke. "I don't know what that means to you, Tsunade, but I just thought you should know." She gave Sasuke an angry glare before giving him the motion to leave her office. She glanced at the paperwork on her desk once again and ignored it. As Sasuke left, she turned around and stared out the window once again. "Naruto, why wasn't I there for you? Wherever you are, I just hope you're okay." A thought crossed her nostalgic mind as she sulked for a few minutes. "Today's a good day for ramen." Our favorite golden orange-haired Jinchuriki once again saw the familiar bridge to Wave Country named after him. He thought about the bridge as he crossed it slowly, and the battle that had once been waged for it. Then the image of a pretty girl in a green outfit crossed his mind. Haku. He thought more about the battle with Haku and Zabuza and decided to visit their graves marked past the end of the bridge. Despite it being nighttime, Naruto found the lack of people around somewhat peculiar. The teenager knelt at the graves and whispered softly, "I'm sorry you two had to die so senselessly. I hope you found peace in death." A sick and twisted laugh began to echo in his mind. "My name is Naruto. I'm a whiny pussy who can't handle death." The fox mocked. "Fuck off, Kyubi, they didn't deserve their fate. They were the heroes in the end." The kitsune's laughter finally died down after laughing at his own joke for a few minutes. A thought crossed Naruto's mind as he looked at the graves again. "I could bring them back, they deserve a second chance." Naruto felt the familiar stinging feeling in his eyes as he continued to stare at the graves. He looked deeper past the surface of the ground and saw the faint outline of two bodies and small chakra imprints still flowing through their deceased bodies. The Rinnegan began to glow deeper as Naruto's vision began to swirl. He held out both of his hands and chakra visibly poured through the ground into their bodies. The ground tore open as the two bodies floated from their graves covered in visible blue chakra. The glow around their bodies turned their figures pure white for a moment before they were placed on the ground. Naruto watched his handiwork as the wounds on the two began to heal and color returned once more to their faces. After a few moments, their eyes opened simultaneously. "You fool, you can only do that to 4 more people for the rest of your life. I'd have used it on somebody far more valuable than these two." Zabuza looked around for a moment trying to find out where he was. Last thing he remembered was dying slowly on a bridge, and then he looked to the graves right next to him and Haku. Haku looked at him for a moment with an equally shocked face. "Zabuza-sama, where are we?" she questioned. He shrugged for a moment until he noticed a black-clothed figure standing over him. "I know I didn't mention Naruto changing outfits, but who honestly cares? Just imagine him in whatever black outfit you would like. Imagination goes further than whatever explanation I give you. And no, he's not wearing an Akatsuki robe, because I know somebody is going to ask that." He looked at the figure for a moment trying to make out his face until he noticed the eyes, the silvery purple eyes with rings that glowed as bright as the moon itself. Zabuza stared at the figure in disbelief. The Rinnegan. Haku also stared at the mysterious figure as he leaned over to them, getting closer. Haku saw the whisker marks that covered his face and knew immediately who it was, Naruto-kun. Zabuza tensed at the name. "You're the kid who defeated us on the bridge. You had the Rinnegan?" Naruto broke the silence as the two uneasily sat up. Yes, you two both died over 2 years ago, I brought you back. The pair stared at Naruto in utter disbelief. Zabuza stood up and questioned him, why would you bring us back? And for that matter, how? Naruto ignored his question as he gave them an ultimatum. You have two choices the way I see it. One, you can go on living the way you were before and die in some equally pointless way, or you can join my cause. Haku stared at Zabuza for a minute trying to understand his thought process. What is your cause, Naruto-kun? She questioned curiously. The Jinchuriki smiled at the pair as he replied, to overthrow the Kages and establish world domination. Zabuza could barely contain his joy as a smile washed over his face. I had the same dream when I was younger. The council of Kirigakure had grown corrupt. After my friend Kisame killed the daimyo of Kiri, I decided to leave as well. It would bring me no honor greater than to serve your cause, Naruto-sama, the former demon of the mist exclaimed. He bowed to Naruto and Haku followed in turn. Naruto turned to Haku for her response. Her opinion matters as well, Zabuza, what say you, Haku-chan? The Ice Princess smiled at him and hugged him much to his and Zabuza's surprise. I knew you were special from the day I met you. I will forever follow you, Naruto-sama. The two missing nin then stared at their leader, who was much different than they remembered. His hair is orange and he is much taller than he was before. He has a Rinnegan too. I can't even imagine how powerful that must make him. This must be some kind of divine miracle. Zabuza thought. Meanwhile, Haku's mind was heading in a different direction. He's beautiful, like a lost prince come to save his kingdom. He'll need a princess though. After a few moments of mind wandering, Naruto broke the silence and explained the situation to them. I'm a fugitive of Konoha, probably near the top 5 or so on Konoha's bingo book, so if you two could try and avoid using my name publicly, that would help. They nodded briefly before a frown crossed Haku's face. What should we call you? Naruto wondered that himself for a moment as he stared at the two. Finally, he came up with an answer, call me Pain. The pair nodded as Naruto began to explain his current objective. I'm on my way to the ruins of Uzushiogakure to find the remnants of my clan. You two are covered in dirt and blood, so I suggest you clean up and find your gear. Do so quickly, then you are to meet me at the northern end of the island after you're finished. They nodded as Naruto headed off through the town. Zabuza felt the invincible feelings inside him wane as Naruto got further away from him. Finally, he turned to Haku and the two had smiles on their faces. Can you believe it? I finally found something worth doing in life. With him leading this cause, we'll be unstoppable. Zabuza cheered as if he had never been happier. Haku found his good mood refreshing and took the opportunity to ask him, do you know about the Rinnegan, Zabuza-sama? The man nodded his head. Yes, I have heard of the Rinnegan, and what it is capable of. Haku raised an eyebrow at him and queried, what is it exactly? Zabuza laughed as he and Haku began to gather some of their old equipment from their graves. It's a dijitsu that belonged to the first ninja, and is said to be insanely powerful. Haku continued, do go on. Zabuza chuckled as he picked up his sword and his mask. He handed Haku her hunter mask as well. Zabuza gave Haku a guilty look as she stared into his eyes. Finally, he spoke his mind. I'm sorry for everything that's happened to us, Haku. I promise you I won't let anything happen to you again. Haku stared shocked at her father-like figure for a few minutes before finally hugging him. All if forgiven, things will be better now. Zabuza returned her hug and proceeded to briefly explain the origins of the Rinnegan to Haku as the two wandered into town. Naruto walked through the town hoping to see some familiar faces, but unfortunately for him the town seemed empty. Something is wrong here, not a single villager yet. I know it's nighttime, but still it seems too convenient. His paranoia seemed to prove accurate as he walked over to the home of Tazuna and upon a quick inspection noticed it was empty. I never liked him anyways, all self-righteous and whatnot. Shut up, Fox. Naruto tuned out Kyuubi's commentary as he started to think about what could have happened. Hey! Are you listening to me, Kit? You'll most likely find them at your destination. This is some kind of trap if you haven't noticed by now. Obviously, I realized that, Kyuubi. That must mean somebody knew I'd come here, and that leads me to think they took the villagers hostage. The Nine-Tails grunted in response. Funny thing about traps is they are all double-edged swords. Maybe those two fools you brought back might be of use after all. This is a good opportunity to find out who these assassins are. Naruto groaned in disappointment, knowing nothing was ever that simple. Somehow I doubt they are assassins. Chapter 5. My name is Pain. Deep inside the Temple of Whirling Tides, a large group of hostages were all tied up along the circular walls of the Grand Dome Room. Large cries of panic and anger erupted amongst the crowd of people as two individuals walked into the room wearing black cloaks adorned with red clouds. The pair walked around the circular room examining their captured bait. "It took me over 2 hours to tie all of these people up. This kid better be here soon," Kisame complained as he looked around the room annoyed. "So Itachi-sama, you really think this will work?" the fierce-looking shark Nin asked his superior. Itachi looked around with a bored look on his face. "Well, if our informant from Konoha is correct, the Ninetales Jinchuriki is compassionate about protecting people, and I believe he would blindly rush in trying to save hostages." Kisame nodded at Itachi's response before asking, "Who is this informant of yours?" Itachi had a slight smirk on his face as he looked over to Kisame. "You'll never guess this right, so I'll spare you the trouble." Kisame had an eager look of anticipation waiting for Itachi to say the name. "I won't mention it in front of all these people, so ask me later." Kisame started laughing. "Wow, the suspense is killing me. How have these idiots in Konoha not found the informant yet?" Itachi shrugged as he lost interest in the conversation. A young boy glaring at Kisame with intensity shouted loudly, "Don't talk about Konoha Nin like that. They are welcomed heroes around here and can kick your butts." He stopped in front of the boy and stared him down. "So boy, you think you're some kind of tough guy, eh?" Kisame laughed as he towered over the child with a twisted smile. "My name is Inari, and I'm not afraid of nothing or nobody." The boy's resolve attracted the attention of all present around him. Itachi turned around and stood next to Kisame with a slight frown on his face. "You have so much to learn about the world, kid. Your parents should have taught you rule number 1 about a hostage situation: don't be a hero." Kisame then backhanded the boy with enough force to send him into the wall. Inari hit the wall and lost consciousness as blood poured from his swollen mouth. Gasps of horror and shock filled the room once again as Kisame began to laugh. Itachi rolled his eyes with an uninterested look on his face. "How dare you do that to my grandson? I know people who can bring you to justice, you monsters," a man shouted from a short distance away. Kisame's grin broke into a dazzling chuckle as he took his sword off his back. "No, Kisame, ignore them. These people are feeble and weak, and their empty threats only veil their fear. Back to the matter at hand. When the Ninetales arrives, you will need to drain its chakra while I subdue it with my Sharingan." Kisame re-equipped his sword as he shook his head. "He's only a genin, Itachi-sama. I doubt it'll be that hard to bring him down." Itachi's face lit up in frustration as he glared at Kisame. "Toby told us not to mess up the plan. Our underestimating him was the problem to begin with, Kisame. Toby says that it will be near impossible to defeat the Ninetales without him if it has a full transformation." Kisame met Itachi's glare with a shrug. "I doubt that we'll reach that point. All we gotta do is knock the kid out in some genjutsu, drain his chakra, and haul him back to the meeting point." Itachi held his head dejectedly as he sighed. "At any rate, the hostages will eventually lure him here, and we can apprehend him then." Kisame nodded once again, halfway tuning out Itachi as he examined the temple. "So Itachi-sama, you said he's the last member of this clan?" The Uchiha glanced around for a moment, admiring the unique architecture, as he focused on the statue of a woman on the far wall. "Yes, it would seem so. I wouldn't doubt if he came here seeking his clan seal. Its origins are a mystery to even myself, but I heard that one must possess the bloodline to acquire it." Tazuna sat quietly listening to the conversation of his captors. The only clan that ever existed here was the Uzumaki, but who could they be talking about? He wondered as he searched his memory for clues. Suddenly a flashback hit him as he remembered a certain blonde-haired kid, Naruto. "I can't believe I didn't realize he was a remnant of the clan. I wonder if these two are trying to capture Naruto or somebody else though." As if he read Tazuna's mind, Kisame wandered over to Tazuna with another grin. "So, it looks like we have an eavesdropper over here, Itachi-sama. How would you like to go for a swim, old man?" Kisame practically giggled as horror swept through the large crowd of individuals. Suddenly a woman spoke up in a pleading tone. "We are simple people. Most of us here are fishermen, farmers, or carpenters, and we don't want anything to do with your shinobi politics or wars." Itachi walked to the woman's location with a massacre written on his face. "Everything you believe is a mockery of the truth. Safety is a lie, peace is an illusion, and hatred is eternal. As the seeds of corruption grow in the hearts of all people, wars shall always erupt in a never-ending cycle of damnation. The woman had a terrified look on her face as Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Look into my eyes and see the truth. The woman began to scream in pure terror as visions raced through her mind. What are you doing to my daughter, Tsunami, you sick fuck? Tazuna roared in rage before getting knocked down by Kisame. The woman finally fell over practically half dead, keyword half dead. She didn't die, as Itachi's eyes went back to normal. So much for ignoring them, Itachi-sama, shit, and you think I'm being too hard on them? That could qualify as torture. Kisame laughed as he and Itachi began to walk to the center of the room. Tazuna began to shout angrily at them, you'll pay for this, I swear, my daughter didn't deserve that. Itachi simply disregarded the man as he said, people like her are poison to their own societies. Encouraging weakness among each other only makes them more susceptible to violence and war. These people don't understand that strong nations don't care if they are weak civilians, they will trample those who are too weak to protect themselves. Kisame nodded at Itachi's logic. Yeah, I suppose that's true in the long run. Those too weak to protect themselves shouldn't be around those who can. None of them understand the measures that are acceptable in war. The people present were all cowering with their faces down, not daring to look up at the two. So Itachi-sama, which one of the hostages is going to be the first sacrifice? The Uchiha looked around with a disgusted look on his face. No point in making martyrs out of any of them, I would prefer not to kill these people. Maybe this experience will make them stronger. Kisame gave the Uchiha a strange look. You're too good for your own good, Itachi-sama. Suddenly a loud noise came from outside and drew the attention of all present. A large explosion blew the door open to the temple and a lone figure walked in. Kisame shot his gaze over to the commotion in excitement and looked upon the figure for a moment. Due to the darkness of the night, he could only make out the shadowy outline of a spiky-haired individual. Itachi was staring at the figure as well. Suddenly the figure began to open its eyes as a silvery glow outlined in purple shot out of them. Kisame's jaw nearly hit the floor as he gasped in disbelief at the teenager walking into the room. The cold dark gaze of his eyes made Kisame feel uneasy as he looked over to Itachi for some kind of explanation. The Uchiha himself simply stared at the young man in complete shock. The Rinnegan, Kisame, why did you insist on jinxing us with this? The shark Nin merely hung his jaw open as the figure walked closer to the two. Fuck my life. So, you two were clearly interested in finding me, might I ask why? Are you assassins perhaps, or do you want to capture me? Naruto asked as he stood across from the two Akatsuki Nin in the center of the room. Itachi spoke up, we have been tracking you ever since you left Konoha, and have every intention of capturing you. Naruto glanced at the figure which strongly resembled Sasuke. The orange-haired Nin smiled as he retorted, so you must be Itachi, Sasuke's brother. Am I right? And you are? He looked over to the shark Nin as well, expecting some kind of introduction. Kisame frowned as he looked over to Itachi, waiting for a K to attack. I am Kisame, a former swordsman of the mist. The Uchiha made a quick glance in his direction and he nodded. Kisame suddenly unwrapped his sword as he began to circle Naruto slowly. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan activated soon after and he glared into Naruto's eyes. The young man found himself enveloped in an ocean of kunai, slashing, stabbing, and cutting him as blood rained upon him. A large pair of red pinwheel eyes was all he could see as he looked up in a desperate attempt to identify where he was. His eyes began to sting painfully as he flew out of the kunai with red chakras surrounding him. Itachi's form came into focus as he attempted to subdue Naruto. Then the ocean of blades turned into fire that burned over his body. However, the fire soon changed into red chakra as the form of a fox attacked Itachi. He found himself locked in a prison of chakra as Naruto's vision began to glow brighter and bring him back to his senses as broke the vision Itachi had placed him in. Naruto broke free of Itachi's Rinnegan and barely avoided the force of a large sword smashing down in front of him. He broke free Kisame, Itachi stated as the shark Nin began to swing his sword in a flurry attempting to hit the Rinnegan wielder. Yeah, no shit. Kisame replied, irritated. All hell broke loose as Kisame began assault as the Jinchuriki in a deathmatch. The orange-haired Nin drew his kunai. The Uchiha watched Kisame and Naruto fight with an interest. The Jinchuriki moved with incredible speed, parrying and dodging all of the former Mist Nin's attacks. How the fuck is this guy so fast? Kisame yelled as rage coursed through him. Kisame began to take things more seriously as he went through hand seals, Suetun, Bakusui Shoha. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. Suddenly a large wave of water erupted from Kisame's mouth as he blasted the room full of water. Naruto laughed as he went through a series of hand seals, Suetun, Suryuten no Jutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Suddenly a large dragon formed out of the water Kisame had created. It began to trash about and the temple attacked Kisame with great speed. The former Mist Nin fought it back and dodged most of its attacks before absorbing it into his sword. The shark Nin laughed as it blasted back from his sword and blew Naruto along with half of the temple out with it. Kisame rode the crashing wave of water down to strike once again. Naruto quickly regained his composure as he dodged Kisame's overhead smash. The former Mist Nin began to swing his sword in a whirlwind and water started to gather around him. The vortex of water surrounded the two, making Kisame laugh. Try and escape now, kid. Samahata hungers for your chakra. Itachi watched intently as Kisame began to unleash one of his aces. Naruto panted as he avoided the relentless flurry of Kisame's sword. The shark Nin's superhuman strength made it tiresome to counterattack his blows. A large vortex of water began to go faster and grow smaller. Naruto circled Kisame as the area they were in began to shrink thin, limiting his room to dodge Kisame's attacks. Kisame laughed as water began to imprison them. Suetun, Gashaku's aim. 5 man-eating sharks. Suddenly Naruto felt the water's pressure suck him down as 5 large sharks made of chakra began to swim at him. He growled as his eyes once again burned in pain. He held up his hand, Shinra Tensei. The sharks collided with an unseen shield and were repelled away by an invisible blast, much to Kisame's surprise. Naruto shot out of the water like a bullet and felt the familiar red chakra envelop him as he stood at the water's surface facing Kisame and Itachi. The remaining front entrance of the temple was demolished, allowing some of the villagers to escape and free each other. Several tried to catch a glance at the fight, but only saw an ominous red glow beginning to radiate through a dense fog that had just appeared. The water began to freeze, suddenly confusing Kisame greatly as he noticed 2 figures standing next to Naruto upon the misty ice-covered surface. The shark Nin halted his assault upon this sight and had a grim look on his face. Itachi-sama, apparently this guy has friends. The Uchiha tried to identify the 2 rescuers and noticed a slashed mist headband on one and a hunter Nin mask on the other. He glacéed over at Kisame, assuming the former Mist Nin knew their identities. Kisame took a closer look at the 2 newcomers with a surprised laugh. Zabuza, it can't be, I thought you were dead. The masked swordsman simply leered at him as he drew his blade and faced Kisame. Normally I'd be happy to see you, but I can't allow you to harm my master. Kisame frowned in disapproval. Your master? You would disregard all those years we spent killing together for this kid? Zabuza laughed as he drew his sword. We don't play for the same team anymore. Haku and I serve our lord, Pain, now. Kisame's face broke into a scowl. You always did like doing things the hard way. I figured one day I would eventually kill you. Zabuza, Haku, you 2 deal with Kisame. Itachi is mine. Naruto roared as the 2 nin began to assault Kisame mercilessly. Itachi and Naruto stared each other down once again as Kisame began to duel Zabuza in a fencing display of power and speed. The mighty blades crashed into each other, creating monstrous chakra spikes as water, ice, and earth exploded everywhere. Suddenly Haku began to freeze the area around Kisame, rooting his feet in place, allowing Zabuza the upper hand to knock him off balance. Kisame began to go through several hand seals, Suetun, Bakusui Shoha. Water erupted from his mouth once again and it blasted at Zabuza but was immediately frozen. Mirrors of ice surrounded the 2 and sunbon needles rained into Kisame's back as he parried Zabuza's overpowering swing. Shit, I can't take him as long as that bitch is freezing all of my water attacks and shooting me in the back. Kisame thought as he glanced around at the icy mirrors. He tried to smash one but his sword was deflected by Zabuza's. Ice needles shot out of the mirrors from all angles at Kisame once again. He made a quick counterattack to block them but felt Zabuza's sword slash his back. The shark Nin's body dissipated into a water clone as the real Kisame whirled his blade around, smashing several of the ice mirrors. Ice froze his entire body in place as he landed. Zabuza took the opportunity to continue his assault, leaving Kisame defenseless against the overhead cleave that cut down his chest. He channeled the chakra from his sword, quickly trying to regenerate as he glanced over to Itachi's battle. The Uchiha had a pissed look on his face as his Sharingan activated once again. Since you are too much trouble to defeat by any physical means, let's see how you deal with this. Itachi snapped. Black flames suddenly erupted around Naruto, constricting him in agonizing heat. He fell to his knees as the flames began to burn hotter. Amaterasu is more than sufficient to defeat you, Itachi stated with a dead serious look on his face. The ice around him instantly melted and he fell underwater. The black flames suppressed Naruto and his chakra as they continued to burn him into submission. He tried to hold his breath as he sank deeper into the water. The burning agony feels good, doesn't it? Turn your pain into rage, the Kyuubi roared with thundering anger in Naruto's mind as he felt a surge of adrenaline flow through him. The pain, it's unbearable. I don't think I can last much longer. Release all of your power from your chakra points now. Feel your power within, unleash it with mine and dispel these flames. Naruto began to focus on his chakra points, which still suppressed most of his power. The Jinchuriki's vision began to go black as a supernova of chakra exploded from his body. Shinra Tensei, the force of the attack exploded violently, consuming the black flames and causing a massive tsunami of water to blast out of the water as Naruto flew out of it, blasting Itachi and the others back in the process. Naruto going Super Saiyan? LOL. JK, Kisame, Zabuza, and Haku halted their fight as they witnessed two chakra wings emerge from Naruto's back. He flew high into the air and a slit formed in his Rinnegan eyes as they began to glow red. Use your power to annihilate everything. Let my chakra feed your rage. Itachi and Kisame looked up in awe as Naruto began to channel his chakra. Suddenly Zabuza and Haku were covered in red chakra as well. Kisame had a look on his face that resembled a deer caught in the headlights as Zabuza smashed his sword into Kisame, sending him flying away with a large hole through his chest. The two nin turned their attention back skyward. Haku and Zabuza only stared at their leader as they felt his power surge. A strange echo was heard in Naruto's mind. Shibaku Tensei, show them the true power of the Rinnegan. The Jinchuriki obeyed the voice without question, much to Kyuubi's confusion. Shibaku Tensei. Planetary devastation / heavenly body bursting from the earth. What are you doing? How do you know about that jutsu? Kyuubi roared in Naruto's mind. The teenager glared at Itachi and Kisame with killer intent. Suddenly everything began to rise from the ground, ripping the landscape apart. Water, earth, and ice began to float towards Naruto, forming into a large ball. Pieces of the half-demolished temple rose as well. Kisame gave Itachi a desperate look as he got up and back away from Zabuza and Haku. The four missing nin felt themselves being sucked into the massive ball. They jumped down fast, trying to escape it. We are not equipped to take this guy down, Itachi-sama. I say we get the hell out of here. The Uchiha only nodded in shock as he and Kisame began to fear the large ball forming in the sky. The two began to run at inhuman speed away from the scene, but Naruto channeled his jutsu harder, trying to suck them back in. Painful rage burned in his blood as the ball began to grow. Haku and Zabuza were beginning to get higher and higher as well, much to their shock. Finally he was stopped by Haku. No, Naruto-kun, it's over, let them go for now. You're going to kill us. He looked at her face for a moment and sighed in relief as he felt his anger and his chakra slowly retreat, allowing two figures to escape into the distance. He finally released the jutsu, causing earth and water to rain down upon the devastated remnants of the battlefield. He soon returned to normal as he landed and was embraced into a hug by Haku. You had me worried, Naruto-kun. How? I don't understand how you did that. Answer me now. Naruto tuned the fox out as he focused his attention to his followers. Zabuza let out a breath he had been holding as the rest of the Naruto's jutsu finished raining down. Zabuza thought to himself about how powerful he felt when he was with Naruto. When he turned red, I felt all of my chakra replenish, despite it mostly being drained by Kisame's sword. And what the fuck was that shit he just did? Damn, with him leading us we can rule the world. Zabuza thought as he stared at his leader. Naruto finally regained his normal demeanor as he sat down against a large rock. So what did those guys want with me? He asked as he looked over to Zabuza. The masked swordsman thought for a moment. You know, I've heard of those two before, Naruto-sama. They're part of a terrorist organization known as Akatsuki. Naruto glanced over at Zabuza with a questioning look. Akatsuki, eh? Well, I suggest we avoid them in the future. They all nodded in unison. Haku glanced at Naruto for a moment and sighed. These villagers are going to report this to Konoha. Maybe it would be a good idea to wear a mask, Naruto-kun. Thankfully for him, none of the villagers could make out his face in the dark temple earlier. He glanced over at the masked girl and nodded before focusing his attention to Zabuza. The masked swordsman looked at him for a minute before he sighed. I think I have a spare black mask. I suppose it would be a good idea to cover up your face. He began to sort through his personal belongings in a recently acquired pack and pulled out a mask similar to Kakashi's. Don't laugh at my cliché mask. Here you go, Naruto-sama. Excellent thinking, by the way, Haku. The girl nodded as she watched Naruto put on his mask. He laughed to himself at the thought of resembling his old sensei. Yeah, good idea, Haku-chan. It'll cover up my whisker marks, which will completely shroud my identity from them. Since I have a different hair color and eyes now, they won't notice. Zabuza looked around for a moment, lost in thought. Maybe we should get out of here before a platoon of Umbu show up and force us to butcher them. Naruto frowned for a moment as he looked at Zabuza. I still need my clan seal in that temple. Supposedly the scroll on how to do it is locked away in its main vault. Unanimous agreement echoed as they began to make their way back into the temple. Looks of distress and terror marked the faces of the villagers who noticed the trio emerging from the mist. They made their way back inside the half-demolished temple, avoiding looks they received from the terrified villagers. One man looked at Zabuza and almost started to cry. By the gods! The demon of the mist has returned. Zabuza shot the man a death glare, making him back away swiftly. Naruto looked around at the people who all were staring at him. Many of them were cowering when he made eye contact. He looked around at the mostly freed villagers and spoke in deadly tone. I suggest all of you leave before you die. Zabuza began to laugh as he chimed in, bow before pain and the demon of the mist. Many villagers present began to run away in fear as Haku let out a brief sigh at Zabuza's over-the-top ego. Naruto felt a small smile come to his face at the mention of his false name. As the remaining villagers all fled the temple, Naruto glanced at a statue of a woman. He walked closer to it and read the name on it, Nito Uzumaki. He looked at the statue for a moment, trying to identify who the woman was. He finally sighed as he walked away from it and down a hallway followed on each side by Zabuza and Haku. Naruto at last came to a dark corridor leading downstairs into a dark room. He picked up a torch on a nearby wall and set it on fire as they wandered further in. At the very back of the room, Naruto found a large chest with a super complicated lock on it. He handed the torch to Haku, who held it over for him. He read the inscription: to open the chest, a true member must channel his chakra through the lock. The Jinchuriki laughed quietly about how simple something such as this would be. Guess they figured nobody in the clan had any mind to steal it anyways, he thought as he began to open the chest. The locks undid themselves as his chakra flowed over the chest for several minutes. Finally the chest opened and Naruto began to examine its contents. Haku and Zabuza quietly watched him go through the several scrolls inside the chest as he searched for his clan seal. He found it after a few minutes and read the instructions. To place the clan seal on a member, one must first have a large chakra pool and have the clan bloodline to ensure survival, otherwise the seal is fatal. He laughed to himself at the thought of somebody like Orochimaru finding this and killing himself accidentally. Speaking of which, I still need to kill him at some point. The teen's mind sidetracked for a moment before he continued reading. The clan seal allows the user to weave chakra and temporarily augment their weapons of even bodies with it. The seal amplifies all elemental jutsu. To acquire the seal, one must unleash their chakra in the heart of the maelstrom outside of the temple. To prove one's worth, he or she must overpower nature itself. If they are deemed worthy, the gods shall bless them with the Uzumaki seal of ascendance. Below the instructions listed the names of every clan member to acquire the seal. Only 50 names were on it. No wonder nobody has heard of this seal. Naruto sighed as he reread the scroll before he finally placed it back inside the chest. He continued to search it for anything of value, and he finally found something very interesting. He pulled it out of the chest and stared at it. An Yuzushiogakure Hideite, Whirlpool Village headband, or something close to that. Naruto tied the forehead protector around his head and turned to his two followers. They both gave him an approving nod. He smiled underneath his mask before he spoke. Guys, I am going for a swim. The two missing nin focused their attention on their leader and followed him as he began to walk up the stairs outside of the temple's back entrance. They looked down and saw a huge whirlpool at the base of the cliff edge the temple was on. Haku took off her mask and gave a worried look to Naruto as he began to take his gear off and his shirt. "Don't tell me you actually intend to go into that," she gasped as he walked to the edge of the cliff. Zabuza sat down and took a deep breath as he and Haku only saw the faint orange blur of their leader diving into the whirlpool. "He knows what he's doing, Haku, he'll be okay." She gave him a concerned look before sitting down next to him. "I hope so." Meanwhile, Naruto had just landed in the freezing cold water and tried to get to the surface as his body spun out of control in the maelstrom. He focused his chakra into his feet and propelled himself upon the surface of the moving water and felt intense pressure as he attempted to walk to its center. Each step felt like it would suck him down to the sea floor. He slowly but surely made progress to the center, and upon finally reaching it he felt his entire body starting to crush from the force of the pressure. Haku and Zabuza saw an orange blur in the center from where they were and only gaped in wide wonder. "That guy never ceases to amaze me," Zabuza said as he intently watched the orange-haired shinobi channel his chakra at the center of the maelstrom. Haku stared at him and felt her heart throb. "He's incredible." Naruto almost lost himself in his concentration to keep his chakra controlled as he focused harder. More poured out of his body as he channeled all of it into the whirling tide. The waters surrounding him began to merge with his chakra and then glowed in a blinding display of power. Naruto got pulled down into the maelstrom of chakra and felt his entire body overcome by a strange tingling feeling. He felt the chakra in the water around him and began to alter its direction, reversing the flow of the whirlpool. After a full minute of rotating in its counter direction, the maelstrom was completely dissipated. Naruto emerged from it and ran up the cliff to meet his companions once more. They both looked at him in awe as they saw his skin glowing radiantly before finally returning to normal. "I got what I came for. Let's leave this place," the orange-haired teen spoke as he put his gear back on. "Explain to me how that got you a clan seal?" Haku asked as she intently watched him re-equip his gear. Naruto turned around and replied, "By mastering nature I created my own seal. This was some kind of test for all of the most powerful Uzumaki clan members. I didn't realize that we must each create our own seals until I did that for myself." Haku and Zabuza both looked over the edge of the cliff in shock that the whirlpool was gone. Zabuza looked at him for a moment as if he was about to say something but finally closed his mouth. Haku licked her lips as he motioned for them to follow him. "He's so powerful and in control all the time. Fuck, is that hot? Oh, the things I would do to you, Naruto-kun." Haku thought as the trio silently began to leave the temple. Zabuza glanced over at Haku for a moment and smirked as he noticed the look on her face. "I bet she won't be the only woman who wants to have your kids," Zabuza laughed to himself as he looked over at his leader. Naruto heard the familiar growl in his mind as Kyuubi began to interrupt his thoughts. "Despite your lack of resolve, you have been impressing me lately, Kit. I have no idea how you did that jutsu earlier, maybe you have no idea either, but at any rate, you might just earn my respect one day." Naruto acknowledged Kyuubi's comment. "Like you said, with your power and mine, I'll be a god." The demon fox laughed in Naruto's mind in a chorus of delight as they continued. A long distance away in the forest, two cloaked men sat against a tree and stared at the sky. "Itachi-sama, explain to me how we just got our asses handed to us," Kisame whined as his body continued to regenerate from the wounds inflicted by Zabuza and Haku. The Uchiha simply stared at the moon, lost in thought. Kisame continued to rant. "Those two friends of his died over 2 years ago, Itachi-sama. I saw their graves when we arrived at that village. Something wasn't right about that. Zabuza was one of my closest friends back when I was tight with the 7 swordsmen of the mist. I had heard of the Rinnegan's power, but I never imagined it could do that." Itachi sulked in his depression as he responded to Kisame, "This is a worst-case scenario far beyond anything I could have ever imagined. And now he probably has his clan seal too. We are not going to try fighting him again unless we have Madara-sama." Kisame nodded in agreement as he rested his head back against the tree trunk. "What was that jutsu he did that sucked everything in?" Itachi gazed into the distance as if he was half asleep. "That was one of the Rikudo Sennin's most powerful jutsus. There's no way I'm going against that again. Of course it was on a smaller scale, but the fact of the matter is he can do it as well." "How in the world did you not know he had the Rinnegan, Itachi-sama? Weren't you tracking him?" Itachi thought about the question for a moment. "No, Kyuubi's Jinchuriki is named Naruto. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker marks according to our informant. He might have recently developed it, Maybe that's how he eluded us before. Kisame frowned. You said his name was Naruto? They referred to him as Pain. We might as well call him that too, Itachi said. Kisame gave him a questioning look and asked, why should we do that? The Uchiha relied, for the sake of covering his tracks, and our own for when the Konoha Umbu come scouring this place 2 days from now. Silence passed for a few minutes before Itachi gave Kisame a brief glance and sighed. I don't think Madara-sama will like to hear that the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki is a Rinnegan wielder who was the son of the 4th Hokage and the last descendant of one of the most powerful clans ever known. Kisame had a sad look on his face. I have this strange feeling that we're going to go through disciplinary punishment for this. Itachi closed his eyes in distress at the thought of Madara making an example out of them in front of the rest of Akatsuki. Well, let's get this over with. Call him now, Itachi-sama. Kisame groaned as Itachi went through several hand seals to alert their leader to show up. A shadow teleported directly in front of them and was silent as the one red eye shined through the swirled orange mask. Madara looked at Itachi and Kisame quietly awaiting their report. Madara-sama, we couldn't apprehend the 9 tails. There was a certain complication involved. Itachi began as the figure continued to stare at him. We set a trap for him at the old temple in Wave, but we couldn't subdue him by any means. He broke free of my Mangekyo Sharingan and, well, we had a large battle that resulted in his friends showing up and us getting out. We weren't trying to kill him, but we got overwhelmed and had no choice but to retreat. The masked man continued to silently gaze at Itachi and he took off his mask. His ethereal face gave the two Nin a look with curious interest. Finally he spoke, broke free from your Sharingan, care to elaborate, Itachi? The younger Uchiha sighed as he held his head down in submission once again. He has the Rinnegan, he outmaneuvered a lot of our techniques. After my Amaterasu failed to subdue him, he unleashed a surge of chakra and performed a Chibaku Tensei on us and we fled from him. Madara's eyes shot open and much to Itachi and Kisame's surprise he began to smile. It must have been beautiful. You two fools are very lucky to be alive. He must have spared you if you were able to outrun that jutsu. Madara was grinning as if he was the happiest man on the planet. Itachi and Kisame traded confused glances as Madara began to pace excitedly. I must meet him. What is his name? Itachi answered swiftly, his name is Pain. Madara laughed to himself, Pain? I can't wait to meet him. Kisame had a puzzled look on his face as Madara put his mask back on. You two leave the Nine Tails alone for the time being, I have great plans for him. By the way, Zetsu also told me that this Pain used a demonic barrier to elude you two the first time, so I suppose your incompetence wasn't to blame for that. Your new orders are to report to base so we can have a meeting with the others. I'll have Zetsu keep an eye on Pain in the meantime and report any of his movements to me. Kisame bluntly asked, what plans could you possibly have for somebody like that, Madara-sama? The Uchiha looked at Kisame and practically giggled as he replied, the Nine Tails sealed within a Rinnegan wielder, makes me excited just thinking about it. Eventually our paths will cross and this Pain will kneel before me, and with his power subjugated to my will the stagnant shinobi nations shall tremble and fall as I become the herald to their annihilation and assume the throne of darkness. Madara disappeared after his speech, leaving a disturbed pair of missing Nin who stared at each other for a full minute. Sometimes, I get this feeling that Madara-sama is slightly crazy, Kisame chuckled as Itachi began to frown. I wouldn't doubt it if Pain kills him. Kisame shot Itachi a surprised look. I wouldn't go around saying things like that, Itachi-sama, otherwise he might impale me with my own sword and, fuck, I'd hate to think what he'd do to you. I think he has some homoerotic fantasies about you. Itachi laughed for the first time ever after Kisame finished his sentence. Yeah, I would prefer if he kept that directed elsewhere. Besides, I'm sure he's in love with Pain, judging by how excited he was. Kisame began to laugh hysterically. The Uchiha had a smirk on his face at the thought of it. Heh, well, at any rate, let's go back to base, Itachi chuckled as the two began to set off once again. Kisame looked at Itachi for a moment and a familiar question popped into his mind. Itachi-sama, you never told me the name of that informant from Konoha. The Uchiha thought for a moment and responded, oh yeah, I guess I didn't. She is the best infiltrator I've ever seen. Kisame's interest soared as he asked, who is she? Itachi looked at him and stopped walking for a moment and spoke, she is the Hokage's secretary, Shizen I think her name was. Kisame sighed sadly, I'm afraid I don't know her. Yeah, she is one of Madara-sama's agents. I didn't even know myself until I left Konoha something close to 7 years ago. Although she was barely into her teens back then, she had keen skill for information gathering. Apparently it was good enough to impress Madara-sama. Itachi's statement sated Kisame's curiosity as the pair continued onward in silence. In the peaceful city of Konoha, a certain raven-haired Uchiha was sitting at a ramen stand. Sasuke stared at his food as he had nostalgic flashbacks about his friend. This was his favorite place to eat, it's just not the same without him here. I guess I always took his friendship for granted. Sasuke's inner reflections were cut off by a young woman who spoke to him. You're Naruto's teammate, right? I haven't seen him around at all, do you know where he's been? The auburn-haired daughter of the ramen stand owner was standing in front of him staring at him. Sasuke's depressed attitude only seemed to worsen upon her mentioning of Naruto. He's not in Konoha anymore. Sasuke trailed off. The girl's cheery face began to dampen into an equally depressed one as Sasuke's. She looked at him for a moment and asked, "Please, tell me what happened to him. My father and I cared dearly for him." Sasuke raised an eyebrow staring at her and she broke eye contact looking away with a blush on her face. "I care for him dearly, but how could he ever care for me when all he would talk about was Sakura and yourself? Did he ever mention my name, I am to you?" Sasuke's interest in the conversation brought him from his half-dead state as he replied to her, "Not specifically, but he said your ramen stand was one of his favorite places in the world and that he loved the people there." Ayam sighed sadly and then asked, "I need to know what happened to him. None of the other shinobi I asked will tell me a thing." The raven-haired boy let out a long deep sigh. "Well, you heard about me trying to leave Konoha, I suppose. I guess I can start from there if you want the real story and not the official council bullshit." The girl's full attention was focused on Sasuke as she stared at him waiting for him to begin. "I left Konoha, I won't go into the reasons why, but all you need to know was it was a personal matter. Naruto and several others from my age group were tasked to recover me. They encountered Orochimaru's sound nin along the way and that picked them off individually. Finally, when I reached the Valley of the End, Naruto had caught up with me." Ayam walked around the counter and sat next to Sasuke as he continued his story. "We had a terrible battle, and we used our full arsenals on each other in an attempt to defeat one another. In the end, I used my cursed seal and he used his power. We had a final standoff when I charged a Chidori and he channeled a Rinnegan. When we collided in the center, I saw his eyes change into a silvery purple and he impaled me in the chest with his Rinnegan." Ayam gasped at Sasuke's story and she cut in, "That's terrible, I heard rumors that he tried to kill you. Is that what they were talking about?" Sasuke nodded before he began again. "The council tried to use it as an excuse to demean his reputation further. I tried to kill him as well, but that's not the point. Anyways, when he carried me back, I was conscious for some of the time, and I heard him say things that would honestly shock most people." The ramen girl cringed as she thought about it. What did he say? Sasuke broke eye contact as he stared at the bowl in front of him. He said he hated Konoha and almost everybody in it. He went on a rant about how they didn't deserve his loyalty and how even his closest friends, meaning me, Tsunade-sama, Sakura, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Iruka had veiled doubts about his potential. I don't believe that's true, but judging from his thought process at the time I believe he thought it was. The worst thing he said though was how he used to get beaten every birthday he had until the third Hokage made it stop. I used to think he was a happy fool, but now I see that it was a mask to his true feelings. Ayam gasped in horror at the thought of Naruto being beaten as a kid. Sasuke took a deep breath and continued, "I thought I knew true pain. When my clan was killed, I suffered the indignity of loneliness fueled by an insatiable hatred, but he's been alone his entire life. I learned later from Iruka that his progress had been derailed and sabotaged constantly to make him fail in the academy. I didn't learn of his true worth until he saved my life and Wave Country on our first C-rank mission that ended up becoming an A rank." Ayam held her head down in sorrow as she commented, "He's such a nice person, to think all of those terrible things happened to him, and there was barely anybody who tried to stop it." Sasuke looked at the girl who appeared to be holding back tears as he replied softly, "I passed out sometime before he brought me to the village and didn't wake up again until I got news from Tsunade-sama that he was missing. They all claimed that he was kidnapped by my brother Itachi, but I think he left." Ayam gazed at the wall flabbergasted for a moment as she processed all of the information. "Thanks for telling me, Sasuke-san. I think my father needs to hear this as well. Just leave the money on the counter." The girl got up and went into the kitchen behind the counter, leaving Sasuke. The Uchiha finished his bowl of ramen and got up to leave. He walked around the corner and put his hands in his pockets as he looked down at the ground. Thoughts began to race through his mind once again as he wandered down the streets of Konoha. Naruto is gone, I suppose nothing will change that. Anyways, I wonder how long I'll have to wait before they let me go do missions again. I am so bored of this civilian crap. Out of nowhere, a certain masked Jounin ran up to Sasuke and started to walk next to him. What's up, Sasuke? You look rather down. The Uchiha shrugged as he disregarded his sensei's observation. Well, I just thought that since you have all this free time, and I've been assigned to watch you all day, maybe we could continue into some more training. Sasuke's perked up at the mention of training as Kakashi continued, anything beats wallowing in shame all day. Kakashi gave his one-eyed smile and motioned for Sasuke to follow him as he headed off. Sasuke followed his sensei to their old training ground. Unknown to Sasuke, a certain purple-haired kunoichi had been listening to his entire conversation with Ayame. Anko held her eyes closed as she leaned against the wall. So that's why he left, I thought as much. I wonder if I'll ever see him again. She thought to herself as she wandered half-drunk home. The image of his face kept popping into her mind despite her attempts to block them out. Gah, why should I care if he left? Why can't I stop thinking about him, she asked herself before arriving at her home. She opened her door and plopped on the couch and felt her head throb painfully. The way the villagers looked at him, almost like the way they look at me. Distrust, fear, and hatred are the only things I see in them. If I ever see him again, I'm leaving with him. Her mind wandered as she subconsciously admitted to herself the crush she had recently developed for Naruto. Oh, the plot thickens, she drifted into unconsciousness as one word slipped from her mouth, Naruto-kun. At a discreet, unknown location, 9 Akatsuki members stood around in large dark cave facing an orange-masked individual. The figure began to speak. I declared myself the official leader of Akatsuki, over a year ago, for those of you who don't know. Any challenges to me for supremacy will result in your displacement of life. I called you all here for one sole purpose. That purpose is to tell you what our new objectives are. As most of you know, we've been tracking Biju and their containers lately. The only 2 Jinchuriki we know of are the 9-tailed and the 1-tailed beasts containers. I want all of you to pair off again and search for the others. Don't blow your cover, I want to identify the most protected and powerful ones so we can capture them early before the nations catch on to Akatsuki and our goals. A unanimous chorus sounded, yes, Tobi-sama. The swirl orange-masked man began to speak again. There is also a certain individual that you will all have to watch out for. Everyone's attention focused intently on Madara as he continued, a rogue nin by the name of Pain. Several looks of skepticism swept through the group as a familiar man known as Haiden with a triple-bladed scythe spoke up. We're supposed to be scared of some rogue ninja? I doubt he could take on any of us by ourselves, let alone in pairs. Madara looked at Haiden and laughed at him. He already defeated Itachi and Kisame. This rogue nin is the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Everybody present except Zetsu, Madara, and said individuals held their mouths open in shock as they looked over to Itachi and Kisame for confirmation. Kisame let out a super-exaggerated sigh as he stated, yeah, he's one bad motherfucker. Itachi nodded as he added, he has the Rinnegan, he defeated us with one of the Rikudo Senin's jutsus. Haiden gave a disbelieving look to Itachi as he smirked, I call bullshit on that one. You mean to tell me that somebody actually has the Rinnegan? And he defeated both of you? Kisame groaned in irritation, we weren't trying to kill him, but it was impossible to subdue him, and later he had friends show up halfway into our fight. The only problem is they had been dead for 2 years. The normally quiet Conan decided to enter the conversation. How have they been dead for 2 years? Who were they? Kisame gave her an irritated glance before answering. They were Zabuza the demon of the mist and his apprentice Haku. They died 2 years ago during some stupid bridge fight with some kids and the copy named Kakashi. Conan raised an eyebrow at Kisame and she replied bluntly, you know an awful lot about them I see, they must have been friends of yours at one point I bet. The shark nin gave her a nasty death glare as he retorted angrily, keep your observations to yourself you bitch, I was just saying that I found it odd how they were serving this guy, Pain despite the fact that there were official reports of them dying. Deidara decided to join the argument and laughed, ladies you're both pretty. They both turned to look at him coldly. Kakuzu plainly added, you're sure one to talk, Mr. Pretty Boy Art Lover. The blonde-haired man shot Kakuzu a smirk as he began to sing, what can I say, I'm beautiful in every single way. Blank stares focused on the blonde, causing him to laugh to himself. Yeah, sorry I haven't blown anything up in a while. My artistic horizons have been hindered lately, so I've been a bit on edge. Everyone rolled their eyes and focused back on Madara. I just thought that you guys should know that failure is never tolerated, but since Itachi and Kisame faced a Rinnegan wielder who just so happened to be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I am letting it slide. Do not engage pain under any circumstances, do you understand me? A unanimous chorus of agreement sounded once again. Conan had a troubled look on her face and asked, "What do you intend to do with this pain? Because the way I see it, letting some powerful Jinchuriki run around and swing his dick into everyone's business unopposed seems foolhardy to me." Madara nodded his head in acknowledgement. "Yes, that is true, Conan, but eventually he will grow arrogant and seek us out, and I shall personally handle him." Itachi and Kisame traded quick smirks as Madara finished. "Okay, I'm assigning all of you specific jobs. Zetsu, you are going to watch Orochimaru full-time, report all of his actions to me. Sasori and Deidara, I want you two to keep a close eye on the one-tailed beast's container, the Kazekage, try to be discreet. Haiden and Kakuzu, you two go search Earth Country, Itachi and Kisame go search in Lightning Country. I will search in Water Country and several surrounding areas. Conan, you have two special tasks." The woman shot a confused look at her leader waiting for her assignment. "Conan, you are tasked with keeping an eye on Amegakure and Takigakure. Those two villages have been unsettling lately according to rumors. Kill their leaders and see if you can root out some information." The woman nodded. Madara finished. "You are all dismissed. We'll meet back in a few years whenever all 9 Jinchuriki have been identified, and every nation toured for final intel. When we meet again, we'll organize a plan." Everyone filed out in their paired groups and split to the 4 winds. Conan started to head off before she felt Madara's presence behind her. "That was your official assignment. The other one is something I can trust only you with, Conan." The blue-haired Kunoichi turned around with a confused look on her young, beautiful face and raised an eyebrow. "What is it, Madara-sama?" He looked at her for a moment before answering. "I need you to go undercover and find out more about Pain. You may have to track him down or watch areas he is likely to cover. Zetsu won't be able to watch him much because I need him to keep an eye on Orochimaru in case the snake makes a wrong move." Conan gave Madara a disapproving look and huffed. "Why do I have to do that?" Madara laughed as she scowled. "Because you were the one who was so concerned about him running free unchecked, plus I'm sure he wouldn't turn a pretty girl's help down." Conan glared at him for a moment before groaning in anger. "Ugh, fine, I'll look into it, if I have time, but I don't really see a point in." She was interrupted by Madara. "Be perceptive, girl, imagine how strong our cause would be if he joined us." Conan gasped at his statement. You want me to bring him to you? You would have him join our ranks? Do you really think he would surrender to our cause, after Itachi and Kisame tried to capture him?" Madara sighed as he began to pace around her. "You lack the foresight to understand my plan, Conan. For now you will do as you're told and keep an eye on those small western countries. In due time your path will cross with his and you'll know what to do." Madara disappeared without another word, leaving a blue-haired woman slightly irritated. She growled in frustration as she walked away and began to mock Madara. "Be perceptive, girl, you'll know what to do when the time comes. For fuck's sake, why does he have to make everything a puzzle or a riddle? I think I'll know what to do. Shove a kunai up your ass is what I'll do." The azure-haired beauty raged as she disappeared into the distance. Chapter 6, Rumors. 3 years had gone by for the citizens of Konoha. For many of the regular people it was short and uneventful, however rumors of shinobi violence and criminal activities were all the talk as of late. A group of individuals were gathered in the Hokage's office. They had been summoned by Tsunade and now stood behind the weary woman as she stared out the window. She turned to speak to them as the door closed, signaling the last person had arrived. "Good, you are all here now. I imagine you have all heard the rumors going around lately," the blonde woman asked the group of jounin in front of her. Among this group included a large list: Kakashi, Yamato, Enko, Niji, and all of Rookie 9, minus one of course. Some nodded and several others shook their heads. Many of the older jounin have been sent to investigate these disturbances in several of the surrounding countries. Tsunade sighed. "As of late, there are rumors that our borders are in chaos. The leader of Amegakure, Hanzo, was murdered over 2 years ago, leaving a large vacuum of power for many of the small-time criminals there. Violence is prevalent, and that's not the only thing going on out there. Sakura cut into her explanation after Tsunade finished. Yes, they say that the assassin was a cloaked woman who murdered half of Amagekyure's leadership, and she assumed control of the village. Several present shot Sakura annoyed glances at the sound of hearing her speak. Many of them held her responsible for Naruto leaving. Despite what several of them would admit, the blonde had personally affected all of them at one point, and his disappearance left an uneasy tension when they were around Sakura. Anko chimed in casually, "Well damn, Pinky's got everything figured out. We should all just listen to her instead of the Hokage." The pink-haired girl shot a nasty glare at Anko and spoke back, "I don't know what your problem is, you weird bitch, but I was just trying to help by giving my input." Anko's eyebrow twitched as she stared at Sakura. "I don't know who you think you are, but nobody cares about anything you have to say." Tsunade held her tongue as she watched the conversation in interest. "How dare you? I am Tsunade-sama's apprentice, I'll have you know." The inhabitants of the room eagerly watched the scene unfold, some hoping for a fight. "I could care less if you were her wiper. You are probably the worst excuse of a ninja this place has ever seen. Fucking pink hair, that's not stealthy, not to mention a very small chakra pool, and to top it off, you're nothing but a howling banshee bitch that wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for the fact that your teammates carried you." Kakashi looked as if he was about to say something, but then he stopped, silently agreeing with everything Anko had said. Sakura looked as if she was getting really emotional. "I'm not going to stand here and take this from some washed-up pupil of Orochimaru who clearly doesn't understand when her betters are speaking." Anko got up to Sakura's face and began to yell, "Well, aren't you a little narcissistic bitch? You're worthless and hated, just ask anybody here." Sakura looked around the room and noticed everybody staring at her with mixed glances of disapproval or hatred in Sasuke's case. "Tell me guys what you think of me to shut her up," Sakura demanded as she stared at the group. The Jounin simply stared at her. "Kakashi-sensei, Niji, Shikamaru?" The three of them gave her bored, uninterested glances as they disregarded her presence. "I know my Sasuke-kun appreciates me," she boasted. The Uchiha leered at her full of malice. "No I don't, I never did. And thanks to you my best friend has been missing for 3 fucking years." Desperately, the pink-haired girl looked to Ino, her best childhood. "Ino? Anything to say?" Her friend simply looked away from her. "Sasuke told us about you trying to get Naruto in trouble, Sakura." Sakura looked petrified at Ino's rejection as she finally turned to Hinata. "Hinata, not you as well." The Hyuga girl stared at Sakura for a moment and sighed. "I agree with everything Sasuke said. Naruto-kun was a great person, and what you did to him was wrong." She whimpered as she started to crack under the pressure of everyone's silent staring. "How I'm responsible for him disappearing." Sasuke could have melted her face off with the look radiating off of his. "He left because you tried to get the council to strip his shinobi rank. Not to mention being a bitch to him all those years, no wonder he left." She looked back at him with a confused glance. "What do you mean he left?" Tsunade sighed once again as she entered the conversation. "We have reports that he was emotionally unstable his entire time back in Konoha, and we have reports of him being spotted near the borders of Fire Country over 3 years ago, when he was going to the Fox Den." Sakura looked around shocked as the disregard from the group turned into venomous stares. "You can't all hold me responsible for him leaving, can you? He was kidnapped from what I hear." Anko laughed at her as Sakura began to frown. Tsunade sighed deeply as she watched Sakura back away from the group in a fit of emotions. "Sakura, go take a breather, I'll brief you individually later." Sakura held her head down in shame as she felt her eyes begin to water. She ran out of the Hokage's office in tears, leaving a very relieved-looking group of individuals. Tsunade turned to the group and slowly began, "Anyways, back to what I was saying, Hanzo was one of the most powerful shinobi of our lifetime, and it is troubling to hear of his death. Although Amagekyure isn't the only issue we have lately. There have been reports of a notorious S-rank criminal known as Pain, who has been terrorizing many surrounding countries. According to Umbu, he's been sighted in Wave Country, Water Country, Snow Country, Sound Country, and even through our own borders." Kakashi asked curiously, "Who is this Pain? I don't think I've ever heard of him." Tsunade frowned as she turned to the window. "Nobody knows who he is, nobody even knows what he looks like, but they say he just showed up out of nowhere and started wreaking havoc somewhere close to 2 or 3 years ago." Several present traded concerned glances and Niji spoke up. "Is that why you call us here, Hokage-sama?" The woman turned to meet the Hyuga's gaze and she replied, "Yes and no. I wanted to tell you guys about some of the things Umbu have dug up about him in case you encounter him on your mission. Everybody in the room tensed as Tsunade called out, "Shizen, bring the reports in." The brunette woman strolled in past the group casually, unlike her normal racing, busy self. "Right here, Tsunade-sama." The Hokage nodded and began to open the report, reviewing parts of it. It says here the earliest sightings of pain came from Wave Country. I don't know if you remember Tazuna the bridge builder, but he was the one who reported pain in the first place. Kakashi and Sasuke shot surprised looks at Tsunade, and Sasuke asked, "What happened?" Tsunade began to pace unlike her normal self as she placed the folder on the desk. Tazuna says that 2 black-cloaked men with red clouds on them kidnapped and imprisoned the villagers of Wave as hostages for some unknown purpose. He said that he remembered their names, Kisame and your brother, Itachi. Sasuke felt anger swell up at the mention of his older brother. He stared at Tsunade fiercely, waiting for her to finish. Kisame is an S-ranked criminal from Kirigakure, and we all know who Itachi is. Anyways, we have over 50 eyewitnesses that they were held captive until a shadowy figure arrived and battled the two. Tazuna says that after a terrible battle he assumed their rescuer had won the fight because he came back to the temple. This also brought up more disturbing news. Everybody intently watched Tsunade as she elaborated further. They say that 3 figures emerged from the mist after the battle outside of the temple where many of the villagers still were. Umbu interviewed many of the hostages, and some were thought delusional, claiming that the figures identified themselves as Pain and the Demon of the Mist. This is where our first sighting of Pain was. Kakashi coughed. "You mean there were sightings of Zabuza of the Mist?" Tsunade nodded, "Yes, and his hunter Nin companion as well." Sasuke visibly tensed at the memory of Zabuza and Haku. "Tsunade-sama, what did Umbu find out about those sightings? Also, could the villagers have caught a look at Pain?" She turned to him with a disturbed look on her face. "Nobody is 100% certain, but their graves were completely empty according to the townspeople. As for your other question, nobody in that village will talk about Pain himself. None of the villagers would speak about the event after Danzo's root agents finished talking to them." Shocked gasps and wide eyes met Tsunade's comment. There was a long silence before Shikamaru finally broke it. "How come you never told any of us about this until now?" Tsunade sighed as she glanced at him. "It was a battle between 5 S-ranked criminals. I'm pretty sure that's not on a need-to-know basis unless you're part of active duty, Umbu, or myself." Shikamaru rolled his eyes, much to Tsunade's annoyance. I guess that would be troublesome." Anko started to speak. "So what was the point of that long, boring story?" Tsunade turned to the purple-haired snake mistress and shrugged. "I just thought you guys should know in case you encounter trouble on your mission, which brings me to the original reason why I brought you all here." Tsunade frowned as she examined her Jonin squad. "If you recall what Sakura mentioned earlier, there was a woman who usurped Amagekyure's leadership over 2 years ago. Our spies claim she is named Konan." Mixed looks of confusion swept through the party of Jonin as they silently listened. Beyond that, there isn't much else we know about her, but many of the daimyo in surrounding countries are offering to pay fortunes to anybody who can kill her. The simple fact that she killed Hanzo means that she is a Kage-level criminal. We 3 Sannin didn't even defeat Hanzo in our youth, so that might give you an idea what she is capable of." Everyone in the room bowed their heads, knowing what she meant. Konoha's economy is suffering lately due to trading routes being attacked, and many won't travel for fear of being killed. Amagekyure has a large monopoly over the trading roads in all of the western countries, and even dare to cut off our own lines to Suna. Obviously, this Konan is far too dangerous for us and the surrounding countries, so you are tasked to assassinate her by any means necessary. I would prefer minimum casualties, but this is a vital mission. I already sent my Umbu platoon ahead. Meet up with them and coordinate an offensive." Several nods followed before the Hokage turned to her assistant. "By the way, Shizune, I need you to go there as well in case the need for a skilled medic arises." Everybody nodded as Shizune shook her head nervously. "Tsunade-sama, maybe you should tell them about the last group of people that tried to kill Konan." Surprised looks were directed to the woman. Tsunade acknowledged her comment. "Yes, Shizune has a point. IWA sent a full company of Jonin to kill her over a year ago, and they were all wiped out." A large chorus of gasps erupted from the group before Chuji asked, "You're sending us on a suicide mission?" The Hokage looked down in shame as she began. "Believe me, I don't have a choice. So long as this Konan is alive, the surrounding countries have no fear of attacking Fire Country. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Konan is far more terrifying than Hanzo. Shikamaru had a deep thought written on his face as he slowly began to speak. How did they wipe out a company of jounin? I heard AIM was a relatively small shinobi nation. The almond brown eyes of Tsunade scanned the group in front of her. Apparently Conan practically blew up half the village to kill them all. I contacted IWA to see if they would be willing to help us attack Amagakure again, but they refused. Kiba began to laugh. Oh, that's cool, we might as well just stab ourselves now. Ino gave a concerned look as she questioned, why would they refuse? Don't they want payback? Yamato spoke up for the first time at the meeting and casually answered, well, I imagine losing a big chunk of your village's jounin in one battle would deter you from wanting to send more people to their deaths. You won't be alone. Also, don't forget that I have a platoon of my best Anbu there. For this mission, you will be in charge, Kakashi. You can assign your own lieutenants, just get the job done. You are all dismissed. The group bowed their heads in unison and filed out of the Hokage's office one by one. Finally, only 3 figures remained. Among this trio included Shizune, Sasuke, and Kakashi. The masked jounin spoke up in an unusual concerned tone. Tsunade, tell me more about what Anbu dug up in Wave Country. Sabuza and Haku were extremely dangerous criminals. We saw them die. Tsunade glanced at Kakashi and back to Sasuke, reading the troubled look on their faces. It is possible it could have been a genjutsu, but it seems highly unlikely, since their graves were uncovered. Sasuke had a disturbed look on his face. That's insane. They both died on that bridge and were buried. That can't be true. Kakashi and Sasuke traded concerned stares as Tsunade handed the file to Kakashi. Read through it if you want, go talk to Danzo and Root, or see for yourself. All 3 will tell you the exact same thing, that Pain has found a way to reanimate them. Shizune tensed at the mention of Pain, which did not go unnoticed by the Hokage. Something wrong, Shizune? The brunette woman casually smiled and rubbed the back of her head. No, of course not, Hokage-sama. Her mind had a different answer, however. Stupid bitch, Conan already knows you're coming, and if you see Pain and his followers, kiss your ass goodbye. Kakashi gave Shizune a weird stare. Tsunade looked at Sasuke for a moment and held up the book he had given her 3 years ago. Rikudo Sanin, I found out that this book is the original version. It is an account written by the sage's grandson. It's hundreds of years old. Commentaries have been added to it over the years, but I found its contents disturbing. Sasuke shot Tsunade a surprised look as she continued, there is something I thought I should tell you, Sasuke. Apparently the Sage of 6 Paths had the power over life and death, and this book vaguely explains how the sage could resurrect people. Kakashi's one visible eye shot open in shock. You mean to tell us, you think this Pain is the Sage of 6 Paths? That's impossible. She looked at the book once again before turning to Kakashi and Sasuke. It's just a wild theory, but nobody has seen Pain and lived to tell the tale except for one Kirigakure Ambunin. They refused to tell us anything about it. I don't know much about the sage, but apparently he did have a powerful bloodline known as the Rinnegan. It could be possible that Pain has it, but it might just be superstition. Either way, unless we take out Pain sometime soon, Conan will be the least of our troubles. Kakashi and Sasuke nodded as they distantly stared at the wall. Tsunade placed the book down on her desk and paced around her desk. At any rate, be careful out there, guys. They bowed their heads in unison as they left. Shizune noticed the book sitting on Tsunade's desk and stealthily grabbed it as she walked out, leaving Tsunade alone in her office. She stared out the window and sighed. A white-haired man coughed and brought her attention out of her mind. Tsunadeheim, would you like me to go with them? The blonde-haired woman raised a brow at Jiraiya, who was standing at the window with a serious look on his face. We need you here, Jiraiya. The village isn't safe with all of our shinobi forces patrolling the borders and attacking AIM. The Toad Sage sighed as he continued, Conan was a former student of mine, an orphan from AIM. She was very adept at folding chakra into just about anything, which she would do with paper. She is extremely dangerous. You're sending those people to their deaths. Tsunade shot a surprised look at Jiraiya as she folded her arms. Former student? I didn't know you had any besides Minato. He frowned sadly as he stared at Tsunade. She was a very kind young girl once upon a time. She was 8 years old at the time I met her. I remember finding her stealing food in a small run-down village just out of Amagakure. It was after the last war. She got caught by the stall owner and was about to get beaten before I intervened. After that, she kind of followed me around for about a day, constantly asking me if I would teach her how to be strong. Eventually, I decided to do so, just to teach her enough to fend for herself. However, she might as well have been my daughter because she stayed with me for 7 years back during my traveling days. After what happened with her, I came back to Konoha during the time of the Chunin exams where Orochimaru invaded. Tsunade looked at a slightly emotional Jiraiya as she asked, "What happened? What did she do?" He looked down in shame. I remember her talking to me one day about how the world was too cruel and life was unfair. She was a very angry individual who couldn't stand the sight of seeing other people happy. She asked me what I thought about killing. I regret what I told her. The Hokage tensed in anticipation before Jiraiya finished. I told her that some people deserve to die. It is not something that I'm proud of, but it was the truth. Tsunade cut in, "That's unfortunate, but it's something not uncommonly seen in orphans." Jiraiya sighed deeply. Apparently she took it to heart, because one day, she and I were on a training trip in Earth Country and we stopped at this village. We got a couple of rooms at an inn and stayed for a few days. I went to the hot springs one afternoon to get inspiration for my book. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him as he continued, and she decided to go eat at one of the nice restaurants in town. Several hours later I heard screaming and shouting coming from outside. I gathered myself and went to the center of the commotion and I saw Conan standing over dozens of bodies covered in blood. Tsunade looked horrified as the story unraveled. Apparently, a rich woman had flaunted herself over Conan, making fun of her for being a lone kunoichi in the restaurant. I don't know the whole story, but I learned from several of the survivors that the woman called Conan a lonely wretch who would never find true love. Judging by the devastation and the death, I assumed something in the girl snapped that day. By the time I arrived, I was too late to save the 30 or so people she killed. I asked her why she did it and she told me something that gives me nightmares to this day: they deserve to die. Jiraiya was silent for a moment as he felt self-pity wash over him. I didn't try to stop her as she ran away from the town. I wandered around for a year after she left, and had nightmares about it ever since. To think I created the monster she is today. She was 15 years old, and she killed 34 innocent people. I was there, and I should have stopped her, but something in me couldn't do it. All of those people, their blood is on my hands and not hers. Jiraiya, it wasn't your fault, you could never have. He snapped back at her, interrupting her sentence. It was my fault, Tsunade. I'm responsible for every single person she has killed, which is a number I only dread to hear. I should have made her understand, I should have helped her. I failed her, just like I failed Minato and just like I failed Naruto. Tsunade shot him a devastated look at the sight of seeing the man upset. Jiraiya, it's okay, you weren't responsible for what happened to Naruto or Minato. The Toad Sage sighed as he looked away. I have to go, Tsunade. The woman gave Jiraiya a sad look as he jumped onto the open window. Jiraiya. He turned to look at her, but she couldn't find the words to speak as his sorrow deepened. I'll be at my house, Tsunade. I need to be alone for a while. He leapt out of the window, leaving Tsunade alone once again. She groaned in frustration as she yelled at nobody in particular, damn it. XXXXX. A brunette medic Nin was walking through the streets of Konoha, making her way to the training grounds as she casually passed groups of people who didn't even notice her. Shizen was very good at blending into a crowd. Despite her plain appearance, she was simply considered by all to be a nice and pretty woman, but nobody ever could suspect her of the dark sins she had committed. Being the Hokage's apprentice made her one of Madara's most effective spies because she could directly report all of the village's actions and tactics. As she wandered into the forest, she walked by several trees as if expecting somebody to show up. As if on K, a figure emerged from the tree behind her and walked next to her. She turned to greet the individual with a twisted smile. They are on their way. It is a platoon of the Hokage's Umbu, around 30 or so strong, and a strike team of Jounin, including the copy named Kakashi. I have also been sent as their medic. The plant maw on the figure's head opened up before he spoke. I shall report this to Conan immediately. Do they suspect? Shizen smiled darkly as she replied, no, the fools are rushing headlong into the trap as planned. Zetsu casually nodded before Shizen interjected, however, they have been curious about pain and are snooping around. They have sightings of pain all over wave, snow, water, and some countries. The man nodded. Yes, he has been tracking Orochimaru lately, which is why I have been able to keep a close eye on both of them. I sent Kabuto to lure him to aim where he'll kill all of Konoha's Nin for us. Zetsu's dark half began to speak. Orochimaru fled to Kusagakure, but all of his servants are still in Oto. He will kill all of our enemies there and all of the Konoha Nin in a glorious display. So it would be a very good idea for you to get out of there before it happens. Shizen shot the human plant a confused look. Kabuto works for us? Zetsu simply nodded. He's one of Tobi's agents sent to watch Orochimaru after he defected from Akatsuki. The medic Nin nodded in understanding as she handed a scroll to Zetsu. Here is a list of Konoha's patrol schedule and battle plans. I also have a book that I think Tobi might want to see. Shizen pulled a book out of her coat, handing it to the robed aloe vera man. Zetsu read the title out loud. Rikudo Sanin, I shall deliver this to Tobi. Zetsu disappeared without another word as Shizen turned to head back into the city. She began to laugh out loud as she happily headed home to gather supplies for the mission to Amigakure. It's always the nice ones that turn out to be crazy. XXXXX. Back with Tsunade and Sakura, a conversation was raging. Tsunade-sama, I can't work with them, they all think I'm responsible for Naruto leaving. Tsunade glared at her for being ignorant. Despite whatever they may think or feel about you, you are still a shinobi, and you still have to work with them on this mission. I had thought that maybe after these 3 years of Naruto being gone you would begin to appreciate the attention and feelings he had for you, but it seems I was wrong. Sakura held her head down in shame. I know what I did was wrong, but at the time, I didn't think anything of it. It can't have all been my fault. The blonde woman shrugged. You were one of the catalysts to his disappearance, and judging by the things Sasuke says about you, I'm sure the others might feel the same. Still though, if you ever want to earn their forgiveness, then start acting like a proper kunoichi and not some spoiled whining brat. Sakura dejectedly bobbed her head. Yes, Hokage-sama, I'm sorry for what I did to Naruto. The Hokage gave her a stern look as she skeptically replied, maybe one day I'll be able to believe that, but that day won't come until Naruto comes home and you apologize to him. Sakura nodded and silence filled the office once again. Go join the others, Sakura, you are going to be one of the medics. Please think about what I've said. The pink-haired Jounin bowed as she left, walking past a bandaged man who walked in with a condescending smirk. So I hear that you have finally come to terms about the Fox kid leaving. We may not see eye to eye in matters pertaining to him, but I was correct in my assumption that he was mentally unstable. Tsunade shot Danzo a death glare as she stood up. What is it you want, Danzo? The man gave her a passive-aggressive smile as he spoke. Nothing at all, I just thought I'd check up on the status of your Jounin. Tsunade sighed as she looked around bored. They are en route to wipe out the leader of Amigakure. I sent many of my personal Anbu ahead of them as well. All we can do now is hope and pray. Danzo silently nodded as he turned to leave. Rest assured that my root agents are working night and day to find Naruto, though I hope you can face the truth when they find him. The almond brown eyes of the Hokage shot an angry leer at the man as he walked out of the room smiling. How the hell did Sensei put up with that motherfucker? She trailed off as she pulled out a bottle of sake and began to drink. XXXXX. Naruto had grown immensely powerful over the past 3 years. True to his own agenda, he had been hunting Orochimaru. He originally started his quest out of revenge against Orochimaru for killing the third Hokage. However, his reason changed over the years. Now he wanted to kill Orochimaru to remove any competition against his own plans for world domination. After Haku, Zabuza, and he had left Wave Country, they had been wreaking havoc all over the continent. All branded as notorious S-class criminals, they encountered many would-be heroes who were murdered and in some cases mutilated as they tried to apprehend or kill him. Pain was the #1 criminal in the bingo books across all of the shinobi nations, and nobody even knew what he looked like or anything about him, seeing as he killed anyone who identified him. The rumors of his companions were even more shocking to the world, especially to Kirigakure in general. During a brief battle with their Umbu strike team, one survivor made it back to Mist to spread the word of Zabuza and Haku's notorious return. News of the battle at Wave near the demolished Temple of Whirling Tides had left many nations terrified as well by the desecrated landscape. Members of different nations would flock to the scene to uncover more about Pain. They were all given call sign titles by the shinobi nations. Zabuza was known by his former one as the Demon of the Mist, Haku was known as the Sanguine Hunter, and Naruto himself had been known by dozens of different names in different parts of the world. One of the most common was Pain the Invincible. Many of the titles were bestowed upon him by the superstitious people who had never seen but only heard of Trio and the trail of death that followed them. Naruto had changed over the past few years in appearance as well. He was much taller now, matching Zabuza in height and build. The Jinchuriki wore something similar to a black Umbu outfit and had a medium-sized Umbu blade on his back. Zabuza hadn't physically changed much at all, but wore an outfit somewhat similar to Naruto's except his was white and black. Haku on the other hand had blossomed into a fully developed and beautiful woman. Her hair was slightly longer, but not all that much different. The real difference was the curves that had developed. The woman was adorned in a green outfit similar to her previous one, with the exception of some cleavage left out. She was as beautiful as she was deadly. Overall, the three were a force to be reckoned with. They were currently hot on the tracks of Orochimaru's follower Kabuto in an attempt to uncover where the Snake Sannin's secret base of operations was. Kabuto had retreated to Otogakure and the trio were on the road leading to the village. Haku sighed as they walked, "If we want to catch this weasel, why are we walking there?" Naruto gave her a casual glance as he replied, "Obviously he intends to set up some poorly assembled trap believing us to be fools, and then he'll make his way to some kind of getaway trail which will lead us to Orochimaru. So by giving him a false sense of security we're making it easier on ourselves." Naruto shook his head in annoyance as they continued walking. "God damn, this Orochimaru is one slippery son of a bitch. I thought we had him last year when we were in Snow Country, but no, it was just another false trail." Zabuza sighed as he swung his sword around his arm out of reflexive habit. "Yeah, that place sucked, but at least you got something out of it, Naruto," Zabuza chuckled. Haku cut in darkly, "Yeah, if I ever see that woman again." Zabuza laughed as he processed that infamous evening through his head. "What was her name again, Naruto?" Naruto laughed, "Oh, you mean Koyukiheim? Yeah, that was a bit of a random encounter, I guess you could call it." Haku's Hunter Nin mask was off and she had a displeased look on her face. "Encounter? That bitch is a rapist." Zabuza gave Haku a smirk. "Come on, Haku, you know it was funny. I mean, Naruto was a pimp after all." "I'm sorry, but I had to do it, lol." Haku glared at him as she responded, "That chick was just a slut. I can't even believe you slept with her, Naruto-kun." Zabuza gave her a glazed smirk. My little Haku was jealous. If she's a good girl, Naruto might just reward her eventually." She looked at Zabuza and sighed, "You're not helping me at all by encouraging this, Zabuza." Naruto finally looked at Haku and said, "I didn't realize this was such a big deal to you. Maybe if you were more upfront about it." The girl blushed madly and looked away, trying to hide her embarrassment. "I wasn't asking for." She was interrupted by an amused Naruto. "Oh? So you don't want it then?" She blushed even deeper before putting her Hunter Nin mask back on. Finally Naruto stopped teasing her. "Well, at any rate, I think Otogakure is just a few miles down the road." The group continued to walk silently for a moment before Zabuza spoke up. "Naruto, I have a request. If you would honor me, accept it." The Jinchuriki looked at the black-haired swordsman. "Sure, Zabuza, I owe you and Haku favors for following me these past few years after Orochimaru." He bowed his head respectfully as he began, "It's just, I can't stop thinking about Karigakure and all of the loose ends I left there. I tried to kill the Mizukage before I left, Yagura." Naruto stopped in his tracks and stared at Zabuza intently. "Speak your mind, Zabuza, we have a few minutes." He sighed as he continued slowly, "Yagura is the reason I left, because I tried to kill him when he ordered a purge of all with Kekai Genkai throughout Mist. Bloodlines aren't revered in Kiri like they are in your Konoha, they are feared. Yagura was the three-tailed turtle's Jinchuriki, so obviously I couldn't defeat him. I found Haku when I fled, though she was an orphan." Naruto looked at Zabuza as the man finished. "So you want to go kill this Yagura?" The demon of the mist nodded. Haku spoke up, "Yes, Yagura is a terrible person, who deserves nothing short of a horrible death." The orange-haired man nodded his head in understanding. "He's a Jinchuriki with full control over his Biju, but if anyone can defeat him I think you could, Naruto." The Jinchuriki sighed as he looked at the two of them. "I never told you guys about my past." They both looked at him intently since he rarely shared personal history. "I was an orphan my entire life. I told you too that, but I never told you why." The duo looked at him confused as he began again. "The fourth Hokage sealed the nine-tailed fox inside of me. I'm a Jinchuriki as well." Complete shock was written over Zabuza's face and Haku's, which was recently uncovered again. Zabuza asked shocked, "So that red chakra? That was the Kyuubi's? I had always thought it was part of the Rinnegan bloodline." Naruto shook his head sadly. "The life of a Jinchuriki is a terrible one, full of loneliness, fear, and hatred. I'm sure this Yagura had his reasons for being the way he was." Haku looked at her leader and asked, "What's it like, Naruto-kun? I mean, does the demon ever affect you?" Kyuubi began to laugh in Naruto's mind. Go ahead and tell them that you hear voices in your head, I'm looking forward to hearing what they say. Naruto ignored Kyuubi as he spoke, not really, I have full control over the demon, and with my Rinnegan I can use all of its chakra. Kyuubi sighed as heard the sentence, that may be, but you can't deny that it is only by my doing that you even got this far. Zabuza and Haku nodded in understanding. Zabuza spoke up, I don't hold anything against you for that, Naruto, and neither does Haku. In fact, it only strengthens our resolve in your leadership. If you wish this Yagura dead, I shall kill him in your honor, Zabuza. The masked swordsman nodded in cheer as Haku cut in, plus it would be a good way to strike some fear into the pompous 5 great shinobi nations if they heard that Pain killed one of the Kages. A chorus of laughter echoed amongst the three. Well, at any rate, let's go meet the lovely citizens of Oto. Unanimous cheering followed Naruto's comment as the three began to run to the village. After about 10 minutes, they reached the front gate of Otogakure and casually walked up to the guards as if they owned the place. The two Chunin standing guard shot concerned glances at one another when they saw the trio approach. Halt, what is your business in Oto? We were not told of any visitors. The second Chunin took one look at Zabuza and nearly pissed his pants. Yashoda, that's Zabuza of the Mist, and the Sanguine Hunter. So that must make him. The man looked at Naruto and was petrified as he saw the silvery purple eyes glaring at him. The other guard finished for him. Pain, oh by the gods no, why me? We're fucked shit shit shit. Zabuza shot the two an annoyed glance as he jumped at them at superhuman speed and cleaved one in half with his sword. The other guard ran away in terror into the village but was frozen in place by ice and he felt a hand grab his throat. Naruto held the man off the ground and squeezed his throat in a terrible vice grip. Where is Kabuto? Answer me now or Zabuza will skin you alive. The man was choking in a desperate attempt to answer before Naruto released him, letting his body crash to the ground. He began to cough up blood. I don't know, he came here earlier today and told us to await further orders from Girin-sama. Zabuza grabbed the man by his hair and pulled his head back as he brought the man to his knees in front of Naruto. Naruto looked at him carelessly as he casually spoke, accept the greatest honor of dying by my hand. The man started to cry as Naruto pulled out a kunai and slashed the man's cheek slowly before stabbing him through the heart and letting him fall to the ground in a pool of blood. He looked at Haku and Zabuza, let's go meet this Girin and find out where Kabuto is. They both nodded enthusiastically as they began to walk through the streets of Otogakure. As they made their way through the town, many of the civilians started to panic and cower as the group passed. Finally, they reached what appeared to be the largest building in the village and were surrounded. Umbu and Jounin jumped down surrounding them as they continued to walk unfazed by the arrival. Finally, a woman jumped in front of Naruto as well as two figures to her sides. The two figures were ones he recognized as Tayuya and Kimimaro. He gave them peculiar glances, wondering why they were still alive. The main woman had a beaming smile on her face as she inspected them. Well, what brings the invincible Pain and his followers to our humble village? Naruto gave the woman a death stare as he spoke. I am here for Kabuto, hand him over and maybe I won't slaughter everyone here. She gave him a surprised look as he began to laugh at her. She glared at him in anger. What makes you think you stand a chance against my entire village? Zabuza butted into the conversation with an amused tone. I thought this was Orochimaru's village? Or are you his wife? Daughter, perhaps? She retorted in an irritated tone. I am not. I am Orochimaru's second, and I was raised by him. I am Girin. Kimimaro spoke up in a calm voice. Orochimaru has offered protection and care for many of the people in this village, and your ill will against him and us is falsely accused. Naruto began to speak again. I thought Gaara had killed you over 3 years ago. Seems strange that you haven't died from your illness either. The Jinchuriki then shot a look at the fiery red head next to him and laughed. It seems you're still alive too, Miss Hothead. Tayuya started to cuss. How the fuck do you know about that, you fucking shithead? Naruto smirked as he winked at her, which only irritated her more. Who the hell do you think you are, just walking into our village like you own the place? She yelled as Kimimaro shot a super confused look at Naruto. He questioned, yes, how did you know about that? Naruto sighed as he elaborated, seems Orochimaru failed to retrieve Sasuke, and now he is wallowing in some hole unable to perform a single jutsu, and when I find him I will tear off his head and keep it as a trophy. Everyone present froze at the amount of killer intent that was radiating from Naruto. Gurren roared as she went through several hand seals. Over my dead body you will. Shotan, Susho 2. Crystal release, Jade Crystal Blade. A long crystal blade formed over Gurren's arm as she rushed Naruto with impressive speed. She tried to stab him, but he grabbed her wrist with unseen speed and began to squeeze. Everyone present tensed up as if they were about to fight. Naruto calmly stated, "This is between me and your leader." Everybody backed up reluctantly from Naruto's killer intent. Gurren felt the pressure of his grip around her wrist begin to hurt painfully. She tried to kick him, but he easily grabbed her leg and threw her to the ground. She jumped back up as she held her wrist in pain. Naruto spoke up casually, "Can you feel it, Gurren, the fear, closing in all around you? You stand no chance against me." She began to yell at him, "I fear nothing." She went through several hand seals and shot a barrage of crystals at him. "Die, fool." Naruto laughed as the crystals flew closer. Shinra Tensei. The invisible shield repelled the attack back at Gurren and she blocked the rebound with a crystal wall. What the hell was that? She asked, desperately confused as Naruto began to walk slowly towards her. She flew through more hand seals and a crystal dragon formed and began to pounce at Naruto. He sighed as he drew his sword and charged it in his hands. Futon, Ryujin Rasengan. Wind release, dragon sword spiraling sphere. The sword charged with a glowing blue spike of spiraling chakra that began to swirl around Naruto in the form of a dragon. It completely shattered Gurren's crystal dragon to pieces, raining down the fragments below. Gurren roared in frustration as she formed two more crystal blades on her arms and began to duel Naruto in a sword fight. The orange-haired criminal easily parried her attacks with his Umbu sword. She began to flurry her attacks relentlessly in an attempt to hit him, filling with kicks and flips or anything to throw him off balance. Unfortunately for her, he remained completely composed and continued toying with her. "Why the fuck can't I hit you?" she screamed in anger as she began to attack faster. Finally, Naruto grabbed one of her wrists again and stabbed her with his sword as he caught the other wrist that attempted to slap him. He squeezed them in his infamous vice grip and she fell to her knees in agony. He released his grip and began to pace in front of her, looking around at the crowd. As she knelt in front of him helplessly, he slashed her throat with one simple motion and she fell over dead. Everyone present began to back away slowly as Naruto started laughing. "If she was the best you have here, then the rest of you are doomed." Zabuza and Haku laughed at the amount of fear sweeping through the crowd. Naruto took a closer look at the body and thought to himself for a moment. She may be useful. A joyful chorus of Kyuubi's laughter echoed in his head. Best way to make an example of these fools is to make their leaders bow before you. He thought about it for a moment, and then channeled power from his arms at her dead body and felt the familiar swirling vision. Gurren's body was elevated off the ground and began to glow white. Zabuza and Haku watched, interested as they had always been curious of their own resurrection. Many of the Sound Jounin and Umbu whimpered in horror or simply fainted at the sight of a completely rejuvenated Gurren's eyes opening. She stood up in complete confusion as she stared at Naruto. He stared at her for a moment and she began to do the same. She looked at his eyes in complete shock. Naruto smiled as he began to speak. "Now you understand, I have the Rinnegan." She looked at him in disbelief as she tried to back away but had her wrists in his grip once again. The two surviving members of the Sound Five had destroyed looks on their faces. You killed me. How am I alive?" she gasped in shock as she looked over to Kimimaro and Tayuya, who continued to stare in disbelief. Naruto laughed as he shouted, "Because I am a god. The Rinnegan is all-powerful." She shot him an angry glare as she shouted back, "I don't believe in that superstitious shit. You're no god." Naruto kneed her in the stomach and she fell to her knees again. "If I am not a god, then why are you on your knees before me?" A super large crowd of not only Oto shinobi, but citizens as well gathered around the scene and stared in utter disbelief. Gurren finally felt a sense of hopeless defeat wash over her as she looked up at Naruto with a pained face and met his stare. She silently asked, "How did you bring me back to life?" A long silence filled the air as he looked at her, before he answered, "You wasted your unique powers serving a man who could offer you nothing but lies and death. Make yourself useful to me and I shall offer you far more than he ever could. I am your master now." Gurren looked unconvinced. "You presume too much pain. Orochimaru is my..." She stopped speaking as he cupped her cheek with his hand. She felt a surge of warmth flow through her body at his touch. "This feels so good. His hand is so warm," she thought as she began to smile. She experienced his chakra flowing from his hand and felt it washing over her. She smiled as he stroked her face, much to Haku's displeasure. Zabuza whispered to Haku with a quick smirk, "I told you he was a pimp." The masked hunter Nin only glared in jealousy as Guren stared at Naruto with infatuation. "This is merely a taste of what I can offer you," Naruto stated soothingly. Many of the viewers present at this fight were perplexed by the fact that Guren was allowing pain to touch her face. Tayuya and Kimimaro traded shocked glances as they saw Guren's face become flustered. Tayuya whispered to Kimimaro, "What the fuck is happening?" Kimimaro looked at the redhead and sighed, "Whatever it is, Guren-sama seems to be enjoying it." Tayuya shot a disgusted glare at Guren as she sighed, secretly jealous that the dead sexy enemy was seducing her commander. A blue glow of chakra surrounded Naruto and then it enveloped Guren as well. She spoke up, "Yes, you can offer me power." Everyone gasped at her comment. Finally Naruto stopped and offered Guren a hand up. She took it and he pulled her to her feet. She had a blushing face as she yelled for all to hear, "I am yours to command, my Lord Pain." Everyone bow. All of the shinobi and civilians present obeyed the order without question. Kimimaro and Tayuya, however, had not bowed yet. The white-haired man spoke up as he coughed, "Guren, are you insane? He's the enemy. Orochimaru-sama would have your head for this." Tayuya chimed in, "Bitch, just because you got a crush on this asshole doesn't mean that he's in charge of this place." Naruto turned to Tayuya and began to laugh. "Ah yes, Tayuya, was it? You certainly did have quite the mouth on you back then. I see nothing has changed." She shot a nasty glare at Naruto as she started to run at him with her fist raised. Naruto easily grabbed her fist as she tried to punch him in the face. She felt a strange overpowering presence around him as he held her fist. She stared into his eyes and found herself trapped in their seducing gaze. "Who are you, Pain?" she asked as her anger completely dissipated from the look he was giving her. Kimimaro himself began to wonder the same thing as he felt himself being captivated by the mysterious man known as Pain. Naruto laughed as pulled his mask down to his neck, revealing his face. Everyone was enamored by the sight of his face. Tayuya saw the whisker marks and saw the flashbacks of a blonde-haired boy in an orange jumpsuit. "You're..." Naruto covered her mouth as she was about to shout his name. She resisted violently at first but saw no way to overpower Naruto. Naruto looked at Kimimaro and Guren, "You three come with me, we shall discuss this in private." Guren turned to the large crowd and shouted, "Show's over, everybody! Return to your stations and jobs." The large crowd began to disperse as the three sound Nin followed Naruto inside the large building, followed by Haku and Zabuza. Many of the Anbu, Jounin, or even desk secretaries bowed low as Naruto walked by. One man even went as far as to shout, "All hail Pain!" The six shinobi finally entered a large room that Naruto assumed was Orochimaru's main office. He walked in and sat at the main chair, exemplifying the fact that he owned everyone and everything in the room. Zabuza stood next to him while Haku pulled up a chair and sat directly to his other side. The three sound Nins sat in the chairs adjacent to the main one. A long silence filled the room before Tayuya began, "I remember you, Pain, or should I say Naruto Uzumaki?" Kimimaro's eyes shot open as he looked at Tayuya for confirmation. "You mean to tell me that he's that blonde kid who defeated Sasuke in the Valley of the End?" She smiled as she nodded. The redhead gave him another glance and began to speak. "We were able to deal with your friends, they decided to flee. Me and Kimimaro were the only survivors, unfortunately. Still though, we did witness your battle with Sasuke." Kimimaro nodded his head as he spoke. "Yes, it was quite impressive. Unlike the trash that followed you on that mission, you were the one who did everything. We didn't dare to attack you after that display." Naruto held his hand up. "Don't flatter me, that was a terrible day for me. It was the day I realized how much I hated the world." Everyone in the room watched Naruto as he had a distant, sad look on his face. Tayuya stared at him before asking, "Why did you leave, if you don't mind me asking?" Naruto continued to remain silent as the group traded confused shrugs at his depressed face. Guren looked at him and calmly added, "Don't answer her, Pain, I mean Naruto. It's probably something he's not proud of." Tayuya. The redhead shot the woman a glare as she disregarded her comment. "I want to know, damn it. You seemed so intent on bringing back Sasuke. LOL, I had to do it, sorry Sasuke. and then you leave the village right afterwards. There must be some reason why. Naruto sighed as he looked at the redhead. My reasons for leaving don't matter, my goals now are the only things that matter. You three shall pledge yourselves to my cause and help me kill Kabuto and Orochimaru. Zabuza leaned against the wall with a smile on through his masked face. God, I love that kid, just walks in and takes over a whole village with no effort, and then simply demands their leaders serve him. Haku spoke up skeptically. How can you trust them, Naruto-kun? They are Orochimaru's most powerful and loyal subordinates. The Jinchuriki stood up from his chair and walked over to Gyurin. She immediately stood up and knelt at his feet as she began to speak. I would be honored to serve you, Naruto, in any way you would ever want. Haku rolled her eyes at Gyurin's veiled sex invitation. Kimimaro stood up and said, I can't betray Orochimaru, he was my savior and was there for me during all the dark times of my life. Tayuya glanced at him annoyed. Stop being such a pussy, Kimimaro. Orochimaru sacrificed people for his own ends, he can't promise you anything anymore, but Naruto-kun can. Gyurin looked at Tayuya and started to chuckle. Naruto-kun, is it? I never thought I'd see the day Tayuya uses honorifics. Haku cut into the conversation with an annoyed huff. So are you two joining or not? If you don't, Naruto-kun will slay you and we'll be on our way. Zabuza began to laugh as he added, yeah, we really need to catch Four Eyes and cut off his legs. Naruto looked over to the two survivors of the Sound Five and they both knelt down to him. Kimimaro began, I can't deny your power, Naruto-sama, your generosity is undeniable and you are worthy for me to serve. The Genjutsu master bowed her head and spoke, I'll follow you as well. From the things I've heard and seen about you, you are one stone-cold badass. I'm your girl, Naruto-kun. Tayuya blushed as she made eye contact with Naruto, and quickly looked away. Gyurin looked over with a slight glare at that as she raged in her head, his girl my ass, you better watch yourself, Red. I'm the alpha female here. Haku's mind was running along a similar thought process, shit, now I have competition for him. I will murder these bitches if any of them touch him. Zabuza looked around the room at all of the kunoichi and laughed to himself, oh shit, I'm going to write a bestseller to rival Aika Aika Paradise if this kind of sexual tension keeps flying around. Naruto looked around at the five shinobi and nodded, very well, Otogekure belongs to me now. This will be one of our bases of operation. Gyurin walked over to Naruto, I know where Kabuto is. The orange-haired shinobi looked at her for a moment waiting for an answer. He was here several hours before you came, told me he was heading for Amagekure to meet up with Orochimaru. Naruto smiled as he pulled his mask back on, you three are coming with us, Orochimaru shall see his last day soon. Kimimaro spoke up in a worried voice, I'm not sure if you've heard this or not, but AIM recently had all of its leaders wiped out. They say that Hanzo was single-handedly defeated by a woman named Konan. Mixed looks of interest or confusion were prevalent. Haku spoke up, Hanzo the salamander? Somebody killed him one-on-one? Tayuya answered her, Kabuto was talking to us about it this morning. He said that she battled him a few miles from the village, turned everything within 5 square miles into a charred crater. She took his breathing mask as a trophy, it was the only thing left from what I hear. Gyurin nodded as she cut in to finish, the people of AIM call her the Angel of Death, I've only seen her one time in my travels with Orochimaru. She wasn't what you'd be expecting, she is barely into her 20s. Everyone shot her looks of disbelief before Naruto said, if she gets in my way she'll die as well. They all nodded at their leader's unwavering resolve as he began to speak again, by the way, don't call me by my actual name in public. I want to keep my identity a secret from Konoha. The 5 shinobi followed their leader out of the office as he began to leave. Upon exiting the building he found a large gathering of shinobi surrounding it. A random jounin spoke up, this man has Gyurin-sama under some kind mind-controlling jutsu. I cannot allow you to leave. Gyurin looked at the man and started to laugh, I don't know if you caught the memo but Pain is in charge of Oto now. The man looked shocked as Naruto walked up to him, is he the PIN? Naruto sighed as he stared at the man and he began to enunciate for all around to hear, I am assuming control of this village. Your leaders have already pledged their loyalty to me. Join my cause and be a part of the revolution, or join Orochimaru on dead on a pike when I find him. Everyone present bowed low and the jounin even took it a step further by pledging, your reputation is an accurate one, Lord Pain, we the people of Oto shall stand with your cause, even against our former leader Orochimaru. Naruto smiled as he began to take his leave of Otogakure. The citizens continued to bow as Naruto left through the south gate with his followers. XXXXX. A white-haired man had been watching the scene through a spyglass the entire time and grimaced in horror as the people of Oto once again bowed to pain. Oh shit, Orochimaru is going to be pissed about this. He began to run away from the village at high speed as he dared not look back in fear of pain capturing him. As he passed under a tree, he was stopped by the sound of a familiar voice. You seem worried, Kabuto. Has the plan been compromised? The white-haired man turned to see a familiar plant-like man standing behind him. Zetsu, what is it you want? The plant maw on his head opened as Zetsu replied plainly. I need to know if everything is going according to plan. Tobi won't like it if you fail him again. Kabuto looked over his shoulder worried. There has been a strange occurrence in Oto. It seems pain didn't destroy the village as we had predicted. I saw all of Orochimaru's followers bowing to him. My guess is he took over the village. The normally calm Zetsu had a concerned look on his face. That is a very unsettling turn of events. I will inform Tobi, but I still need you to continue to aim as planned. This may still be salvageable. Kabuto held his head down in fear. Conan can offer me some protection, I hope? I just saw him walk in and take over Otogakure in an hour, and there is no way I am fighting him. Zetsu shrugged at Kabuto's fear carelessly. Do your job and you'll survive. If you fail, then I will be sent to eat you. Zetsu's plant maw closed as he forged back into a nearby tree. Kabuto didn't take a second to think as he began to run southwest. His mind wandered as he ran. So, Pain has the Rinnegan. Tobi's plan may work, but I think he seriously underestimates what Pain is capable of. Uchiha pride, I suppose. Chapter 7, God's Angel. Close to the borders of Fire Country, a group was making their way through the forest at moderate speed. Among this party of ninja included the former Rookie 9 from Konoha, Kakashi, Yamato, Enko, Shizune, and Neji. Following the masked silver-haired man in unison, they had made decent progress through the chaotic borders of the country without detection. Kakashi raised his arms signaling them to stop. Wait guys, somebody is coming. The large group suddenly stopped as they were intercepted by a group of Sunagakure shinobi. The Sunanin were silent for a moment, staring the group down. Finally, a man stepped up who had 2 purple streaks down his face and brown hair. Ah, I heard that Konoha was sending a strike team to aim to assassinate Conan. The Kazekage would like to pay his regards by offering his aid. Several looks of relief shot through the Konoha shinobi as the two sides eased up. The brown-haired man spoke again. Who's in charge here? We'd like to join your forces for the assault. Kakashi stepped forward and held his hand up with a serious look on his face. We won't turn down help. Most of my men assume we're going on a suicide mission. By the way, do you have any more intel on this Conan? The brown-haired man sighed as he looked down. We were hoping to ask you the same thing. The only thing Garasama, our Kazekage, has learned is that she planned on cutting off Earth, Wind, and Fire countries from each other to mount separate offensives. Kakashi raised his one visible eyebrow. She must be pretty arrogant to think she could take down of the 5 great shinobi nations. The man looked away from Kakashi and groaned. Our spies say she was conquering pieces of Earth country. If that's the case, I assume she needs to take IWA out first. Sakura spoke up into the conversation. Hey, I know you. You're Kankuro, right? Kankuro looked at the pink-haired girl and laughed. Yeah, that's me, but I'll sign your autograph later, bubblegum babe. Sakura shot him a cheap smile. Yamato cut in. Should we set up camp for the night, Kakashi? It'd be a good idea to pool our knowledge and formulate a plan. The silver-haired Jounin nodded and the two groups began to unpack and set up tents into a camp. Kakashi had a map pulled out and was sitting next to Kankuro as he went over the plan with the group. Okay, Tsunade Zumbu plan on going in the first wave and clearing a path through the city for us. They have set up a perimeter around our entry point near the southern part of the village here. Kakashi pointed to another map of Amagakure. If we move fast and stay together, we can take this Conan out. No heroics from anybody though. If she took out Hanzo, she could kill any one of us alone. Kiba began to speak. Shit, I should have just stayed on the tracker squad with my sister. An amused chorus of laughter followed his comment before Shikamaru entered. Yes, you're correct in assuming that we can get there fast, Kakashi, but what about her bodyguards? I'm assuming she has some. The one-eyed Jounin looked back at him and replied, that will be an issue, but that's why we need to stick together. I'm not sure what this Conan is capable of, but I know for a fact that it'll take several of us to fight her and the rest hold off her guards. Ino decided to give input. Maybe I can use my mind transfer technique, or Shikamaru can subdue her with his shadow jutsus. Anko began to laugh at her comment. Good luck with that, I doubt you'd live long enough to do that technique. Ino shot back a quick glare before sighing. I suppose not, but we need to think this through. Shikamaru nodded as he spoke up. My Kage main no jutsu, shadow possession/imitation, is our best means to subdue and eliminate her. Kakashi nodded as he continued. I agree, but you won't be able to get it off unless we have 2 or 3 experienced people draw her attention away from you. Shino began to speak, much to everybody's surprise. I don't like this plan. What do we do if it fails? Sakura cut in desperately. It's not going to fail, you downer. Shino pulled off his glasses and gave the group a worried look. It's just, my father died to bring this information to Konoha. Looks of shock were evident as he looked at Kakashi. You're going to have one chance. I doubt our odds tremendously. Don't hesitate to go all out on her. Many in the groups nodded and others gave the man a sad look as he put his glasses back on. I will avenge my father or die trying. Let me be the one to draw her attention. Kakashi looked flabbergasted as he flat out stared at the man. No way, if anyone has to do it, I'll be the guinea pig. If I die, the group falls to Yamato. The morale of the large attack force began to plummet at the thought of Kakashi dying. Kankuro spoke up. You guys won't be alone, I'd gladly die to secure our alliance. It's what my brother would want. A serious feeling of dread and self-sacrifice was sweeping through the hopeless group before Anko broke the tension. Shit, you guys need to lighten the fuck up. Ever heard of a self-fulfilling prophecy? If you keep telling yourself you're gonna die, guess what? You will. Several nodded and Kakashi backed up the statement. She's right, everybody. Just hope for the best and we'll see this mission through. Morale was starting to climb again as several of the Suna Nin and Konoha Nin began to mingle and converse. The group all sat around a large fire enjoying what would be for some their last meal. Anko began to tune out the conversations convening between the two groups as her mind started to wander. I wonder if I'll ever see Naruto again. Fuck, why didn't I go with him when he left? Now I'm stuck on some suicide mission with these hopeless idiots. Kankuro sat next to her and had a playboy look on his face. So, what's your name, miss? Anko shot him a death glare as she was stricken from her thoughts. I'm Miss Go Fuck Off and Die. She answered him, much to his displeasure. He gave her a confused look as he sighed. I'm just trying to lighten your mood up. You seem a bit distant compared to the others. She looked at him for a moment before groaning in response. Yeah, I have just been thinking about a certain somebody. Kankuro raised an eyebrow as he immediately caught what she meant. Oh? And is this somebody thinking of you too? Anko began to blush as she looked away. I hope so. He began to chuckle at her embarrassment as he spoke. Oh, okay, so you're just worried you won't ever get a chance to tell him how you feel? She looked at him in surprise at his psychological evaluation. Yeah, how did you know? Kankuro shot her another player look as he laughed to himself. Dr. Kankuro is the love guru. I can tell when the babes are distracted. She shot him a skeptical look as she retorted. I bet it works really well for you. He turned his head in irritation. Hey now, no sarcasm, Miss Go Fuck Off and Die. She laughed at his foolish remark before he sat down next to her. Well, in all seriousness, if you really love this guy, then nothing is going to happen if you just sit around and wait for him. After you get back from this mission, you should go tell him first thing. Don't make fun of Kankuro the love guru, Dr. Phil too emo. She smiled as she pictured Naruto, and then she pictured ripping off his clothes and raping him. A beaming grin came to her face before Kankuro added, my work is done. By the way, if things don't work out with your mystery guy, then I'm single and looking for love. She shot him an amused look as she replied, in your dreams, hotshot. Thanks for the talk though. Kankuro smiled as he walked away. Unfortunately for Anko, Hinata had overheard her conversation and decided to pester her for information. So, Anko-san, tell me about this mystery guy of yours. She looked at the Hyuga hesitantly as she began to think. You're the last person I'd ever tell, you stalker. Hinata looked at Anko expecting some kind of answer before she sighed. Well, it's kind of a secret and I don't want everybody knowing about it before I tell him how I feel. Hinata gave her an excited look as she complained. Come on, Anko, you know you want to tell me. Is he in our group now? She looked at the blue-haired Hyuga in irritation before she said, it's none of your damn business, but no he isn't. I missed my chance and now he's gone. Hinata began to piece things together in her mind, so he's not in Konoha? Anko reluctantly nodded her head as Hinata began to frown. You mean, you can't be serious, Anko, that's just wrong. She shot a fierce look at Hinata before replying, nothing's wrong with it, I'm in love with him, what's wrong is you lack any kind of spine to stop me. I understand him, you don't. Hinata for the first time ever had an angry look on her face before she retorted venomously, you're a sick whore, how dare you try and steal my man? Anko began to laugh as she leered at Hinata darkly, last I checked, you don't know a thing about him, oh wait you do because you stalked him every day because you lacked the backbone to do anything. The blue-haired girl stood up and activated her Byakugan. Anko laughed as she stood up and pulled out a kunai. The loud camp began to get quiet as they had recently noticed Anko draw a weapon. I'm gonna cut that pretty little face of yours up, you Hyuga bitch. Hinata angrily began to shout back, you fucked with the wrong bitch, you home-wrecking slut. Anko began to laugh as she replied, all's fair in love and war. Suddenly Niji jumped in between the two of them and yelled, what the hell is going on over here? You girls need to calm down. Anko huffed as she began to walk to her tent, ignoring all the weird looks people were giving her as she zipped it up. Niji turned to Hinata, Hinata, what were you two arguing about? Hinata gave him an icy glare as she coldly stated, nothing, don't talk to me. Everyone was shocked to see the normally calm and kind Hyuga girl in a bad mood. Sasuke looked at her face and inwardly contemplated, nothing gets her that emotional, except Naruto. The raven-haired Uchiha looked to Hinata as she sat down at the campfire and stared into the burning embers blankly. Anko must have said something about Naruto, that's the only explanation for her to outburst like this. Many in the group continued to go back to their conversations, but some were still staring at Hinata. Among this group included most of Rookie 9. Sakura stood up and sat next to Hinata as she put her hand over the girl's back, if you want to talk to somebody in private about this, I'll listen, Hinata. Sasuke nearly choked on his dinner he had started eating at her comment, if you and her end up alone she'll eviscerate you, Sakura. Then a smile crossed Sasuke's face as he watched the scene unfold. Hinata looked at Sakura with a cold gaze as she plainly answered, yes, maybe that would be a good idea. Led on Sakura. The two kunoichi made their way a distance from the camp and Sasuke started to beam in laughter as saw the figures disappearing into the forest. What's so funny, Sasuke? Shikamaru asked curiously before the Uchiha shrugged, I don't know. The shadow user gave him a cold stare before waving off his comment and going to his tent. Kiba sat next to Sasuke and began to laugh. Sasuke looked at him and said, I bet she fucks Sakura up. Kiba looked at him and thought for a moment, nah, she'll go easy on her, I'll bet you. Meanwhile, a good 100 yards from the camp, two figures were sitting beneath a tree. So Hinata, tell me what's wrong? Sakura asked genuinely as Hinata stared at the ground. The Hyuga girl sighed deeply as she asked Sakura a question, Sakura, did you ever have any feelings for Naruto? Was there any reason why you constantly rejected him and cruelly used him to your own ends? The pink-haired girl shot a surprised look at Hinata, what's that got to do with anything? Hinata stood up and began to raise her voice, answer me. Sakura cowered under Hinata's rage-filled posture, I didn't at first. Though Tsunade-sama brought up a good point to me, ever since he's been gone I've kind of missed him. Are you still mad about me getting him in trouble? Hinata slapped Sakura in the face and sent her to the ground, he's too good for you, I never understood what he saw in you. The only thing I've ever thought of you as is a worthless Sasuke fangirl. Sakura looked horrified as she sat up and felt the bruised imprint on her face, I didn't mean for it to happen this way, I do care about him, but I guess I just never noticed until now. Hinata looked at the girl coldly as she stated, he could have made you happy, as much as it would have pained me to see him with you, at least he would have been happy. But you broke his innocent heart and his dream for Sasuke, and I don't know if you caught the memo, but Sasuke hates you more than I do. Sakura began to cry as she held her head against the tree, I'd give anything to see him one more time, and to tell him how sorry I am, about everything. Hinata looked annoyed as she interjected, you missed your one and only chance with him, if I ever see you lay a hand on him again I'll impale you and hang you in front of the Hyuga mansion as a trophy. Sakura looked down as she spoke softly, I guess that old saying is true, you never appreciate what you have until it's gone. Hinata sighed as she looked down at Sakura, I doubt I could ever find it in myself to forgive you unless he came back, Sakura. The pink-haired girl stood up and looked at her sorrowfully, maybe we can look for him after this is over, by the way what was going on with you and Anko? Hinata looked at her for a moment and glanced around as if she were being watched. Finally, the girl spoke up. It was about Naruto. Sakura gasped as she inquired further. What did she say? Hinata balled her fists in anger and punched a nearby tree, shattering it in half. Nothing you need to concern yourself with, let's go back to camp. Sakura watched Hinata fluster up deep in thought and went over the possibilities in her mind. Maybe Anko knows something about Naruto, but wait, didn't Hinata call Anko a slut? A look of shock washed over the pink-haired girl's face as she stopped in her tracks. She likes him too, huh? Hinata turned with an annoyed look on her face and calmly replied, yes, but like I said, he is no longer your concern. She continued walking back to camp. As the two came back, Sasuke had a frown on his face, sad to see the bruise that Sakura had was the only injury. She went easy on her. You win the bet, Kiba. The Inuzuka man cheered as he took money from Sasuke's hand. Sakura didn't bother to process the event as she decided to go to bed. XXXXX. Naruto had made quick progress with his large group through Fire Country as they headed to Amagakure. Of course, it wasn't as uneventful as he would have liked. His companions were restlessly arguing over nonsense as they neared their destination. Naruto-kun, what do you intend to do if Konan interferes? Zabuza spoke up curiously as he was bored of all the estrogen-filled topics. Naruto looked to the swordsman and he shrugged. I doubt it will matter even if she does. Even though she defeated Hanzo, she won't stand a chance against me. Guren broke away from her girl-related topic with Tayuya and spoke up. I have no doubt in your abilities, Naruto, but she isn't a pushover. Even Orochimaru fears her. Naruto stopped walking and turned to look at Guren, who wore a distressed look on her face. He walked over to her and she backed into a tree. Is my Guren-chan worried about me? How sweet, perhaps you want another demonstration of my power? The woman blushed heavily and placed her hands on his waist and leaned her head back. Maybe I do. A loud cough could be heard coming from the group behind them. Ahem, we don't have time for that, Naruto-kun. Guren will just have to take my word for your power. Naruto laughed as he began to walk again, followed by Zabuza and a very bored Kimimaro, leaving the girls trailing behind the two. Haku shot a smirk at the older woman, sticking her tongue out, making her glare angrily at Haku. The crystal user began to whisper venomously, if you ever interrupt us again, I'll cut that tongue of yours out. Haku laughed as she shot back, maybe you didn't catch the memo here, but Naruto-kun is my man, not yours. Tayuya entered the quiet conversation. Sorry bitches, you could tell by the way he was looking at me that I'm the best candidate for that slot. Guren looked at her and laughed. The only slot you're going to be filling is your own with that flute of yours. Haku laughed as she added, yeah, well, that's what your crystals are for too, bitch. Clearly you two are new and don't understand how things work around here. Zabuza and I have been following Naruto for 3 years now. Tayuya looked at her briefly and smiled. Yeah, and you still haven't closed the deal from what I understand. Haku looked flustered as she looked at Tayuya angrily. You'll pay for that one, bitch, just you wait. The redhead laughed and looked back to Naruto, staring at his defined body through his umbu attire. Where did you guys get umbu gear from anyways? Tayuya asked, confused as she continued staring at Naruto. Zabuza turned around, answered much to her surprise, we got those from some Kirigakure umbu who decided to commit suicide by attacking us. She looked at him and laughed as Haku stated, yeah, Zabuza seemed to have enjoyed the encounter if I recall. The masked swordsman laughed, yeah, well, those motherfuckers deserve it. I'm going back to Kirigakure once this is over. Kimimaro looked at Zabuza and sighed, my clan was wiped out trying to attack that village. The Bloody Mist is a very dangerous place. Zabuza turned to look at Naruto with beaming eyes. Yeah, well, you guys haven't seen what Naruto was capable of. I remember 3 years ago in Wave Country he destroyed an entire coastline with one jutsu. It was crazy. Kimimaro looked unconvinced as he stated, I seriously doubt that. I'd have to see it for myself. Not even Orochimaru could do things like that. Naruto turned towards the man and gave him a flat stare. Your religious zealotry towards that fiend is starting to make you look suspicious to me. I will tell you this one time. If you have any thoughts of betraying me, I will destroy you and your village with that jutsu. Kimimaro gave Naruto a sharp nod and a worried look as he turned to continue walking. I can understand your hatred for Orochimaru, but you must understand that he has done nothing but good things for me. It shames me to betray him like this. Naruto looked at Kimimaro again with a displeased look. I'm offering you something better, not a place in some weak secondary shinobi village taking orders from a maniacal power-hungry ruler whose only concerns are his own. I'm giving you a chance to fulfill your dreams in my service. I can make the nations tremble before me and grant a boon to all of my most loyal subjects. Tell me, would you turn that down? If you have a request, I will make time to hear it. The white-haired man thought for a moment before he spoke his mind. Orochimaru said the same thing. How am I to take your word over his? I am dying, as you know. Being the last of my clan gives me a sense of obligation to restore their honor. Naruto placed his hand on the man's shoulder and looked him in the eyes. I am going places others only dare to dream. My name shall be remembered for what I am doing. My legacy shall be written in stone and my power shall be felt even by the stars themselves. Stand with me, Kimimaro, and be a part of that legacy. Let yourself become one of my champions, and see yourself remembered for all time. The white-haired man was taken aback by the inspiring speech. Naruto's promise of power was undeniable to the group that traveled with him. He stared into the Rinnegan eyes of his leader for a moment before he responded. I had once dreamed as a child to become a legend, a hero. I've never thought about trying to do it, until now. You shall help me achieve my dream, and I shall serve as one of your champions. I am the Ashen Knight. Kimimaro's resolve echoed clearly, unwavering, as he formed two blades from his arms and crossed them as he bowed to Naruto. Everyone with the exception of Naruto was staring in shock at his change of heart. Naruto offered him a hand and the man took it. The Jinchuriki pat him on the back and continued to walk. Zabuza looked at the scene in awe. Those things he said, they seem so distant yet so close at the same time. He is so sure of himself, so dedicated, invincible. Nothing is impossible. Maybe we truly can change this world. The girls were staring at their leader with even more infatuation than before, if it was even possible. Guren smiled as she managed to squeeze in between Kimimaro and Naruto to stand by him. She looked over at him with a smile. My dream is only to follow you forever, and to serve you in any way possible. Naruto looked over to the dreamy-eyed woman and smiled back. He put his arm around her shoulders and whispered in her ear, I'll make sure you live up to those words later. See how loyal you really are. The woman practically squealed with delight as she stared at him. Your wish is my pleasure. Haku broke the two up and pushed Guren away as she stood next to Naruto. She looked at him with a grin and spoke, Don't forget, you owe me a favor, Naruto-kun. He laughed as he nodded his head. Kimimaro was standing next to Zabuza now and began to speak to the man. It seems Naruto-sama is very popular among the ladies. Zabuza looked at him and laughed as he nodded. Yeah, you should see this guy play off the smooth criminal thing. It's so funny. I remember this one time in Snow Country he walked into the daimyo's palace and demanded rooms for the night in exchange for their lives, so we all get separate rooms when we went to bed for the night, and I hear a bit of noise from Naruto's. So I go and check it out, and I walked in on the daimyo's daughter pounding into him. Kimimaro had a plain look on his face for a second before his eyes shot open. That is a bit too much information, Zabuza. The masked man laughed as he continued, Yeah, it was so funny because Haku was pissed, nearly killed the woman. But that's not the reason I told you that. You see, I've recently started writing in the journal here. Zabuza pulled out a journal. Kimimaro looked at it and read the title out loud, Chronicles of the Super Pimp. He looked over to Zabuza with a confused look on his face. Is there a reason why you're writing this? The masked man nodded his head. Of course, you see, I figure I can make a fortune if I write down all these stories about Naruto's love life, one to rival Ika Paradise. Naruto looked over at Zabuza, brought away from the female attention, and asked, You're doing what? The masked swordsman laughed nervously as he replied, Nothing, I was just talking to Kimimaro about Ika Paradise. Naruto laughed as he spoke up to the group, All right guys, enough fooling around, we have to get there soon if we're going to catch Kabuto. Everyone instantly dropped into a serious mood and the group began to follow their leader at high speed. XXXXX. In the city of Amagakure, a certain azure-haired woman was sitting on what resembled a throne as she leaned back with a bored look on her face. Konan had been ruling Amagakure for over 2 years. In that time she had wreaked nothing but havoc for the other shinobi nations as she aggressively assimilated smaller countries' territory and monopolized most of the trade around the western part of the continent. On more than one occasion she would think about what Madara had asked her to do. Despite his request, she found life pretty comfortable after she established herself as dictator. She hadn't even bothered with Takigakure like Madara had wanted, and had not even made an attempt to look for pain. Though the best thing she had done for Akatsuki was cause a beacon of chaos that drew attention away from the rest of them. She had, however, heard of disturbing reports about pain and the trail of death that followed him. Be perceptive, girl. You'll know what to do when the time comes. Fuck you, Madara, she thought as she glanced around her throne room with a bored, displeased look. Her mind wandered at the idea of Pain. I want to meet Pain. If I could get him on my side, I'd be unstoppable. A man suddenly ran in the room with a worried look on his face. Lady Conan, we have seen a large gathering of Konoha and Suna shinobi at the borders near Fire Country. What are your orders? Her amber eyes glanced at him emotionlessly as she went back to her daydream about Pain. He continued to stand there awaiting some kind of response. He watched her confused as she pulled a paper out of her pocket. She was twirling a piece of paper in her hands and used her chakra to fold it into an airplane, and it flew at the man. He caught it and looked at what it said. Conan watched him for a minute before she demanded, "Read it." The man nervously began to open the paper as he shook with fear. This is an ultimatum sent to Conan of Amagakure. By order of the 5 great shinobi nations, you are to surrender immediately and relinquish your power and submit to the obedience of the 5 Kages, or you shall force our hands. He looked at Conan confused as she twirled a kunai around her fingers. What do you want me to do? She looked at him annoyed and threw the kunai at him, and it slashed his face, leaving a huge cut. Blood began to pour down the horrified man's face before she stood up. You shall do your job, and if you don't wipe that look off your face, I'm going to kill you. Cowards are not accepted in my presence, be gone. The man nodded as bowed to the floor. Of course, Conan-sama, forgive my weakness. She gave him a pitiless look. Soon those arrogant fools are going to die. They will all kiss my feet before I kick their skulls in and stomp their eyes out. Get out of my sight, you pussy. The man got up and ran out of the room faster than the yellow flash himself could have. Conan paced around the room, staring out the window. She saw a familiar shadow come out of the wall, and it came into focus. It seems you have been enjoying yourself, Conan. Toby thinks you're starting to get a bit comfortable here. Don't forget your true purpose. She looked at a plant maw on the figure, open, revealing a split down the middle. Man, Toby can eat a dick for all I care. Besides, I'm doing what he wanted anyways. So the fools are on their way into our trap, I assume? Zetsu nodded as he continued. Yes, Shizen informed me that the Hokage sent a platoon of Umbu and a strike team of Jounin. Although you haven't exactly been given the details of the trap, I have also made sure Kabuto lured Pain here. He will intercept them and most likely wipe them out for us. She looked at Zetsu confused. What? Why did you bring Pain here? Is this one of Toby's plans? Zetsu remained silent as a third figure walked into the room. The figure was a man in glasses known only as Kabuto. She looked at the man icily as she restated the question. Did Toby tell you to lure Pain here? You are a fucking idiot. Kabuto had a concerned look at Conan's comment as he looked to Zetsu. You told me she would offer protection from Pain, Zetsu. The plant man's dark half began to speak. You have served your purpose well, Kabuto, but your services are no longer required. Kabuto had a horrified look on his face as he turned only in time to see Conan stab him in the neck. She dug the blade around for a moment before slicing all the way across, beheading Kabuto completely. Conan wiped the blood from her blade as she looked at Zetsu, bored. Bringing Pain here was a mistake. I can handle those Konoha fools without much trouble, but the Rinnegan is a different story. Zetsu looked at her for a moment and replied, Didn't he ask you to go undercover and learn about Pain? She shot an angry glare at him. How do you know about that? He looked at her plainly and answered, I know everything that goes on, I'm just that good. She roared furiously at him, Tell Toby to go fuck off, I am staying in AIM until we do our takeover. Zetsu sighed as he simply nodded. Very well, would you like me to quote that to him? She smirked at his hidden joke. I'll take care of Pain, and these Konoha pencil-pushing pussies. You got your report, now go. She waved off Zetsu when he left without another word. Conan looked at Kabuto's bloody body and just laughed at it. What a fool. Rule number 1 about being a ninja is never trust your friends. Conan picked up Kabuto's head and placed it on a pike next to her throne as she sat back down. Loud noises could be heard outside as Amagakure Jounin ran into the room panting. The group saw the headless body on the floor and looked over to their leader in shock. She casually spoke, he was a liability. People who fail to serve their purpose shall end up decorating my throne room. You, take that corpse out of my throne room. A Jounin began to drag the body out. Looks of fear were evident on the battle-hardened Jounin. Conan stood up and looked at them with amusement. Is there some reason you needed to speak with me? They traded worried glances as one man fearfully spoke up. Konoha Nin have breached the walls to the village. They are on their way as we speak. She looked at the man and sighed. Calm down, I will deal with them. Fear is the greatest weapon of any shinobi. Don't let this pathetic attack weaken your mental fortitude. They all seemed to relax at their leader's calm attitude compared to her usual bloodthirsty manner. She walked over to a wall and pulled off a mask that could only be recognized as Hanzo's breathing mask. Conan began to put it on, much to the surprise of the Jounin present. They feared Hanzo, they shall fear him in death as well. The group bowed as Conan turned to them with the breathing mask of the legendary Hanzo on. One man spoke up, "Long live the Amikage." She nodded as she heard a large explosion coming from outside again. The Ain Jounin all jumped in front of Conan as she sat back down on her throne and crossed her legs. Suddenly a large group of Konoha and Sunanin poured into the room, all with weapons drawn in battle stances. One man who Conan assumed was the leader of the group had silver hair and a mask. He had one Sharingan eye as well. The shinobi all stared at Conan in wonder as she stood up and walked over to them. "Well, isn't this cute? A bunch of wannabe heroes working so hard to come meet me in person. If this is the best that Konoha has, then I might take it next." How pathetic, she laughed as she inspected the ragtag team of Jounin in front of her with little interest. Seems Suna has a death wish as well. Not taking kindly to her condescending manner, Sakura spoke up, "We've come to kill you, Conan. Kanahagakure is the greatest shinobi village for a reason, and you're a fool if you presume you can defeat us." Conan looked at the pink-haired girl and began to laugh. "Well, you and I must be talking about a different Konohas if they allowed a pink-haired Barbie bitch to become a Jounin." Sakura gave the woman a glare as she violently retorted, "You've got some nerve, you masked freak, you wretch." Conan had a brief flashback of a similar dolled-up woman calling her a wretch and she boiled in anger. "What did you just call me?" Conan was releasing enough killer intent to drown the room in fear as she felt her anger rising. Conan's arm shot out a barrage of paper that flew around Sakura and dragged her across the room. The woman looked at the pink-haired girl suspended in air wrapped in paper. Everyone present in the room was too afraid to move as Conan pulled out a kunai and looked at Sakura deviously. "I would just kill you, but it'd be far too merciful. No, I want you to suffer." Conan began to slice across Sakura's cheek, leaving blood trailing down the girl's face, making her cry out in agony. Shikamaru began to go through several hand seals, Kage-mei no Jutsu, and suddenly shadows caught Conan in the jutsu. Shikamaru smirked as he boasted, "Seems you weren't as powerful as they said, or as smart." The woman looked at him mildly amused and began to mock him. "Oh, I'm caught in a shadow imitation jutsu. Whatever shall I do?" The others looked shocked as she began to disperse into hundreds of sheets of paper and reform behind Shikamaru. She stabbed in the back before he had a chance to react. Everyone gasped in horror as the man fell over bleeding. Conan casually released Sakura as she created more paper and began sending a barrage of explosive tags at the group. Most of them dodged the assaulting tags, although a large portion of the Sunanin weren't so lucky and fell over dead. Everyone looked shocked as they looked at the injured Shikamaru. Conan began to laugh as she looked to her Jounin, "Deal with them." The group did as commanded and a battle broke out between the two sides. During all the commotion, Kankuro managed to sneak out behind the door and started running away. "We need backup." Shoji managed to rush past the group and made a desperate lunge for Conan before she surrounded him in paper. Suddenly his form turned into a ball as he tried to break out. She went through several hand seals and the ball began to squeeze and a loud cracking sound could be heard. Conan looked up to see that her Jounin were getting their asses handed to them by Yamato's Mokuton jutsus and Kakashi's attacks. She sighed casually as she kicked the dead Shoji back to the group. A loud scream could be heard from the last of her Jounin dying from a Chidori piercing his heart. Conan looked at Kakashi and smirked, "So the fabled copy Nin himself thinks he has the power to stand against me?" Sasuke charged a Chidori and ran at the woman and Yamato launched several wood attacks to hold her in place. She easily avoided the two attacks as she dispersed again and reformed. Anko's snakes began to fly at her but were beheaded as several paper swords formed and sliced them. Conan laughed as she launched them at the woman who narrowly dodged them. Sasuke went through several hand seals and blasted fire out of his mouth, but it was countered by hundreds of paper blasts repelling it back. He growled in frustration as Conan levitated around the room and appeared behind him, elbowing him in the back of the head, bringing him to his knees. Yamato tried again to snag her in wood but was unsuccessful as she easily wrapped it in her chakra paper, making it blow up. Yamato began to shout, "Mokuton, Jabako Iso." Wood release, curse binding nest. A large tree formed around the floating Conan and held her still. Ino yelled, "Shintenshin no jutsu." Mind-body switch technique, Ino managed to land the attack on Conan, but it was immediately dispelled by Conan's strong willpower. Shino sent his insects to attack Conan. In a desperate mad dash at her, he pulled out a kunai and wildly stabbed at her, only to have his arms caught. She smiled as she wrapped his arms and began to twist them around his back. Cracking could be heard as she laughed out loud at the pain the man was in. She decided to spare him a bit longer and threw him down, carelessly staring at the group with a plain look on her face. She launched a large amount of paper and completely immobilized Yamato as she tried to asphyxiate him. After he passed out, she released the paper and it formed back into her body. Everyone stared in shock at how powerful she was. Sasuke spoke up again as he began to yell at her, "You can't defeat all of us." She looked at him amused and laughed, "Quite the contrary, none of you are even making a dent. It's so much fun to toy with arrogant fools." The masked man spoke up emotionally, "You'll pay for what you've done to them." Suddenly, out of nowhere, Neji and Hinata both jumped at her in a tag team assault as they tried to use their gentle fist technique. She simply dispersed once again into paper and wrapped around Neji in explosive tags as they slid up his body and exploded, blowing him and Hinata away. The rest of the group looked shocked as Conan reformed and casually strolled closer to the group. "Unfortunately, it looks as if your mission will have casualties. You have some nerve breaking into my village and trying to kill me. Those who sent you are fools. None can escape my wrath. Just look at this one." She pointed to Kabuto's head on a pike on her wall. Sasuke looked at the head in disbelief at the sight and looked to Conan. "You killed Orochimaru's right-hand man, so you're not on good terms with him?" She looked at him and nodded. "The snake is hiding in his hole, too afraid to face me. Soon his head shall be on the wall as well, along with all of yours." Kakashi looked horrified at the sight of Orochimaru's servant beheaded. He looked at the mask Conan was wearing and spoke up, "That's Hanzo's mask." Conan laughed as she looked at a serious Kakashi. His death was long overdue, he served his purpose. Anko looked at the masked woman in shock as she asked, "So you really did defeat Hanzo? I have to ask, why did you do it?" Conan looked at Anko with a careless glance. He lacked the strength necessary to do what must be done. He was a cruel tyrant, but a fearful one. He accepted his place in this broken land. The stagnant shinobi nations are too arrogant and divided, they must all be purified and reforged. I plan on changing that. The Kages will all kneel before me and gladly beg for death as I watch them crumble in defeat. I shall be the empress of the world and there is nothing you can do to stop me. The woman began to launch another super large barrage of exploding tags at Anko when suddenly, Shinra Tensei, an invisible shield blocked the entire blast, shielding the group from the explosion. Conan looked at the figure in awe as the smoke began to clear. She examined the orange hair, the pierced ears, the mask, and the haunting silvery purple eyes. Everyone turned in shock as they saw the man standing in front of Anko. Conan looked at him and smiled through her breathing mask. "Well, I never thought I'd get the honor of meeting you, Pain. Believe me when I say that it is truly an honor." Anko looked at the masked man in shock that he had just saved her life and looked at him up and down. He looked at Anko for a moment and said, "I owe you a favor." She gave him a completely shocked look as she backed away in disbelief. Ino eyed the newcomer lustfully as she looked at him. "That's Pin. Damn, he's hot." The rest of the group simply looked horrified that they now had two Kage-level enemies in the room. Conan looked at Naruto's whirlpool headband and smiled, "So I guess Itachi was right after all." A kneeling Sasuke looked up at Conan in horror and shouted, "You know where he is, don't you?" She looked at him as if he were trash and kicked him in the face, sending him to the ground. Blood began pouring out of his mouth as he lied, still watching the scene unfold. Sakura managed to get up from her ordeal with a blood-covered face and she looked at the man who had just entered the room. Slowly walking into the room were 5 individuals behind the man known as Pain. The conscious or surviving members of the Konoha strike team gasped in horror at the sight of seeing Zabuza, Haku, Kimimaro, Tayuya, and a woman they didn't know who was known as Girin. Sakura looked at the man in terrified as he gave her a death glare, causing her to fall on her ass and stare. Naruto turned back to look at Conan, who had a very interested look on her face. "I hear you've been doing some of my dirty work over in the east, wiping out towns, killing shinobi, causing mass panic. It's such a shame that you have to die." Naruto continued to remain silent as he stared at her. Conan turned her eyes to his companions and looked impressed. "Well, it seems you have Otogekure on your side, I see, and if I'm not mistaken those must be the 2 dead people following you around." Kakashi looked shocked as he noticed Zabuza and Haku walk up to their leader's flanks. Naruto finally decided to break his silence. I came for Kabuto, I have no interest in you. She looked at the man plainly before pointing to a pike on her wall with the man's head on it. Naruto looked at it and sighed, you killed my only lead to Orochimaru, he must die. I can't afford him interfering with my plans for world domination. Sasuke looked shocked as he asked, if Orochimaru's servants are following you, then why are you trying to kill him? Naruto looked at him and plainly answered, Otogekyure is under my control now, hell the whole eastern coastline is as far as I'm concerned. Konan giggled evilly as Naruto finished his sentence, Orochimaru is in Kyuzugakyure hiding in a hole, though he will be the least of your troubles once I start to conquer the other nations. I am taking over, it seems you are too much trouble to let live, but I find myself in a position where I could get much more use out of you alive. I'll give you two choices, bow before me and accept me as your master or die. Everyone remained silent awaiting Naruto's answer before he bluntly replied, no, I bow to no one. Sakura made an attempt to stab Konan in the back as she was gazing at Naruto, but Konan caught her arm and turned to look at the bloodied face of the pink-haired girl. She threw the kunoichi to the ground in front of Naruto's feet. Sakura turned to the figure and started to beg, please, help us. She was immediately silenced by Zabuza kicking her in the face. Naruto began to speak again, I was thinking the exact same thing except you bow to me. The two powerful shinobi simply stared at each other. Kakashi was watching the stare off and thought, this is what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Konan began to pace in front of Naruto as she looked over his group, you know, I kind of hoped you would say that. Suddenly Konan filled the entire room with explosive tags detonating everything in the room. Shinra Tensei. She looked over to see a completely unfazed Pain standing there. Naruto turned to his followers and he stated plainly, this is between me and her, the rest of you go to Kyuzugakyure and find Orochimaru. I'll catch up with you. The group had mixed looks of disappointment as they left the room. Haku voiced her opinion, are you sure, Pain? He looked at the masked woman and nodded. She reluctantly left the room as he stared Konan down. I don't know whether to find you arrogant or brave, let's see how true the legend of Pain really is. Sasuke cut in unexpectedly, wait, if you're Pain then you must know something about Naruto, what happened to him? Anko tensed up at the mention of Naruto and began to stare at the man curiously. Naruto looked over at the Uchiha and laughed, he died 3 years ago. Sasuke looked at him confused as he stared at the Rinnegan eyes in horror. Kakashi decided to speak up, are you really the sage of six paths? He completely ignored the man as he glanced around at the dead or injured shinobi. Seems you had no trouble with these fools, Konan, though I'm surprised you let this many live until I got here. She looked at him for a moment and nodded, I'm glad you appreciate my handiwork, such a shame that you won't submit to me. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Oh? Why would that be? She began to form her chakra paper into wings on her back as she began to float in the air. I think you know why. The two wings began to launch a non-stop blast of rapid paper shuriken. Naruto went through a series of hand seals and shouted, Yuwa Repusho, Beastwave Violent Wind Palm / Beastwave Gale Palm. A demonic claw of blue chakra shot out of Naruto's palm and blocked the rapid fire and attempted to grab Konan. She laughed as she split into a dozen paper clones and they all randomly flew around at him. One managed to grab him and exploded, launching him out the window. He landed on an outside rooftop. The rest of the exploding paper clones followed suit and Naruto blocked the remaining ones, Shinra Tensei. Konan flew out the window and began to levitate around him. Come on, Pain, I know you can do better than that. Don't play games with me, I want you. Naruto channeled his chakra into his back and felt two blue chakra wings emerge as he flew into the air to battle Konan. So you can fly too, we have such great chemistry. Naruto growled at her mocking humor as he began to channel chakra into hands. Konan watched curiously as a Naruto channeled wind chakra in one arm and fire in the other. He harmonically spun his arms and went through several hand seals, see if you can handle this bitch. A massive hurricane of fire began to circle the two and burned a large portion of the rooftops in aim as it enveloped Konan. Her chakra paper burned from the powerful fire as she swirled it in an attempt to keep herself from getting hit. Finally, she flew up as the hurricane of fire closed in and dispersed. She flew around and channeled more paper into a swirling death trap. Naruto began to charge his hands with chakra again before he roared, "Eat these raisin shurikens." The man launched the two large chakra shuriken at her with tremendous force. She made a wall with her paper, but they were cut in half. Shit, you're just full of surprises, aren't you? The two shuriken closed in on her as she took a deep breath. Her entire body scattered into paper butterflies and they flew in all directions, allowing the two shuriken to fly off into the distance. She reformed shortly after and began to laugh. Hanzo had the same problem, all of his most powerful attacks count for nothing since he couldn't even hit me. Naruto blared at the woman in anger as he drew his sword. She began to laugh at him. "You fool, you don't understand this yet, but you belong to me now." Naruto's anger rose. "I am a god, I belong to nobody." She drew a kunai as he flew at her with incredible speed and tried to hit her. She formed the paper over her kunai and formed it into a sword. An intense sword fight broke out as Naruto began to fly around her at incredible speed, breaking and smashing his weapon fiercely against hers. She would split every time he made contact, much to his annoyance, and he began to charge his sword with energy. The sword glowed blue with chakra as he began to slice the paper into pieces. Konan tried to block the charged sword but had her own paper one shattered as it flew everywhere. Naruto charged his sword once again as he attacked Futon Ryujin Rinnegan. A blue dragon made of chakra swirled out of the blade and tried to attack Konan. She smiled as she sent all of her paper at the entity, completely immersing it before Naruto realized that they were exploding tags. He was blasted a good distance away as he fell hard to the ground. Konan flew at high speed after him and formed dozens of paper clones made of exploding tags. He blocked the first wave, Shinra Tensei, but unfortunately wave after wave kept coming at him and he flew into the air to avoid them but was met with a tremendous aerial kick, sending him flying away at insane speed. Finally he crashed on the side of cliff edge and barely got out in time to dodge a storm of paper shuriken flying at him. Kyuubi began to speak in his head, much to his surprise, "This bitch a fucking god too, it seems. This is ridiculous." Naruto inwardly growled as he responded, "I've never faced an opponent like this before." Kyuubi started to sigh. "She seems like she's trying to impress you." Naruto stood on the cliff edge and saw her land next to him. She looked at him curiously as he didn't even bother attacking her. Konan stared at Naruto as she panted heavily. The look he saw in her eye was one of regret. The two stared at each other silently as rain began to fall down heavily from the sky. Finally she spoke, "We're not so different, are we, Pain? I can see it in your eyes, the hunger for power, the anger against the world, the overwhelming sense of loneliness. You must have been an orphan, am I correct?" He looked at her for a moment as he sighed. He pulled his mask off and threw it to the ground. She examined the whisker marks on his cheeks curiously before asking, "So they treated you differently because you are a Jinchuriki?" Naruto looked at her sadly as a frown graced his face. "You know nothing of my pain, I fight because I must. From the day I was born I was forced to fend for myself, I had nothing, and nobody." She looked at him sadly as she took off Hanzo's breathing mask and threw it to the ground as well. Tragedy was written over her face as she stared at Naruto. He stared at her captivating beauty but found it was almost sad to see her with such pain on her face. "I was an orphan too, nobody cared about me. I had to steal, live in gutters, and get beaten to get by. Pain makes people strong, it made me strong. How did it feel the first time you killed somebody, Pain?" He looked at her and sighed. "I felt nothing, and it pisses me off that I couldn't force myself to care about ending the life of another person, but after a while you just get numb to everything." She frowned as she replied, "The first person I killed was a rich woman, she deserved to die. They all deserve to die, for the way I was treated, for the way I was forced to live. I am a fucking person. Not a wretch." Naruto shot her a surprised look and stated, "We may have been born into the same shithole, but we're nothing alike. What makes you think any different?" She had an angry look on her face as she began to cry. "Why won't you just give me what I want?" Naruto looked at her angrily. "What is it that you want?" She shot him a furious look as she demanded, "Nobody stands against me anymore, I take what I want. If you don't give up I'm going to kill you, Pain." Naruto looked at her and felt a surge of rage flow through him. "Nobody steps on me anymore. Submit to me, Konan, or you'll die." She began to glare at him as paper wings formed on her back once again. She flew high into the sky, soaking more rain. Naruto followed her as chakra wings re-emerged from his back as he followed her. She roared at him, "Never." She began to surround the two in a typhoon of paper and they began to circle the skies. I regret having to kill you, pain. Together we could have been invincible. Naruto looked at her fiercely before he shouted back, I am invincible. Chibaku Tensei. The ground beneath the two shinobi began to split from the earth and started flying high into the air beneath their feet. Konan found she couldn't move her feet as the two of them were on top of a massive ball of earth. She felt herself sinking into the ball, tried to break free but couldn't. Naruto began to laugh, there is no escape from this. You're going to die. She smiled at him as he channeled his jutsu harder, if I die then you're coming to hell with me. Naruto was shocked as she suddenly began to laugh manically, Kami no Shisha no Jutsu. Paper person of God, I'm pretty sure, she's going to kill you both. Use my chakra and you'll live. The vortex began spawn more paper as exploding tags rained non-stop on the two. Naruto stopped channeling his Chibaku Tensei and looked up in horror at the non-stop barrage of exploding tags. He looked at Konan, who had an amused look on her face before he began to run at her and embraced her. Shinra Tensei, the shield blocked the hundreds of explosions surrounding him and Konan. He looked around desperately before he tapped into the Kyuubi's chakra. He felt the enveloping surge of red chakra surround him and Konan in a shell as the exploding tags continued to rain. The ball that had formed in the sky was shattered into millions of pieces as it rained down upon the landscape. Naruto continued to hold Konan as he fell from the sky and landed with a thud, only surviving from the chakra shell. After what seemed like a lifetime, the explosions finally stopped and the shell dissipated, leaving a completely exhausted Naruto. He looked up at the sky and felt the rain continuing to fall even after the massive attack. His eyes began to sting painfully and his head throbbed. The water felt intoxicating and he slowly drifted into unconsciousness as he released Konan from his grasp. The woman rolled over still in shock. She blurrily looked around as she attempted to stand but fell back over. She saw Naruto's unconscious form lying next to her and began crawling towards him. As she reached him, she leaned over his defeated form and pulled out her kunai as she held it over him. She stared at him in disbelief as she looked around at the devastation their attacks had caused. He saved me. I can't believe we're both still alive. Konan threw the kunai to the side and stared at the sleeping form of the man longingly. She hovered over him for a minute as she looked at his face. She felt tears begin to fall down her face again as she stared at his form. He cares about me, he risked his life to save mine even though we're enemies. Without thinking, she pressed her lips against his and soon felt an overwhelming sense of drowsiness wash over her as she passed out on top of Naruto. XXXXX. Kakashi and his teammates were carrying the wounded and dead teammates from their failed mission as they made their way out of the Aim Palace. Much to Kakashi's surprise, however, another large group of Sunanin led by Kankuro had been there to greet them and help them carry the wounded and dead. Kakashi felt sad as he looked at all the dead people, Chuji, Niji, and all of the Umbu that came with them. Shikamaru was thankfully still alive, though his vitals were failing fast. Several Suna medics were carrying him as they made their escape. Among the list of injured included pretty much everybody except for Kakashi and Yamato. Anko had strangely gone missing, as well as Shizune. Kakashi looked around for the women but couldn't find them. He became worried and sighed deeply. Sasuke stood next to Kakashi as the Sunanin began fighting their way out of the city for them. What happened to Pain and Konan? Kakashi looked over to a large series of explosions off in the distance and sighed. I'm guessing they are still fighting each other. I don't know what Tsunade will think of that, but we are in for some serious trouble if we don't get the hell out of here. Kankuro ran up to Kakashi and began to shout, Kazekage sent reinforcements to cover our retreat, but we need to get out now. The two nodded as they followed the trail of Sunanin out of the city on their way to Konoha. XXXXX. Shortly afterwards, a large group of shinobi were investigating the desecrated area in complete shock. One man shouted, "Over here, Shibuki-sama. We have 2 survivors." The man known as Shibuki made his way over to the scene and noticed the 2 unconscious figures. He took a moment to examine the 2 individuals and his jaw nearly hit the ground. This must be my lucky day, 2 of the most notorious criminals in the world, Pain and Konan unconscious. You 3 get the chakra restraints for them, double for each of them. My father will be pleased to receive our new prisoners. A random jounin spoke up, you mean this is Pain the Invincible? That's Lady Konan as well. Shibuki shot a fierce glare, don't do anything stupid. Those are two of the most dangerous people in the world. Judging by this mayhem, I'm guessing they had a battle. Take them to Taiki, my father will know what to do. The Jounin obediently did so and took the two with them as they left. XXXXX. Meanwhile, Naruto's companions were following Zabuza high speed towards Kyuzugakure. Haku looked back at the massive explosions in the distance and sighed. We shouldn't just abandon him like this. What if he needs our help? Zabuza looked at the concerned woman and sighed. I didn't want to leave him alone either, but his orders were clear. Orochimaru will be on the move once he hears of this battle. Guren nodded as she added, yeah, the entire region is going to be unstable for a while. Still, that means Orochimaru already knows about this. Kimimaro sighed as he stated, he said he would catch up with us. I intend to fulfill his orders without question. Tayuya looked at him and laughed, so loyal, Kimimaro, oh I mean the Ashen Knight. He gave her a glare as he sighed, I thought it was fitting, plus the rest of you all have cool alias names, Zabuza the Demon of the Mist, Haku the Sanguine Hunter. Guren laughed as she chimed in, well since everybody gets to have a cool name I guess you guys can call me Guren the Criddle Diva. Everyone looked at her with mixed humor. Tayuya laughed as she responded, sounds so scary. Hanat, guess I'll be Tayuya the Nocturne of Pain. Zabuza sighed as he cut in, well now that we all have fun little superhero names I suggest we go find Orochimaru. Guren looked at him and asked, what if we find him before Naruto catches up to us? Should we kill him? He nodded his head, I'm not taking any chances with that motherfucker, plus it'd be a gift to Naruto from all of us if we decided to bring his head as an offering. Haku sighed deeply, I hope he's okay. Guren looked back and heard a non-stop explosion echoing in the distance. They seem really hell-bent on killing each other, that's for sure. The group began to run faster as they disappeared into the distance. Unknown to them, a purple-haired kunoichi was following them closely. So Pain is Naruto, and he's trying to kill Orochimaru. Maybe if he shows back up I can beg him to let me join his group. She continued to follow the group stealthily, hoping they wouldn't notice. XXXXX. A masked man was sitting by a lake at the Valley of the End. He stared at his statue and looked at it with pride. Now we just need about 10 of those in every village inn. A dark figure emerged from the wall next to him and walked up to him. Toby, we have a problem. The man turned to look at Zetsu. So the plan didn't work? Zetsu sighed as he sat down next to the masked man and looked at him. Konan killed Kabuto as you requested, but she also broke the plan. Madara turned to look at the plant-like man as he sighed. That foolish girl and her own ambitions, what did she do? Zetsu looked at Madara and plainly stated, she engaged Pain in combat. I don't know who won though. By the time I reached the crater of the devastation, both of their bodies were missing. I am not sure, but I think that Konan killed them both. Madara felt an angry tone rise in his voice. What? That stupid girl, all of the pieces were falling into place, I had Pain in my grasp. Are you certain they are both dead? Zetsu's dark half began to speak. She used her most powerful technique. Nothing could have survived that. Madara looked back at him angrily. Damn, the Ninetales can't be dead. He will eventually show up again. I don't want this incident hindering our plans any further. I want you to find the others and tell them to meet me back here. I assume by now we can formulate our plan to capture the Jinchuriki, and in time the Ninetales shall reappear. Zetsu nodded as he stood up to leave. Before he left, Zetsu pulled a book out of his pocket. Shizen wanted me to give this to you, apparently it is very valuable. Without another word, Zetsu left Madara alone. The Uchiha read title, Rikudo Sanin, this can't be it. The sound of footsteps could be heard and Madara turned to see who it was. A woman walked out of the shadows and sat next to him. The nations are in chaos, Konohagakure is vulnerable. He sighed as he looked at the book Zetsu had given him. Where did you find this book? She looked at him and smiled. I guess it belonged to the first Hokage. I saw it on Tsunade's desk. She claimed that Itachi's brother found it in the nine-tailed Jinchuriki's apartment. Tsunade said it was a historical account of the Sage of Six Paths written by his grandson. It also has commentary from cultists and scholars. He looked at the book interested as he began to open it and read. Shizen spoke up after a few minutes. What are my new orders, Toby? He sighed as he looked at her. Normally after I have no use for my agents I kill them, but not in your case. He took off his mask and looked at her calmly. His serene face matched the statue barely 50 feet from him exactly. Shizen was staring at him in shock. "You're Madara?" He laughed as he set the book down and stood up. "Yes, you have served me so well since you were such a young girl, Shizen. You won't be going back to Konoha. Your informant days are over." She looked shocked as he offered her a hand up. "Madara, I don't know what to say." He looked at her and put his hand on her head. "Tell me more about the Ninetales Jinchuriki. You must have seen him before he left Konoha, and I am assuming Pain isn't his real name." Shizen leaned against the nearby wall and nodded. "His name is Naruto Uzumaki, he's Kushina's son." Madara's eyes opened up surprised. "You should have told me this sooner, why didn't you?" "Itachi requested for me to tell only him about Naruto and nobody else, plus I didn't think it would matter that much." Madara grabbed Shizen's throat and held her against the wall. "Oh? So you think it's a good idea to keep things like this a secret from your leader?" She was choking as she barely answered. "No, but Itachi threatened to kill me if I didn't." He released his grip, looked at her for a moment. He grabbed her chin and looked into her eyes. "I suppose it's not your fault, your weaknesses are my own failures as your sensei. I will deal with Itachi, so you can start by telling me everything about this Naruto." She looked at him as she said, "He's the fourth Hokage's son as well." Madara raised an eyebrow in irritation as he sighed. "Well shit, I had always wondered who Kushina's lover was." Shizen looked at him curiously and asked, "Did you know her?" An angry look crossed Madara's face as he replied, "Yeah, she was my only regret in life. It shames me that I had to kill her, but I needed the Nine Tails to attack Konoha. It only figures that her son is the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi now." Shizen watched as Madara had a scowl on his face. "That fox is more than just a biju." Chapter 8, Obsession. In the village of Konoha, a very pissed off Hokage was sitting at her desk looking out a window. "You got my entire Umbu platoon killed, and you had 2 casualties without even managing to get a single attack off on Konan. Kakashi, explain to me what went wrong." The masked Jounin sighed deeply as he held his head down in shame. "We underestimated our enemy. I shall personally accept responsibility for those that died and inform their families. We also have 2 MIAs. Shizen and Anko both just disappeared." Tsunade turned to Kakashi with a pained face. "So I read your report and you mentioned Pain showed up. What the fuck happened?" Kakashi shook his head in confusion. "I'm not sure what happened, Tsunade. Konan was demolishing us and then Pain shows up out of nowhere and saves Anko's life with some extremely strange jutsu. He and Konan were discussing Kabuto, who Konan had apparently killed before our arrival. It would seem Pain has been hunting Orochimaru." She looked at him curiously as she cocked her brow. "What happened to the 2 of them? Your report simply mentions your retreat." Kakashi looked at Tsunade fearfully as he answered, "Pain and Konan in the same room was something I never want to experience again. Thankfully they were enemies. Konan tried to force Pain to submit to her authority and Pain made a similar demand. It was like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. They were still battling even as we fled the city." Tsunade sighed deeply as she thought about it. "Well, thank the gods they weren't allies or none of you would be alive." She began to stare at Kakashi, making him nervous. "Tell me more about Pain. What did he look like?" Kakashi thought for a moment and responded, "He had orange hair, and an Umbu outfit on when I saw him. He also had many piercings in his ears. He wore a mask similar to my own which covered up the lower half of his face. His eyes were purple with a silver outline and had rings in them. My guess is it was the Rinnegan." Tsunade looked very unhappy. "That's not fucking good. I've heard nothing but terrible things about those eyes." Kakashi looked confused as Tsunade elaborated. "The Sage of 6 Paths was the only known person to ever have the Rinnegan bloodline. If Pain has it, that can only mean one thing, that he is the sage." Kakashi looked shocked as Tsunade finished. He sighed. "Is there anything we can even do against him then?" Tsunade laughed as she responded, "You said he protected your team, right? Maybe Pain isn't as evil as everyone thinks. He was also trying to kill Orochimaru. That alone makes him a possible ally. Maybe if we're lucky he killed Konan for us." Kakashi looked worried as he replied, "He said he wanted world domination. I don't think that qualifies as being a good guy." Tsunade interrupted him. "I'll send scouts to look for Pain, because I think he would make an excellent Konoha shinobi." Kakashi bluntly replied, "He won't answer to Konoha. Somebody that powerful is dangerous." Tsunade glared at him. "I'll decide that for myself." Kakashi was quiet for a moment. "You know, Pain knows what happened to Naruto. Sasuke asked him and he told us that Naruto died 3 years ago." A loud cough could be heard from the window, making both Tsunade and Kakashi turn to look. Standing in the window's entrance was a white-haired man with a distressed look on his face. Naruto isn't dead, his name is still on the Toad summoning contract. My guess is that Pain is trying to protect him. Both gave him shocked looks before Tsunade spoke up. Well, at least he's alive, but if that's the case, then that only reinforces my statement that we need to find Pain and see if he knows what happened to Naruto. A fourth individual cut into the conversation, unless Conan killed Pain. The three shinobi turned to see a bandaged man standing at the doorway with a smile on his face. Tsunade, I have important news for you. My root agents have uncovered some interesting information pertaining to the Battle of Amagakure. She raised an eyebrow and looked at him callously. There were several eyewitnesses we apprehended in AIM who claimed that Pain and Conan were both battling in the sky. It would seem that it quite the battle. Several kilometers from the village there was a massive crater covered in rubble. One man claims to have seen the whole fight. Go on, tell her. Danzo pushed a timid-looking civilian into the Hokage's office and he met cold blank stares. Forgive me, Hokage-sama. You see, I saw what caused the crater. Tsunade looked at him sharply and asked, well, are you going to tell me or waste my time staring all day? The man started shaking in fear as he began. Those two fighting, they were flying in the air. I saw some of their battle over Amagakure and made it close enough to see them create the crater. The man did this crazy thing that literally sucked all the earth below them into this gigantic ball, but what the woman did was suicidal. She did some weird attack that caused it to rain explosive tags for 10 minutes straight. If I would have been any closer I would have died. Danzo looked at Tsunade for a moment before stating, I've had dozens of agents scour that crater, but we can find no sign of either Pain or Conan. I'm assuming they killed each other. Tsunade frowned as she looked at Danzo for a moment. What? You're sure of this? He nodded as he began to pace. That's the only logical explanation. At any rate, we had two of the most powerful criminals in the world take each other out simultaneously. That's nothing short of a miracle. Tsunade sighed as Danzo began to take his leave. Okay, Danzo, we'll talk more about this later. As he walked out of the office along with the cowering civilian man, Jiraiya had a very disturbed look on his face. If I know anything about Conan, it's that she is a survivor. The fact that she would commit suicide to kill Pain just doesn't seem right to me. Kakashi looked at him curiously. Why? Did you know her? Jiraiya gave him an annoyed nod. Yes, she was my apprentice after Minato and before Naruto. Kakashi's eye shot open. Can you explain to me how she's so powerful then? I honestly doubt any of us would have survived unless Pain showed up. Jiraiya thought for a moment. Conan had a very interesting ability to fold chakra. I am not sure if it was a bloodline or not, but she could essentially do anything with it. As her chakra levels rose, I am assuming she became far more skilled at it. Kakashi sighed as he looked down. I'll say, we didn't even get a hit on her, she was toying with us the whole time. Jiraiya laughed as he responded, well, it's a good thing neither she nor Pain would submit to each other, those two together would be the apocalypse. I still can't believe Shizen and Anko just went missing. You have no idea where they went? Kakashi shook his head. I have no idea where Shizen went, she disappeared sometime before we made it to Conan. As for Anko, I have a theory. Tsunade folded her arms. Let's hear it, Kakashi. He nodded as he began. Pain had 5 followers when we arrived. Conan recognized some of them to be Orochimaru's lieutenants and Pain claimed that he usurped Otogakure. The other 2 followers were Haku and Zabuza. Seeing them alive was just wrong. Tsunade impatiently stared at him. I'm hoping you're coming to your point soon. He nodded. Conan told Pain where Orochimaru was, and Pain ordered his followers to go there. I'm assuming that Anko followed them. She was Orochimaru's former pupil, and I am guessing she still wants revenge. The blonde woman sighed as she turned to Jiraiya. What do you think about that? He looked down and shook his head. Being one of Orochimaru's former students is enough to make anybody slightly crazy. She probably hopes to find Orochimaru and try and kill him with the aid of Pain's followers. If that's the case, then maybe we can use Anko as a way to contact Pain. Tsunade nodded. I guess she was just taking initiative to find out more. At any rate, there's one thing that is still bothering me. That book Rikudo Sennin is missing. Besides you two, the only other people who were in my office before it happened were Shizen and Sasuke. Both men looked at her questioningly. Sasuke is the one who originally brought that book to me. I know he's read the whole thing, she sighed. Shizen and the book both going missing doesn't seem like a coincidence. Jiraiya had a worried look on his face. I think I saw her put a book in her bag a few days ago when you were talking to Kakashi and Sasuke. I didn't think it was that book. The Hokage had a pissed look on her face. What? Why would Shizune do that? She's one of my most trusted subordinates. Kakashi looked down. She did seem a bit off last time I saw her. Tsunade glared. What do you mean, off? He laughed nervously. I mean, she wouldn't stop talking about pain to Yamato, and she had this weird look on her face. Jiraiya cut in. Maybe she knew pain was going to show up. If that's the case, then Shizune might not be as loyal as you think, Tsunade. She only huffed as she turned to look out the window, one fucking bad thing after another. XXXXX. Madara was sitting down at his favorite spot in the Valley of the End, on a cliff edge across from his statue near the waterfall. He was without his usual mask, casually reading a book. Very interesting. Seems revenge and suffering are the main themes of this chapter. Pain makes one powerful, and they use revenge to harness that power. So the Rinnegan was born from pain. Kind of ironic that a Rinnegan wielder has the alias of pain then. So inspirational. Let me see here. Ah yes, chapter 12, The Man Who Became God. Madara eagerly began to read but was interrupted by a loud cough. He turned to see Itachi and Kisame standing behind him. He stood up and calmly turned around to face them. Silence filled the air for a moment before Madara spoke. I see you two got Zetsu's message to return. Tell me, did you find the Jinchuriki in Lightning Country? Kisame answered, yes, they have two Jinchurikis. One is the eight-tailed beast, its container is the Raikage's brother, and the other is the two-tails container, which is the Raikage's daughter. I don't know if Killer Bee and Yujito are related, but in this story they are. Madara sighed heavily. They will both be high priority to capture early. The duo nodded as Madara stared at Itachi for a moment. So, I hear you kept Pain's identity a secret from me, Itachi. Care to explain? The Uchiha had a plain careless look on his face. No. Madara started to laugh as he paced around the younger man. I would prefer if we could do this the easy way, Itachi. The man continued to stare at Madara, and then a smile came to his face, confusing both Madara and Kisame greatly. Itachi began to start laughing as he spoke. Fuck off, pretty boy. The reason I didn't want you to find out is because you're Kushina's father, and would probably do something stupid. Kisame looked at Itachi perplexed and turned back to see an amused Madara, much to his surprise. Is that some kind of clumsy come on? Itachi, I respect the fact that you aren't a coward. However, Madara punched Itachi in the stomach at unseen speed and the Uchiha fell to the ground. Madara then punched Itachi in the jaw and an angry look flared on his face. If you ever bring up that stupid girl again, I'll put you in your own Tsukuyomi permanently. Itachi stood up and started to smirk. Very well, Madara-chan. Kisame just sighed as he glanced at Madara sitting back down and reading his book. I think Madara has a bit of a bromance going on with Itachi. Fucking weird-ass Uchihas, I think I'm spending too much time with them. What's with the book, Toby? Kisame asked as he noticed Madara carelessly ignoring the pair behind him. Madara turned to look at Kisame, annoyed. It's about the Sage of Six Paths. This book used to belong to Hashirama. Kisame looked to Itachi, who had a strange look on his face. Itachi wiped the blood out of his mouth and began to speak up. What happened to Konan? I've heard rumors. Kisame laughed. Who cares? Damn, is she a bitch? Madara turned from his reading again, annoyed by the question, and set the book down. The stupid girl tried to kill Pain. No, I mean Naruto. Itachi looked confused as he sat down next to Madara. You're serious? I had heard reports of her defeating Hanzo. I guess she got a bit too overconfident and thought she was invincible. Madara looked at him and scowled. Yeah, well, Zetsu said she committed suicide to kill Naruto, though I highly doubt he's dead. The QB cares very much about its survival. Kisame started choking. Wait, Konan did what? Damn it, I knew she was a bitch. Has to go off and kill herself before I can apologize to her and tell her. Both Uchihas were looking at the shark man perplexed as he started to laugh. Well, never mind that. Anyways, when are the others going to get here? Madara sighed as stared off into the distance. A few days, I suppose. You two get out of my sight until the others arrive. They both obeyed and left without a word. Madara looked back at the book and began to ponder. Naruto, if you truly are Kushina's son, then. Toby, the Uchiha was brought out of his thoughts by Shizune. You better have a good reason for interrupting me, Shizune. He stood up and turned around to see Shizune staring at him. Yes, it's just that somebody is here. He sighed as he began to look at her. Who? A blonde-haired woman walked around the corner of the cliff edge and smiled at him. You're dressed like those guys who recently came to Kumogakure. If I had to guess, I'd say you're Akatsuki. Madara looked at the woman curiously. She had a long blonde ponytail wrapped in taut bandages. She wore a mostly black outfit with a black and white shirt and purple gloves, and had a Kumogakure headband. Madara looked pissed. Why can't these people just leave me alone? All I want to do is read my fucking book. You have 3 seconds, exactly 3 fucking seconds to turn around and go home and I might let you live. She smirked as she looked at him. I want to know what your organization is up to. He glared at her as he sighed. Listen, little girl, unless you intend to go missing, I suggest you leave. This is your final warning. She laughed at the Uchiha and smiled. You don't look tough at all. How's about you tell me why your organization is snooping around the wreckage? Out of nowhere, Itachi and Kisame both showed up and landed next to Madara. Itachi looked at her and smirked. Seems she saved us the trouble of capturing her. That's the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. She is the Raikage's daughter, Toby. Yujito looked at Itachi and a distressed look came to her face. You're the ones who have been stalking my family. What do you want with me? Madara answered the question for her. We don't care about you at all. We need the Nibi. Yujito had a horrified look on her face as she realized she was in danger. You want the cat, you can face it. She began to glow with a fiery blue chakra. Madara sighed heavily as he looked to Itachi. Deal with this problem. Bring her to me when you're finished. Itachi and Kisame both nodded as Madara walked away completely uninterested. Yujito began to shout, Hey, where are you going, Amara badass? Get back here. She was completely enveloped in the fiery blue chakra and her eyes changed to a cat-like yellow. Kisame raised an eyebrow as she fell to all fours and began to grow in size. After a minute she had a full transformation into a miniature Nibi. Itachi looked at her and stated, You stand no chance. She growled as she leapt at the duo at insanely fast speed. Kisame pulled out his sword and began to draw her attention. She pounced on him and tried to bite but was blocked as he held Samahata by the hilt and the tip into her mouth. As she bit the weapon, it began to suck her chakra up. Kisame grimaced as the Jinchuriki tried to overpower him. Itachi activated his Sharingan. Black flames suddenly enveloped Yujito, causing her to hiss in agony as she thrashed about in pain. Kisame then regained a grip on his sword and began to batter the Jinchuriki with it. The fiery blue chakra was sucked into the sword as he furiously sliced away at the giant cat. Finally he stabbed the tip of the weapon into the cat's chest and sucked the rest of its chakra out. The black flames from Amaterasu dissipated soon after. Yujito was left lying on the ground barely conscious after she returned to normal. She tried to stand up but soon felt somebody pick her up. Kisame slung the woman over his shoulder and casually walked back to Madara with Itachi. Kisame sighed, I think you and I picked the right partner, Itachi. That went smooth. The Uchiha nodded, yes, Kisame, we have 2 suppression abilities. Plus our battle methods do complement each other well. Yujito began to squirm trying to get out of Kisame's hold, but finally stopped since she was completely exhausted. Kisame nodded as he sighed, yeah, if only it worked that well on the damn Ninetales. Yujito's eyes shot open as she asked, You tried to capture the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Who is it? The pair ignored her question as they made it back to Madara, who was reading his book again. Shizen was sitting next to him staring at him with a worried look. Kisame dropped Yujito in front of Madara and he looked at her for a moment before looking at Itachi and Kisame. Shizen, bind the girl. The woman looked at Yujito and nodded as she began to tie her up. Madara went over to the blonde girl lying against a wall tied up and knelt next to her. What do you people want from us, Jinchuriki? Madara sighed as he examined her further. She spit on him and he had a blank look on his face. Finally he just punched her temple, knocking her out cold. He wiped off his face and began to laugh. Keep an eye on her, Shizen. The woman nodded as Madara returned to his favorite spot and began to read again. XXXXX. Sasuke was brooding in the Uchiha compound in Konoha. In his dark room at his house he was lying on his bed staring at the ceiling as he began to think of Naruto. I guess he really is dead, but he did know Pain. Maybe Itachi killed Naruto. That must be why Pain fought Itachi. Pain did save us. He can't be completely evil. He was trying to kill Orochimaru too. Seems strange. Maybe he is trying to avenge Naruto's death. After all, if anybody knows where Itachi is, it'd be Orochimaru. Something's not right though, those eyes. Naruto had those eyes in the valley of the end. Could Pain be Naruto? No, it can't be true. Pain is the most dangerous criminal in the world. That's not Naruto. Images of Itachi came flooding into Sasuke's head and he boiled in anger. He killed everyone, our clan, mom and dad, and now Naruto, fuck. Screw this village, I'm going to find Itachi and kill him. Sasuke stood up and picked up his supplies from the return trip to Konoha, which he thankfully hadn't unpacked. He began to walk to the door. This time I won't be coming back until Itachi's dead, and I've discovered what really happened to Naruto. Sasuke began to walk out of the door to his house. XXXXX. Naruto was having a strange dream. He was in a cage in the middle of Konoha and was being pointed to and shouted at. Suddenly the hundreds of people surrounding the cage began to shout as the sky went dark. An eruption of insults began to spew forth. "You killed my mother, you monster." Another voice resonated loudly. "My two wonderful children, you butchered them, you fiend." He began to panic as the shouting became louder. "You're a fucking animal. You demon freak. I hope you suffer, monster." He felt rage course through him as the people shouted obscenities at him. He looked at all the people around him and he saw three figures walk up. One was Kakashi. "You don't belong on my team, demon." He looked around desperately as the other two figures began to speak. "You're such a dope, you could never be as good as me." The third figure was a pink-haired girl and she had a venomous smile as she spoke. "You are a loser, Naruto. What woman could ever love you? You deserve to be dead." He grabbed the bars of the cage and noticed his hands were covered in blood. Naruto exploded in anger as he reached through the cage and grabbed the girl's throat. Gasps of horror erupted as he squeezed so hard that her neck snapped. He began to roar, "Die!" His body glowed with red chakra and began to burn painfully as he destroyed his cage. Then he grew large and transformed into the Kyuubi. People were shouting in horror as he thrashed through the crowd, killing everyone. The sky began to rain blood as people were being massacred and Naruto soon lost his vision as it was enveloped in nothing but red. Finally he heard a distant voice yelling at him, "Pain! Pain, wake up!" Naruto's eyes shot open in shock as he examined his surroundings quickly. He was underneath a very large tree on an island in the middle of a lake, and was chained next to a huge pole in the ground. Across from him next to a chakra pole was a restrained Konan who was staring at him worried. He noticed the chakra restraints on his arms and legs and also noticed he was glowing dangerously with red chakra. Anger swept through him as he looked at them and he easily overpowered them and tore them off. Konan only stared in shock. "Pain?" He turned to look at the woman and growled. She only gave him a look of horror as he ran at her and kicked the chakra pole she was held to full force, snapping it in half. The red chakra began to pour out violently as Naruto heard an evil chorus of cackling in his mind. "She tried to kill you, now take your revenge." Konan managed to slip out of the chakra cuffs after he snapped the pole that she was tied to. Naruto was glaring at her fiercely as if he was about to kill her. Konan began to speak. "Pain, wait. I was wrong about you, calm down and we'll talk." He walked over to her and grabbed her by the throat and held her against the nearby tree. She made no attempts to resist as she stared at him sadly. "Pain." Naruto looked into her sorrow-filled eyes and released his grip as he began to calm down. The red chakra began to recede, much to Konan's relief. An evil roar was heard in his mind. "Destroy her." Naruto shouted back in his mindscape at the fox, "Fuck you." A deafening howl echoed in his head as the red chakra finished receding. Finally, he was back to normal, leaving a very relieved-looking Konan. She began to speak. "We're both in Takigake here right now. I don't know who brought us here, but I say we should go find out. I know we're not on the best of terms right now, Pain, but we owe it to each other to massacre this place." He began to look around and noticed a bridge nearby. Without another word he began to walk towards it with a blank look on his face. Konan looked at him confused. What's wrong with him? She began to follow him and spoke up. "Aren't you going to answer me? Pain, are you with me or not?" He turned around and glared at her. "You're lucky I let you live. I don't have time to deal with your bullshit. My friends need me right now." She was giving him a strange look and darkly replied, "You saved my life, Pain, or should I say Naruto?" His eyes opened in shock as she walked closer to him. "How do you know who I am?" She sighed as she elaborated, "I'm not stupid like those Konoha nin who asked about you. Judging by the fact that you told them you died 3 years ago, which just so happens to be around the time Pain appears, He stared at her and let out a long drawn-out sigh. What do you want from me, Conan? She looked at him oddly and looked away. Isn't it obvious? He glared at her angrily. Go away, you made your intentions clear. I won't bother with one such as you. If you stay out of my way, I'll let you live. He started walking off again with an irritated look on his face. Her blood began to boil in rage as she yelled at him, then why bother to save my life? Did you do it so I could suffer more? Did you want to see me on my knees at your feet before you killed me? He continued walking as he ignored her comment. She began to shout, Don't turn your back on me. She ran over to him and tried to stab him with a kunai. He caught her arm and then the other one as it swung in. She gave him a pained stare as he held her hands in his own, causing her to drop the weapon. Damn it. Don't walk away. Please don't leave me. Naruto looked at her curiously as she began to look down in shame. She slowly began again. I'll do anything, I'm so tired of being alone. Naruto let go of her hands and she looked into his Rinnegan eyes. He gave her a confused stare. You want to come with me? Why? She began to blush as she gazed at him. Nobody has ever done anything like that for me before. I just can't stop thinking about it. About you. Naruto looked at her shocked and spoke in disbelief. What are you trying to say? She gazed longingly into his eyes and began to whisper, You're not like the others, you understand me, and whether you'll admit it or not, you nearly sacrificed everything, for me. His tone began to soften as his angry attitude receded. Some beauty in the world is worth saving, such as yourself. I was wrong, Kanan, we are the same. I saved your life because you are a worthy adversary deserving of my respect. She blushed scarlet as he smiled at her. She knelt down in front of him much to his surprise and began to speak. I'll follow you, Naruto, allow me to be your second. Let me stand by your side. Kyuubi entered his mind once again, maybe she will be useful after all. Naruto gave the kneeling woman a confused look. Why the change of heart? You seemed pretty hell-bent on me serving you last I checked. She reluctantly began again. I don't care about that anymore, whether it's you or me, I just want to be together. He offered her a hand and spoke, Follow your God, my angel. Finally, she took his hand and he brought her to her feet. I'm yours forever, she stated as she continued giving Naruto a strange look. He inched closer to her face and began to speak with a seducing tone. We're going to seal this deal later. Conan's entire face turned red. She tried to look away but her face was cupped in Naruto's hand. He leaned in closer and pressed his lips against hers. She resisted at first but suddenly lost herself in the moment. She began to moan into the kiss and felt herself getting weak at the knees. She wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned into him. After several minutes of romantically making out, Naruto broke the kiss and left a very blissful Conan staring at him. She couldn't believe what just happened. I can't believe that just happened. Does he have feelings for me? Oh my god, why am I letting myself be weak in front of him? Straighten up, Conan. Her mental fortress refortified itself and she had a blank look reappear on her face as Naruto looked at her. He spoke calmly, Before we go on a killing spree, let's see who's in charge. She nodded casually and they began to walk together across the bridge. Conan was walking awfully close to Naruto and was trying to work up the courage to wrap her arm around his. After an internal conflict she decided not to, although she was very reluctant about doing so. As they reached the end of the bridge they were surrounded by dozens of Taki jounin all staring in shock. One man spoke up as he walked in front of the pair, How did you break out of those chakra restraints? Naruto sighed as he bluntly replied, They call me invincible for a reason. Conan chimed in as he finished, We're leaving, but first tell us who's in charge. The man looked horrified as he started to back away. No, Pain and Conan working together? I'm so sorry. Please forgive my insolence. The man dropped to his knees at Naruto's feet and started to beg, Please don't kill us. Shibuki-sama is the one who brought you here. Naruto sighed as he looked at the man carelessly, Take us to him. The man stood up and shook fearfully as he led the duo into the village. The large group of jounin followed the pair, eyeing them both vigorously. Naruto and Conan had blank looks on their faces as they walked into town past the citizens of Takigakure. Many of the villagers gasped in fear as they walked by. Looks of shock and disbelief were prevalent in the crowd, but they weren't the only looks Naruto was receiving. Without his mask, his face was completely unveiled for onlookers. Many of the women that saw him gasped in awe at his face, believing him to have a feral and sexy appearance. One woman even began to shout, "Oh my god! Pain, have my baby!" As they wandered closer to the center of the village to what resembled a tower, many more were fawning over the rogue Nin, much to Conan's disapproval. "Look! It's Pain," a loud chorus of giggling could be heard, "he's so hot." The majority of the male Jonin present were shooting confused looks at each other while the female ones stared at Naruto. They finally reached the tower in the center of the village and a man walked out of it with a timid look on his face. Naruto and Conan glared at the man as he walked up to the two. A large crowd began to gather around, much to the surrounding Jonin's displeasure, as many tried to reach for Naruto. Naruto began to examine the timid-looking man. He had long brown hair, jet black eyes, and a concave jawline. He was decently tall, but nothing out of the ordinary, and was adorned in a green shirt and gray pants with the traditional ninja sandals on. He looked at Naruto and Conan questioningly and then to the Jonin who led them there and began to speak. "Jericho-san, why did you release the prisoners and bring them here before my father had time to meet them?" The terrified Jonin had a worried look on his face as he walked over to the man and spoke. "Shibuki-sama, forgive me, but Pain and Conan are allies, they freed themselves." Shibuki's eyes opened up in shock as he looked at the two figures glaring at him. He walked over to them and began to speak. "Please, forgive me for restraining you two, but it was for the safety of the village. We found you two together in a crater outside of Amagakure and decided to bring you here." Conan gave him a dark glare and asked, "What reason would you possibly have for bringing us here?" A cough could be heard from a middle-aged man walking out of the tower in the center of the village. "Forgive my rude accommodations, but my son had his reasons for bringing you here." Shibuki turned to the man identified as his father and began to speak. "My father speaks the truth. I originally went to aim to appeal to Lady Conan for aid against the IWA. They are mounting a full offensive against us. They intend to invade." He gave a desperate look to Conan as he began to speak. "Please, we need your help." Naruto looked at the man and spoke up. 5 minutes ago I had every intention of turning this village into a crater, but I can understand that you are in a desperate situation, and will offer you my help." Conan gave a confused look at Naruto and spoke up in disbelief. "Pain, we don't have time for this, plus these people chained us up, I say we kill them." Looks of fear swept through the crowd before Naruto turned to the woman. "Relax, Conan." The woman eased up and was silent as Naruto began to speak again. "My aid comes with a price, however. I demand the immediate loyalty of everyone in this village to a new shinobi alliance." Eager looks graced the features of Shibuki's father as Naruto continued. "Conan has already offered AIM's support to my authority, and I recently usurped leadership of Odo. Surrender Takigakure's loyalty and resources and we'll protect you." Shibuki's father walked up to the duo and knelt in front of them. "We would be honored to serve you, Pain, and Lady Conan. As the leader of Taki, I, Bukirama, hereby pledge immediate loyalty to your cause." Shibuki gave his father a confused look. "Are you sure, father? What would the 5 great shinobi nations say if we allied with criminal leaders?" He turned to his son and sighed. "IWA fears Conan, Kumo fears Pain, and Konoha fears them both. If they have so generously offered protection, we will accept it without question." Shibuki nodded as he turned towards the pair. His father began to speak again. "Make yourselves at home in my village. I'll cover the costs of anything. Take some time to relax and I'll gather the village elders to discuss our alliance and its politics tomorrow." The Jonin surrounding Naruto and Conan began to disperse, heading back to their posts, and the crowd started to dissipate slightly as Bukirama and Shibuki walked back into the tower. Naruto and Conan began to walk around the village. They received many looks of fear, but more of lust. Conan looked around at the women and began to get irritated at their giggling. She glanced at Naruto and sighed. "I don't really see a point in doing this, but your authority is without question." He nodded as he turned to her. "This would be a discreet base to watch IWA from. I originally took over Odo trying to find Orochimaru, but it can also serve to keep a close eye on Kumo." Conan remembered her original reason to take aim and started to frown as she looked back at Naruto. He looked at the woman curiously and tried to identify the reason behind her depression. "Something troubling you, Conan?" She looked at him and began to speak slowly. "We're not the only people trying to take over the world. There is an organization known as Akatsuki trying to do the same thing." He replied curiously. "You seem to know something about this organization. Anything you want to tell me?" She bit her lip as she looked down. "I am one of its 9 members. We all wear these black robes with red clouds." He looked at her outfit and shot her a look of disbelief. Then a flashback of Itachi and Kisame came to his mind and his eyes hot open. Itachi and Kisame are members as well then. She shot him a surprised glance and nodded. She began to elaborate. They were tasked to search for the Nine Tails container, that's why they wanted you. Naruto sighed as he pieced the fight back together in his head. Yes, so Akatsuki wants Jinchurikis so they can use them to take over the world. Who's the leader of Akatsuki? She gave him a worried look and began to speak slowly. His name is Tobi, he's very powerful, he ordered all of us to meet again after we discovered the 9 Jinchuriki. Naruto gave her a querying look. Where? Where are they meeting? She sighed as she answered, the Valley of the End. He gave her a sharp look and spoke, when our business is finished here, we're going to go there. I wish to speak with him. She had a concerned look on her face and asked, what about your friends? Won't they need you to kill Orochimaru? He looked at her and smiled, they'll be fine. Plus, if they never get out on their own, they'll become too dependent on me. She reluctantly nodded, dreading the confrontation with her former allies. The pair silently walked through the streets of Takigakure. Many women made attempts to try and speak to Naruto, but were immediately put off as Konan either threatened them or glared fiercely. This continued for a little while, but then out of nowhere a woman stepped in front of them and was beaming at Naruto as she saw him. Your pain? Oh my god, this is really happening? I'm your biggest fan, she squealed as she ran up and jumped at Naruto, wrapping her legs around his back and her arms around his neck. Konan looked angry as she stared at the woman icily. Naruto looked at the woman and found her to be extremely attractive. She had minty green hair, tan skin, and the prettiest pair of orange eyes. Her outfit was drop-dead sexy as he examined it further. She wore a short sleeveless white midriff shirt with a fishnet undershirt beneath it, long white armlets, and fishnet shorts with a short white apron skirt. She also wore an orange clip in her hair. She began to speak again as Naruto was staring at her. Hey there sexy, you like what you see? I sure as fuck like what I see. Konan glared at the woman and spoke up, get lost whore, Pain doesn't have time for trashy hustlers like you. The woman gave her an amused glance as she inched closer to Naruto's face. So Pain, you wanna fuck? Konan's eyes nearly shot out of her head as she began to yell, get lost you trampy slut. She looked at Konan again and smiled as she started stroking Naruto's face. Oh? You don't like it when I do this? Konan began to unleash some of her paper as she watched the scene in disgust. The girl gazed into Naruto's eyes and began to sigh passionately. Your eyes, they're so incredible. Konan was about to snap as she balled her fist in a jealous rage. The green-haired girl finally pressed her lips against his. Naruto was shocked at first, but made no attempts to resist the beautiful woman as she explored his mouth with her tongue. She moaned into the kiss, caused Konan to explode in rage as she ripped the girl off of him and covered her in paper. Konan started to punch her repeatedly, much to Naruto's surprise. After a few punches, spikes jutted out of the paper-covered girl and she sliced her way out of it and glared at Konan. What's your fucking problem, you stuck-up bitch? Konan leered at the woman darkly and spoke, you don't get to touch him. The woman laughed as she stuck her tongue out at Konan. Somebody's jealous, don't be mad because he likes me more than you. Konan venomously retorted, you slut. Keep your hands off my man. Naruto looked at her confusedly and Konan blushed deeply, realizing what she just said. She looked away in embarrassment as Naruto looked back to the mint-haired perky girl. I'm sorry, miss. I don't think we caught your name. She grabbed his hands in her own and inched close to his face again. So you want to get on a first-name basis after all? My name is Fu. Now that that's over with. She immediately began kissing Naruto again and he heard laughter in his head. Ha 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 ha. This is priceless. Tell me you're going to mate with this girl, I think she's into you. Naruto laughed inwardly at Kyuubi's comment as Fu deepened the kiss and began to moan again. Konan had never been so jealous in her entire life and she pounced on Naruto and Fu in a fit of envious rage. She grabbed Fu's neck and the two began to roll around on the ground. A group of onlookers watched the scene curiously as they noticed the two women fist fighting on the ground. Naruto sighed as he walked away, leaving the two girls alone. Fu was wrestling with Konan in a jealous fit of anger. Fu began to ask, what's the big deal? I'm not stealing your boyfriend, I just want to have sex with him. Konan growled back, and you think that's okay? Pain's mine, get lost you sleazy nymphomaniac. Fu gave Konan an irritated glance as her perky mood turned sour. I'm gonna tie you up and force you to watch him fuck me. Conan wrapped the girl in paper again, but she easily sliced out of it with spikes that came from her arm. Fu began to imitate an orgasm. Oh yeah, pain. Right there. You know what I like, Conan roared as she pulled out a kunai. You're going to die, you slut. Finally Shibuki intervened as he ran over. Fu. Stop bothering our guests. And please don't insult Lady Conan. Fu stopped as she looked at Shibuki and a frown graced her features and she walked away with an angry look on her face. Shibuki turned to Conan. I apologize, Fu's a very strange individual. Her behavior is radical and obscene. She does some strange things for attention. Conan looked at him and sighed. Yeah, I'll say, where's Pain? Do you know where he went? The man looked at her curiously and shook his head. No idea, but we have prepared guest rooms for you at the tower, so feel free to use them at any point during your stay here. She nodded as she gazed at the retreating mint-haired girl. Fu made it away from the commotion inside as she looked down. Damn bitch getting in my way, I finally meet Pain and this shit happens. She began to sulk into a depressed mood as she wandered across the bridge to the large tree in the middle of the lake. She made it halfway across and sat down on the side of the bridge and let her legs hang over. I guess I really am going to be alone forever, they all hate me. Why can't I ever get what I want? Fuck, I hate them all. Fu's mood was darkening as she glared into lake at her reflection. All they see is a monster. What man could ever love me? Suddenly she saw another face in her reflection in the water and turned to see who it was. Naruto was standing over her with a confused look on his face. She looked up shocked as he sat down next to her. They were both silent for a moment before Naruto began to speak. You seem unhappy. I'm sorry about Conan, she's just a bit obsessive. Fu looked at him sadly and nodded. I'm used to it by now. Every guy I've ever liked has chased me off, or his woman has. Naruto gave her a look of disbelief. Why would they do that? She gave him a glare and stated, everybody here hates me, it's been that way since I was a child. The way they look at me, they all fear me. They think I'm a monster. I can't explain it, you wouldn't understand. Naruto felt his stomach churn as her sorrow brought up his own memories. I understand your pain, Fu. She looked at him skeptically and shouted back, no you don't. Nobody understands how I feel, I'm a Jinchuriki. Kyuubi began to cheer in Naruto's mind. Kid, this one is a keeper. Naruto looked at her shocked as she turned away, desperately trying to hide her tears. Naruto put his hand on her shoulder and she turned to look at him with tear-stained eyes. He frowned as he spoke. I am a Jinchuriki as well, more specifically the container of the nine-tailed fox. 1,000 emotions coursed through Fu's heart at that moment. She stared at the man desperately confused. She spoke up quietly, I'm the container of the seven-tailed beetle. They both stared at each other, unsure of what the other was going to do. Finally, Naruto embraced her in a hug. She began to cry harder as she pressed her face against his chest. Naruto patted her back and rubbed the back of her head as she sobbed her heart out. He held her close and began to whisper to her, you don't have to be alone anymore, I'm going to take care of you. We're the same, Fu. Finally, she stopped crying and gave him a hopeful look. You're everything I've ever wanted. Fu straddled Naruto as she began to trace his whisker marks. She looked at him longingly and started to beg, please let me come with you, Pain, I am tired of being afraid and alone. He gazed into her eyes and spoke, I'll protect you, we're both Jinchuriki, and owe each other kinship. Her face moved in closer to his and she spoke softly, promise me we'll be there for each other forever. Naruto gave her a smile and replied, I promise you, Fu. She began to kiss him again greedily and moaned passionately. Their tongues danced through each other's mouths as they both tried to overpower each other. Finally Naruto gave in as she pushed him down on his back and they continued to make out. She laid kisses across his face, over his whisker marks and down to his neck. Fu felt him as he wrapped his arms around her back and rolled over on top of her. Naruto's Rinnegan eyes stared into her orange ones. She passionately sighed as she gazed into them. Your eyes, they are so amazing. Naruto began to kiss her again and she wrapped her legs around his waist. A nervous cough could be heard and it brought the two from their blissful kiss as they turned to see who it was. A blushing Shibuki was rubbing the back of his head. I am sorry to interrupt you too, but Conan was looking for you, Pain. Naruto stood up much to Fu's disappointment and responded, oh yes, where is she? Shibuki nervously turned around and looked back to Naruto. She's in the tower, but she said she was about to go looking for you. Naruto nodded as he began to head to the tower, followed by Fu, who had her arms wrapped around one of his. She leaned her head against his shoulder as they walked across the bridge. Shibuki watched the scene in utter confusion. I wonder why Pain was kissing Fu. Does he know she's a Jinchuriki? If he does know, then I doubt he'd kiss her. Shibuki silently began to walk back to the village. As Naruto and Fu walked through the village, many looks of shock and envy were directed to Fu as she held Naruto's arm. People whispered as the pair walked by, and one woman even had the nerve to step in front of them and stare. "Let him go, you succubus." Naruto gave the woman a cold glare and told her, "Move aside or die." She shot him a fearful glance as she backed away from the pair. Fu looked at him dreamily as she sighed with passion. As they finally reached the tower, Fu looked down nervously and started, "So, mind if I stay with you tonight?" He laughed as he looked at her. "I wouldn't mind at all, but Konan might blow up the village if she found out." She pushed him against a wall and looked at him lustfully. "Forget her, we should fuck." A loud cough was heard and a flustered Konan was glaring at Fu angrily. "The only fucking that's going to be happening around here is me fucking you up." Fu sighed as she looked at Naruto again and then back to Konan. "I'm sorry, last I checked he didn't have a ring on his finger, not to mention, where do you get off thinking you own him?" Naruto face-palmed as the two women were at each other's throats again. "You little green-haired hooker. I warned you what would happen if you didn't keep your hands off of him." Fu shouted back at her, "I'm sorry, your pussy must be pretty dry, you flower-haired control freak. Just because he wants to fuck me more than you, doesn't mean you have to be such a damn whore." Konan tackled Fu into the wall and the pair started wrestling once again before Naruto put a hand on each of their shoulders. "Listen, I know there's some sexual tension flying around, so how's about we get this out of your systems?" Both girls looked at him eagerly as they each grabbed an arm and leered at each other. They made their way inside the tower and up the stairs to Naruto's room. Go lemon time. Whoa-ho hooray. Oh warning lemon here. Naruto closed the door behind him as he entered his room with the two women. They immediately began to strip him of his clothes. Konan took a kunai and sliced a line down his shirt, ripping it off as Fu pulled his pants down. She blushed deeply at the bulge in his boxers as she stared up at him with seducing smile. Konan wrapped her arms around Naruto and pushed him onto the bed in the room and began to kiss him passionately. Fu then pulled his boxers down and stared at his manhood hungrily. "Such a big cock." She grabbed it and began to jerk it up and down, causing him to moan deeper into his kiss with Konan. Fu smiled at his reaction and began to suck his cock. Konan got off of Naruto and began to undress. Her Akatsuki robe came off, revealing thigh-high black leather boots, spandex shorts, and a skin-tight V-neck shirt showing lots of cleavage. "Obviously, you know what turns me on, lol." Fu began to bob her head as she attempted to deep-throat Naruto. She hummed after each intake and he held his head back in pleasure. Konan pulled off her shirt and shorts, leaving her only in her leather boots as she climbed on top of Naruto. He couldn't help but stare at her incredible breasts as she spread her legs in front of his mouth. "Please me." Naruto obeyed her demand without question as he slid his tongue across the lips of her vagina, causing a deep moan to escape her mouth. He moaned as well from Fu's oral massage. She began to pump his cock as she sucked it, adding to the pleasure. Meanwhile, Naruto was grabbing Konan's as he began to eat her out. She cooed as his tongue went deeper. Oh, he added to it as began to lick her clit, and she moaned loudly as he continued. Fu finally took her mouth off Naruto's manhood and began to get undressed as well. She pulled off her shirt and fishnet shorts and licked her lips as she jumped on the bed, pushing Konan off of Naruto. The woman hit the floor and looked angry as Fu lowered herself onto Naruto's cock slowly. Oh, fuck. She went down slowly at first but soon crashed on top of him. Insane pleasure began to course through her body as she slowly began to go up and down. That feels so good. Konan glared in jealousy but found herself completely turned on as she watched it. She began to rub her wet pussy watching Fu ride Naruto. The mint-haired girl's pace began to pick up. Oh yeah. Shh. She moaned every time she crashed back on top of him. Naruto cupped the woman's boobs and began to squeeze them as she rode harder and faster. Konan continued masturbating to the scene as she watched in anticipation. Fu squealed in delight as she started bucking wildly on top of him and felt herself reaching her climax. Naruto began to rock his hips and bucked back, meeting her in a rhythmic pace. Finally, she began to scream in pleasure as her orgasm reached its climax. "I'm coming." Her walls began to tighten around him as she smashed on top of him. She rode out her orgasm and began to giggle. Ha ha ha. Conan couldn't take it anymore and kicked Fu off of Naruto, causing her to violently fall off of his cock. He turned to Conan and she pounced on top of him as she kissed him romantically once again. Fu looked at her irritated as Conan began to suck Naruto's cock. She slowly licked up and down the shaft of his penis as she looked at him eagerly. Finally she spoke sexily, "You have no idea how bad I want this." He stood up off the bed and pushed her against a wall as he smiled, "Oh, I think I do." Naruto grabbed each one of her thighs in his hands and spread her legs as he held her against the wall. She yelped as he entered her, and she wrapped her hands around his neck. He began to pound into her, causing loud moans to escape her mouth. She banged her head against the wall every time he hit her G-spot. OH. OH right there. Fu was lying on the bed and decided to follow Conan's example as she masturbated to the scene. Naruto continued to pound into her, and as his pace sped up she began to pant desperately. Conan moaned like a whore as Naruto smashed her pussy. She began to buck off the wall and swung her hips to match his pace. "Oh, Naruto. Yes, right there. Oh. Fuck me." Fu's eyebrows rose as she heard the foreign name and looked at Naruto. "Naruto? So that's what Pain's name is?" She continued to watch as Naruto demolished Conan against a wall. The woman was lost in a sea of pleasure as Naruto continued fucking her, and Conan's orgasm reached its peak. "Hshish. Naruto. Coming." Conan shrieked as she was enveloped in pure ecstasy. Fu got up and walked over to Naruto and began to kiss him as he pulled out of Conan. Fu cut in playfully, "My turn." Naruto laughed, but Conan pushed Fu back and began to shout, "Back off, bitch. I'm not done yet." Fu tackled her but was thrown against the bed as Conan jumped on top of her. Kyuubi began to cheer in his head. "He shoots, he scores. Twice." Naruto began to laugh as they wrestled on the bed. "This is going to be a long night." XXXXX. Naruto's team had made it to Kizugakure without much trouble and had been searching for sign of Orochimaru. So far, Guren appeared to be the only person even finding leads as they had been wandering through the small village. The group was incredibly bored as they eagerly awaited the return of their leader. Haku spoke up in a worried voice, "He hasn't come back yet. It's not like him to just forget about us. I wonder if he's okay." Zabuza spoke up casually, "He'll be fine, Haku, though I wish he'd get here soon. I don't have any inspiration for my book." Kimimaro shot him an annoyed glance as he sighed, "I still can't believe you made me read that junk." Guren looked at Zabuza curiously, "What book? What's it about?" Zabuza had his mask off and was beaming with pride as he pulled the book out of his pocket. "Say hello to Naruto's Sex Life, Chronicles of a Super Pimp. It comes complete with 5 separate one-night stands and several mutual developments with some of you." Haku face-palmed as Guren grabbed the book and began to read it. Her face got red as she read the part with herself and started blushing. "Hui. I didn't surrender to my feral instincts as I begged for him." Zabuza laughed as he shot her a Jiraiya look. "It's all about perspective, but anyways, how did that lead of yours work out, Guren?" She sighed as she looked at Tayuya and Kimimaro. "We're going to have to go undercover and kill him. I'm pretty sure he doesn't know about us yet since Kabuto died before he could tell him." Zabuza looked at her and shrugged. "What are me and Haku supposed to do then?" She laughed as she pat him on the head. "Lots of bounty hunters pass through this town. I'm sure that'll keep you entertained." Tayuya chimed in cheerfully, "I'd rather do that than go undercover for Orochimaru." Kimimaro sighed as he spoke. "I have faith in Naruto-sama, although it pains me to do this to Orochimaru. Naruto is my master now." Guren looked at him darkly. "If you blow our cover, I'll rip your fucking head off." He gave her a concerned shrug as he replied, "Don't worry about that. If anything, you should be giving that speech to Tayuya. She's the lowest ranking of his subordinates out of the 3 of us." She raised an eyebrow and crossed her arms. "How's about you eat a dick, Mr. Ashen Knight? Or maybe we should have called you the powdered pussy?" Haku sighed as she cut into the argument. "I have no intention of sitting around in this town. I say we split up and meet again in Oto a few weeks from now." Zabuza gave her an approving look as he nodded. "Yes, Haku and I have unfinished business with Yagura." Guren shook her head in disapproval. "Naruto wouldn't want us splitting up. It'll make it easier for our enemies to pick us off." Haku replied swiftly, "But it also makes us a target if we're all gathered without Naruto-kun to protect us." Zabuza stood up and looked at Guren. "You 3 take care and kill the snake for us. We're heading to Kirigakure." Guren sighed as she looked at Zabuza and Haku. Be safe you two, Tayuya, Kimimaro, let's go. The two sound nin followed Guren as Zabuza and Haku left the other way. Haku looked up to Zabuza and spoke, you think we stand a chance against Yugura? Zabuza looked at her, nodded his head. Our years with Naruto have made us strong, plus Naruto knows that we had the intention of going there. Haku sighed as she looked forward, I hope so. As both sides split, Anko was standing in the middle of the village trying to decide which group to follow. Damn it! They're going for Orochimaru, but the other two say he's going to meet them in Kirigakure, FUCK. After a long internal battle, Anko decided to follow Guren, Tayuya, and Kimimaro. She began to get worried as she thought, maybe Orochimaru will believe me if I tell him I'm coming back, and then I can ask them about Naruto. Chapter 9, Defiance. Deep in the forests of Fire Country, a certain raven-haired Uchiha was on his way to Grass Country. Sasuke jumped from tree to tree moving at high speed. He had been on the move ever since he left Konoha, and was weary beyond belief. His vision was hazy and his thoughts were unclear. Despite the drowsiness, his mind continued to race at the thought of Pain. Who is he? We never did see his face. I wonder why he keeps it covered. I mean, it's not like we would know who he is anyways. Maybe he's hiding something, but what? Sasuke went over the encounter with Pain in his head dozens of times. His tired eyes ached painfully as he thought about what the man said about Naruto. Something about Pain seemed so familiar to Sasuke. His hair, it was spiky like Naruto's. It was a different color, but still very similar. His eyes were... Suddenly, a realization hit Sasuke and he stopped. Memories came flooding into his mind of the battle at the Valley of the End, those eyes, the Rinnegan. Naruto had those eyes when he stabbed me. No, it can't be true. Maybe Pain is Naruto. Oh fuck, no wonder he's pissed off. Sasuke was worried to say the least. The very idea of Naruto being Pain was still sinking in as he remembered all the rumors about what Pain had done, all those people, hundreds of people, he killed them all. No, Naruto can't be Pain, can he? To think that the happy-go-lucky idiot could go from being a protector of Konoha to one of the most notorious criminals ever. Sasuke was very distressed by his revelation and felt a sickening feeling in his stomach. Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and he has the Rinnegan. He must be devastatingly powerful. Oh fuck, that must be why he had the book. Maybe I should look for him. Despite the depressing feelings it brought up in him, Sasuke knew deep down that Pain was in fact Naruto. He was searching for Orochimaru, who is apparently in Kusagakure. Maybe Orochimaru would accept me if I showed up, and then Naruto would eventually arrive to kill him. Sasuke began to solidify his plans in his head as he continued onward toward Grass Country. Despite his exhaustion, he pushed on. I knew you were more than you appeared to be, Naruto. XXXXX. The warm sunlight shined on Konoha once again as the sun began to creep over the horizon. A blonde-haired woman was sitting on the Hokage monument enjoying the scenery. Her eyes had bags under them and were cracked red, indicating that she had been up all night. Tsunade sighed deeply as she crossed her arms and looked at the clouds. Due to the morning sunlight, Tsunade swore they almost looked red. The woman hadn't slept in days and was hopelessly overwhelmed with one disaster after another. She began to drift in thought, trying to ignore her current troubles. Naruto, I would give anything just to see you again. To tell you how much I care for you and how sorry I am for not being there when you needed me the most. Tsunade felt extremely guilty for not being there for Naruto the day before he disappeared. She never forgave herself for being lazy and shrugging off the boy's distress as if he would always be there. She just couldn't fathom the idea of losing another loved one. Her brother, her lover, and now Naruto, the only remaining person in the entire world she could honestly say she loved. Although, Tsunade wasn't the only person who had been grieving ever since Naruto disappeared. Apparently, a lot more people cared for him than she originally believed. The ramen stand owner and his daughter had asked about him to the Hokage herself on more than one occasion. Tsunade was surprised to see civilians that cared about the Jinchuriki. Some of the other people were greatly changed by the absence of the blonde. Irika was devastated when Naruto went missing and was never the same. Tsunade remembered telling him about it and seeing the look of utter pain on his face. Irika quit teaching at the academy a few months afterwards and simply told her that he couldn't do it anymore because it reminded him too much of Naruto. Kakashi had also been visibly affected by his student going missing. He almost never spoke to anyone anymore unless he was on a mission, and could regularly be seen wandering Team 7's training ground during odd hours of the day. Tsunade knew that Kakashi felt shamed for not helping his sensei's son. Jiraiya was one of the worst people to be affected by the misfortune. After their conversation about Konan, Tsunade had learned that Jiraiya felt responsible for everything that happened to his 3 pupils. It was honestly disturbing to see Jiraiya so depressed that he hadn't done anything perverted. The idea of her friend and longtime teammate blaming himself for everything that has happened recently made Tsunade feel terrible. Judging by the ill will most of Rookie 9 had against Sakura, Tsunade knew that they all cared for Naruto in their own ways. She was extremely shocked to see how deeply it moved Sasuke. Tsunade assumed that Sasuke had developed an intense respect for Naruto after their battle, and upon learning the truth about him. She just wished Naruto was here so that he could see that he was loved and did have a family. Footsteps came from behind Tsunade and she turned around to see a pink-haired girl. Sakura walked up with a distant look on her face and a large bandage covering her cheek. Tsunade remembered healing the wound. If it wasn't for her being the best medic in the world, Sakura would have likely had a nasty scar on her face for the rest of her life. She sat down next to Tsunade and began to speak in a low tone. "I've been thinking about him lately." "You were right, Tsunade-sama, I do miss Naruto." Tsunade raised an eyebrow at her unexpectedly. "Is that so?" "Yeah, I miss him too. It just bothers me how he disappeared. Even though we have theories, I just can't help but think there is more to it." Sakura looked at her questioningly. "How so?" The blonde-haired woman lied back and stared at the sky deep in thought before she spoke. "I mean, he was acting so weird the day he went missing. When he brought Sasuke back, something changed in him. I could see it in his eyes. He was angry that day. I saw the eyes of a killer." Sakura began to recollect her thoughts about the day Naruto left. She remembered the hospital and the way he treated her. "I've never seen him like that. He gave me this look like he was going to kill me." Tsunade looked at her and sighed. "I don't doubt he would have." Sakura gave her a shocked expression and replied, "He wouldn't do it, he's not like that." Tsunade glared at the girl. "You didn't think that 3 years ago?" Sakura looked down in shame and groaned in frustration. Tsunade sighed again as she changed the subject. "So how are the others recovering at the hospital?" Sakura's mood sulked even deeper as she answered, "Shino's arms are both broken, Shikamaru suffered extreme blood loss from being stabbed in the back, and he is in a coma. Shoji and Niji are both dead. Everyone else has minor cuts or burns. Though some cuts weren't small." Sakura felt her bandaged cheek. Tsunade chimed in trying to cheer her up. "Don't worry about that thing, Sakura, I've healed worse scars before. It won't be there a week from now. As for the others, they died in service to Konoha. That's the inevitable destination of all the shinobi in this village." Sakura nodded. "You're right, Tsunade-sama, it's just so hard to believe that one woman defeated all of us." Tsunade stared at the young woman in thought and asked, "Tell me about Konan, Sakura. She must have been powerful if she defeated you guys." Sakura's eyes shot open and she glanced at the older woman. "The only way I can describe her is pure evil. She was terribly cruel to us and mocked every one of us as if we were nothing." Tsunade looked unsatisfied as she restated the question. "I didn't want your opinion of her. I wanted to know what she looked like and what she could do." Sakura tilted her head in confusion for a moment before understanding. "Oh, yes, she was very strange. She had blue hair, amber eyes, and pale skin. She also had a labret piercing." Tsunade thought for a moment and smiled. "Do you think she was attractive? Would she be considered good-looking in your opinion?" Sakura shot a displeased look at Tsunade and shouted, "What? Hell no, she was a freak. She's a whore too, I saw the way she was looking at Pain when he showed up." Tsunade was surprised by her statement. "Konan found Pain attractive?" Sakura glared as she nodded. "Yeah, the way she was flirting with him made me sick." Tsunade burst out laughing and clutched her side. "Ha ha ha. So you're jealous of her is what you're saying?" "And oh. Tsunade-sama, that's not funny." Sakura whined loudly as the blonde-haired woman rolled her eyes. "Well, I just wanted to hear your thoughts on it." Everyone else from the mission I talked to told me Conan was like a fallen angel. Sakura growled as she shot back, what idiot said that? There's nothing angelic about her. Tsunade gave her an amused chuckle as she spoke, well, according to Kankuro, she was incredibly beautiful. Sakura's face lit up in an envious fit as she growled, they're all full of it, any guy nowadays thinks a woman who can kick his ass is hot. Tsunade laughed as she continued to tease Sakura, oh? Well, let me know when that revelation hits you. Sakura sighed as she looked down, everyone thinks I am weak. The blonde-haired shrugged at Sakura's comment, I could train you some more I suppose, although don't beat yourself up too hard, Conan was a Kage-level nin. Sakura sulked as she nodded her head, yeah, the way she handled us was just sad. Tsunade thought to change the subject to avoid drama. Tsunade's mind wandered to a more urgent matter and her tone changed completely, sorry to cut that conversation short Sakura, but do you know what happened to Shizune and Anko? Both of them went missing. Kakashi says Anko likely pursued Pain's followers, but what about Shizune? Sakura lost herself in a brief memory before answering, yeah, Shizune said she was taking a shortcut when the two of us were following the group, I guess I didn't really think of it until now. Tsunade's eyes shot wide open as she began to go over the possibilities in her head, Shizune, what are you up to? Tsunade stood up as she looked at Sakura, I have a meeting to prepare for with Suna, do you mind helping me out Sakura? The pink-haired girl nodded, sure thing Hokage-sama. XXXXX. Shizune sneezed as she walked along the cliff edge of the Valley of the End. She had been guarding the Jinchuriki girl as requested by Madara, but she found herself incredibly bored. She sat down on the edge of the cliff and let her legs hang over the side as she watched the glorious sunrise. Out of nowhere a figure sat down next to her and sighed, do you ever get the feeling that Tobi is going to kill us all one day? Shizune looked at Kisame and noticed an amused smirk on his face. She sighed as she nodded, he told me indirectly that the only reason he keeps me around is because I'm useful. Kisame chuckled and asked, just out of curiosity, how did a little girl like you end up working for Akatsuki? Shizune smiled as she looked at the shark-like man, Tobi recruited me when I was a kid, around the same time Itachi murdered his clan. I have a unique jutsus that allows me to emit poisons that are not only acidic, but also highly flammable. Plus I can imbue anything with my poison. When I combine it with fire jutsus, it can be fairly devastating. Kisame looked at her amused, oh? You sound pretty confident in your abilities, haha. She scowled at his mocking attitude and sighed, my exploding poison nova is a force to be reckoned with. Kisame shook his head, I doubt that it's as great as you think. Shizune growled at Kisame as she stared, I know everything about you Kisame, your water jutsus wouldn't work so well if I polluted the waters now would they? He responded darkly, I will kill you, just remember your place little girl. My place is with Tobi, I had many useful skills that he appreciated me for. I was also very good at lying and stealing and spying. Admirable qualities for a good informant. Tobi favored me over all of his personal servants. I'm sure if it came down to it, he would choose me over you. Kisame rolled his eyes, got a thing for Tobi, eh? Shizune blushed as she looked away embarrassed, no, how dare you accuse me of such a thing? Kisame beamed as he turned his gaze on her, bad news for you girl, he's gay. She nearly choked and looked at him shocked, if he heard you say something like that he'd kill you, not to mention, Tobi is straight. He had a family once upon a time. Kisame nodded as he glanced away, yeah, I'm sure there were rainbows, sunsets, and even beaches with crashing waves, obviously he's got a thing for men, the whole family thing was a cover-up. Shizune looked unconvinced, seriously, Kisame, stop joking around like that. You're not funny at all. He glared at her, I would absolutely love to rip you to shreds you little girl, maybe on a beach, with crashing waves, and a sunset. Shizune laughed at Kisame and shot back, I know all about your sword Kisame, Samahata isn't invincible and neither are you. Go shove your little lame sword up your ass. Kisame's sword, Samahata, began to hiss and he stood up facing Shizune, you're going to die for insulting Samahata. She stood and faced him with a dark smirk, I'm not as weak as you think Kisame. They were about to break into a fight until a cough could be heard. They turned to see Deidara and Sasori standing there with perplexed looks on their faces. Deidara smiled and walked up, ugh, is this your girlfriend or something Kisame? Is it that time of the month? Or does she want serious commitment and you don't? Both Kisame and Shizune's jaws hit the ground as they stared at Deidara pissed, girlfriend. Deidara, you are about to be my fucking girlfriend if I ever hear you say that again. Deidara chuckled and winked at Kisame. Is this some kind of confession of your gay fantasies about me? Kisame glared at the blonde-haired man and gripped his sword harder. Watch yourself, pretty boy, or you'll end up dead. Shizen cut in venomously. He is wretched, ugly, and egomaniacal. How dare you assume I am his girlfriend? They traded confused glances and Sasori spoke up. Seriously, who is the girl? Shizen sighed as she was about to speak. Before she could open her mouth, a masked individual landed in front of them and spoke. She is one of my agents, Sasori. Her name is Shizen. Don't mind her arrogant foolishness. Shizen huffed in annoyance as Madara walked over to Sasori and Deidara. The red-haired puppet master nodded. Madara turned back to Shizen and Kisame and stared at them through the hole in his mask. Madara began to speak. What's wrong with this picture? They all looked confused as Madara ran a hand through his hair. Why are you fools all standing around? Kisame looked at Shizen and let out a slight chuckle. She rolled her eyes. Deidara spoke up much to everybody's surprise. Is somebody in a bad mood? Does Tobi-chan need to go blow up a town with me to feel better? Madara glanced over to the blonde-haired man before Kisame added, yeah, with a rainbow, and crashing waves on the beach, with a romantic sunset. Deidara looked amused and Madara face-palmed as he walked away. Sasori followed him and began to speak. Wait, Tobi. The man turned to the red-haired puppet master. We'll discuss the Kazekage later, Sasori, once Haiden, Kakuzu, and Zetsu get here. I don't wish to be disturbed. If you find Itachi, however, send him to me. Kisame elbowed Shizen and nodded his head suggestively as he whispered, yeah, he wants Itachi. Shizen rolled her eyes at the man and crossed her arms. Deidara looked at the unconscious blonde-haired girl nearby and began to laugh. Is she Kisame's ex-wife? Kisame's eyes shot open. What? Deidara crossed his arms as he nodded. Yes, it seems that Kisame's current love interest, Shizen, defeated his ex-wife in combat. The woman shot him a dark glare and growled back, You're not funny, asshole. He smiled as he responded, So you obviously wear the pants in the relationship, HM? Shizen's face lit up in anger as Kisame sighed. No, she's the Rakige's daughter. I forgot her name, but she is the container of the Nibi. Deidara chuckled. Oh, well, I guess that makes sense. Sasori walked over and began to speak. How exactly does Tobi intend on using these Jinchuriki? He wants to extract the Biju within them. I have no idea how he intends to do it though. Itachi's voice could be heard as they all turned. He had a serious look on his face as he approached the group. Deidara glared at him. Kisame swung Samahata around his arm as he began to pace around. Yeah, well, even if we manage to get the others, Pain is a force to be reckoned with. We need to take him down together. Deidara raised an eyebrow at Kisame and laughed. Teamwork? Itachi sighed as he interrupted Deidara's laughing. He's right. Pain grows more powerful by the day. He's more than a match for any of us alone, especially if he has his followers with him. We made the mistake of underestimating him before, but this time Kisame and I are ready. The shark man smiled as he nodded. We have something that even he won't be able to defeat. Deidara had an unimpressed look on his face. Yeah, I'm sure it involves running away at high speed, right? Itachi's knuckles cracked as his hands balled into fists. Your mockery is unimportant. You will do your job without question or I'll kill you. Deidara boiled in anger as he shot back. Well, who the fuck made you leader around here? Sasori sighed as he spoke up. Tobi is in charge, Deidara, don't forget that. Not to mention, from what the Sannin say about Pain, he won't be an easy fight. The blonde-haired man grumbled as he continued to stare down Itachi. Finally, the tension was broken when Shizen stepped in front of them. Shizen poked Itachi and demanded, Tobi wants to see you. He nodded and began to walk away. As he made his way around the corner, Deidara flipped him off. Kisame-chan, tell me about your wonderful trip to Lightning Country. Did you see any artistic masterpieces? Kisame gave Deidara a what the fuck look and laughed. Yeah, we saw rainbows on a beach, with crashing waves and a romantic sunset. The blonde-haired man laughed as he shook his head. That isn't true art. No, Kisame, art is an explosion. A single glorious moment where everything lights up and bursts into a brief but beautiful display of your gay pride. Kisame laughed at Deidara. The blonde-haired man waved him off as he began to sculpt clay. Sasori changed the mood of the conversation as he began again. So, are the rumors about Conan true? Is she dead? Shizen answered him, yes, she used her most powerful technique and committed suicide to kill Pain. Though Toby says Pain is alive. Deidara smiled as he held his hand to his heart. Conan did that? Sasori sighed as he stared away, such a shame. Deidara spoke up again in a sincere tone, she went out with a bang, a true artist. I only hope to be that lucky. XXXXX. Itachi made his way down to the waterfall where Madara normally spent most of his time and walked up behind him. The man turned to look at him as he approached and sighed, Itachi, Zetsu brings good news. Zetsu appeared out of the wall next to Itachi and walked towards the two Uchihas. Zetsu began to speak, Pain is alive, and so is Conan. Itachi looked at Madara and shrugged, I don't understand what the point of that is. Madara sighed as he stood up, Conan is undercover as Naruto's follower at the moment. Zetsu claims that there are numerous sightings of him and Conan in Takigakure. Itachi looked distressed, you ordered Conan to lure him here. Madara nodded as he clapped his hands, yes, so insightful Itachi. Yes, and when he arrives, I'll finally get to see him for myself. Itachi looked worried as he asked bluntly, what do you intend to do with him? Madara smiled as he took off his mask and looked at Itachi with a smirk, I merely want him to see things from a different perspective. I'll give him a choice, if he refuses then he will die. Itachi snorted in disapproval, you're a fool if you think he's just going to surrender to you. Madara was angered by Itachi's input and spoke darkly, never forget why I spared your insignificant life Itachi, soon everything will be as it should, and Naruto shall be the catalyst to a great becoming. Itachi remained silent as Madara pulled the book he had been reading out of his pocket, this is a priceless artifact Itachi. Hashirama knew this book was special, so he hid it somewhere in Konoha. Imagine the irony that the main thing my old friend tried to conceal from me ends up right in my hands, huh? Itachi was confused, what makes it so valuable? Madara grinned as he opened up the last page, I understand now. Itachi stared at him awaiting an answer before Madara looked at him annoyed, tell the others to prepare for Pain and Conan's arrival. Don't disturb me until Haiden and Kakuzu arrive. You're dismissed Itachi, get out of my sight. Itachi muttered, whatever. As he began to walk away. Before he turned the corner Madara called out, Itachi. The Uchiha turned to meet Madara's cold gaze and shuddered as he spoke, just remember who you belong to. He glared as he walked away leaving Madara alone with Zetsu. Zetsu's dark half began to speak, Orochimaru is still an issue we have to deal with Toby, when I last saw him, he was plotting to capture a powerful body. He doesn't know much about Naruto thankfully. The man nodded and leaned against the wall, his death is inevitable, and irrelevant. The good news is that Conan is proceeding with the plan perfectly, the new world is coming soon. Zetsu began to ask curiously, what did you discover in that book? Madara chuckled as he pulled it out and looked at it, all in due time Zetsu, everything is on a need-to-know basis at the moment. Zetsu had a disapproving glare on his face much to Madara's surprise as he replied, I am not a pawn, Toby, I can handle sensitive information. Madara chuckled and waved his hand at Zetsu, you're dismissed Zetsu, keep a close eye on Itachi for the time being. The plant man left without a word as he melted into the wall. XXXXX. Conan, Fu, and Naruto were all sprawled naked under the sheets of a queen-sized bed. Sunlight poured into the room and woke Naruto with its bright rays. He opened his eyes and examined the room around him. It took a few moments for him to recollect his memories of the night before. He looked at the two sleeping women pressed against him and silently laughed to himself. Wow, last night was intense. It's so ironic that women like me now. The laughter of a familiar voice could be heard in his head, that servant of yours was right, you're trying to pull off that smooth criminal thing. It works a lot better than the optimistic idiotic hero shit you were doing back in Konoha. Naruto retorted back to Kyuubi sarcastically, yeah I just love taking personality and relationship advice from an evil fox demon. Kyuubi snorted in disgust, hey don't address me with that attitude mortal. You are a product of my mercy and compassion. Naruto laughed at the fox, mercy? Compassion? Kyuubi what the fuck are you talking about? I'll admit that you've been a big help, but let's get real here, you're still evil. Your views of evil are part of that black and white mentality. Tell me, are those Konoha villagers any less evil than I am for the way they treated you? Is the one who seeks power any less evil than those who oppress him? Are your friends evil for killing people in your name? Naruto was unsure on how to respond to Kyuubi as he reflected on the fox's philosophies. So what you're saying is that good and evil don't exist? The fox chuckled, that's exactly what I am saying. Good and evil are both points of view. Those Konoha fools consider themselves the good guys as it were, but to you they are the wicked oppressors. Do you understand what I am trying to convey? Naruto sighed, so how does one know which side is right or wrong? Kyuubi continued, those are just words, and words like good and evil or right and wrong don't have any meaning, the only thing with lasting meaning is power. Had you told me that 3 years ago I wouldn't have believed it, but you make a valid point? The fox laughed in his head, all of my points are valid. Konan began to stir as she felt the sunlight bathe her face. She opened her eyes and looked at Naruto, who was deep in thought. She stared at him awkwardly as she sat up. Naruto turned his blank gaze to her and smiled. She continued to stare in silence at the scene before her. His golden-orange hair seemed to burn with a mystical glow in the morning sunlight, along with his radiant skin and his lucid silvery purple eyes. Konan was lost in awe as she continued to admire the man she claimed the night before. Naruto looked at her confusedly and spoke up, is something wrong, Konan? She blushed as she turned her back to him, facing away. Naruto raised an eyebrow as she sat up. You are truly something, Naruto. I'm dreading this trip of ours, I just hope you remain open-minded in the days to come. Naruto placed his hand on Konan's back and spoke up, are you alright, Konan? Is something wrong? She sat up and got out of the bed and began to get dressed. Everything's fine, I mean Naruto. Naruto sighed as he looked at her distant face, seriously, what's bothering you? She had a slightly irritated look on her face and snapped back, I said I'm fine. Naruto shrugged in defeat as she continued getting dressed. By this time the green-haired girl Fu had woken up and she was beginning to straddle Naruto. Good morning, Naruto. Did you sleep well last night? I hope I didn't tire you out too bad. Naruto laughed as he replied, yeah right, you passed out if I remember correctly. Fu cutely shot back, well how about we have a rematch right now? Konan cut in venomously, we have business to attend to today. You can be on your way, hustler. Fu gave Konan an amused look, I'm the hustler, huh? You were the one moaning like a little schoolgirl last night. Konan glared fiercely at the mint-haired Jinchuriki, get out. Fu laughed as she jumped out of bed, her naked body completely exposed. Why don't you make me, babe? Konan speared the naked girl onto the bed and began to start choking her senseless. Paper wrapped itself around Fu as Konan tried to asphyxiate her. Fu started choking before Naruto intervened, Konan, stop. The Azure Beauty released her vice grip and the paper reformed back into her body. Fu was gagging for air as she pointed a finger at Konan, I've had it with this psycho bitch. I'm out of here. Fu quickly slipped into her outfit and left without another word. Naruto turned to Konan and let out a sigh, Konan, I know you don't like her, but was that really necessary? The blue-haired woman was completely silent as she refused to make eye contact with Naruto. He began to get dressed and heard Kyuubi chime in, one's a nymphomaniac with attention problems and the other is an envious sociopath who just so happens to be a control freak, you've got your work cut out for you. Naruto knew the fox was right as he examined Konan's passive-aggressive demeanor while they got dressed. After a long awkward silence she finally spoke up, what the fuck is wrong with you? Naruto gave her a confused look, I don't quite follow, what do you mean? She growled angrily, you know exactly what I mean. If you've got a thing for other women then why don't you just fucking say so? What the fuck is so great about her anyways? Do you like whores, Naruto? Do you want me to be a whore just like her? I have absolutely no interest in being one of your ladies of the evening. Don't fucking push my buttons, you jerk. LOL, whoever has heard this speech in real life, I have large amounts of empathy for you. Naruto face-palmed as he began to understand Konan's anger. Why is that such a big deal to you anyways? I was under the impression you and I are friends. She icily leered at him as she got up in his face, I'll just bet you are. Listen asshole, don't do me any favors, from here on out we're strictly business partners and I only work for you. Naruto had a callous look on his face as he responded, fine, let's go deal with these village elders, then you and I are heading for the Valley of the End. The pair left without another word. Naruto was shirtless due to his shirt being sliced up the night before, and was attracting a lot of unwanted attention. Many people stared at his buff and well-toned body, but the main attraction was the seal on his stomach. Although most people wouldn't really recognize it as one around this village, Naruto still hoped that nobody would go announcing it, otherwise Takegakure would have a very bad day. As Naruto and Konan walked downstairs, they would occasionally chance glances at each other hoping the other wasn't looking. Their eyes made contact on several instances which resulted in simultaneous huffs. They finally reached the entrance to tower and were intercepted by Shibuki, Lord Pain and Lady Konan. The elders are in the council chambers this way. Naruto nodded as he relied, "Take us to them, we will finalize this deal and then Konan and I must be on our way." Shibuki led them into a large dome-shaped room within the tower and the group approached a long table with half a dozen elderly civilians were sitting with Bukirama. A large group of Taiki Jounin also filled the room. Bukirama immediately noticed Naruto's presence and spoke up, "Everyone, may I have your attention? Lord Pain and Lady Konan are here to officially validate our treaty with them and to finalize our deal." Silence filled the large dome room as Naruto began to pace around. "As your leader has no doubt informed you by now, I am the autocratic authority of Otogakure and hold large influence over the eastern lands. Konan here is the feared dictator of Amagakure and is forsworn into an allegiance with me." Silence continued to fill the room until Bukirama added, "As many of you know, Iwagakure has set mind to invade us and wipe our village out. Lord Pain and Lady Konan have offered us a most beneficial deal which I strongly support." Several murmurs of skepticism and confusion swept through the group of elders as Bukirama finished. One man who appeared to be a retired shinobi blurted out, "What sort of deal are we talking about? Bukirama, you never mentioned this." Naruto answered for him, "We have offered protection for your village, the only price I demand is loyalty and supplies for the new alliance I am creating." The man shot back fiercely, "Absolutely not. Tell me we are not considering this, Bukirama. We cannot ally ourselves with notorious criminals, otherwise we'll become a target to the 5 great shinobi nations." Bukirama calmly cut in, "Relax, Jigoma, consider what this means for us. Iwagakure is terrified of Amagakure, mainly Konan. If we were allies with AIM, that would give them reason to think before they tried invading us, lest they risk a joint assault from our allies resulting in severe casualties for them." Jigoma huffed in disapproval as he asked, "How does that protect us from Kumo and Konoha?" Naruto sighed at the stubborn ignorance the man was displaying and he cut in darkly, "I will put this in new terms for you, old man. Konoha and Kumo are my bitches right now. Just like this village. I could turn this place into a fucking crater in minutes. Ask yourself this, do you really want to be my enemy?" Bukirama quickly interjected, trying to calm the tension. He speaks out of turn. "Lord Pain, you are very generous, and on behalf of the village I would like to swear our allegiance to you in front of our senior shinobi and village elders as irrefutable proof. We have also created this document and we shall now all sign it, offering our loyalty and whatever supplies you will need should you request it." Jigoma stood up angrily and shouted, "And no, we can't let our village become associated with terrorists and criminals. Don't let Bukirama do this." Before anybody could say another word, a kunai impaled the old man through the neck and he fell to the floor. Everyone turned to look at Konan, who had a very disturbing look on her face. "I'm sick of this diplomatic bullshit, sign the paper or die." Without hesitation, the inhabitants of the room all signed the document. After Naruto finally signed it, he handed the document to Bukirama. "I'm entrusting this to you, this symbolizes my authority and responsibilities for your village." Bukirama bowed low and the rest of the room followed suit except Konan. Bukirama chimed proudly, "All hail Lord Pain and Lady Konan." A chorus rang through the room echoing the words as Naruto took his leave. "We must be on our way. Send messengers to Oto and AIM and request backup here. Use the document as proof of our alliance and show it to the ambassadors." As the Naruto and Konan left the room, the blue-haired woman continued to dread their next destination. Naruto looked over at the sad beauty on Konan's face and placed a hand on her shoulder. "I'm sorry about earlier, Konan, I don't want you to think I undervalue you. Come on, let's go get some breakfast before our journey." She looked over him shocked and felt extremely guilty as he smiled at her. "Don't make this any harder for me than it already is." She tried to ignore him, but Naruto stepped in front of her and held her chin. She audibly moaned as his hand stroked her face and he stared into her amber eyes. Konan felt intoxicated with Naruto's smell and his touch. Before she knew what came over her, she smashed her lips into his and wrapped her arms around his neck. The two shared a passionate, blissful makeout session before an awkward tower attendant coughed nervously. "Excuse me, Lord Pain would like a shirt?" Naruto looked at the sheepish man and chuckled. "Yeah, I wouldn't mind, I seem to draw a lot of attention without it." The man handed Naruto a sleeveless black shirt and he put it on. It was unsurprisingly small for him, which had made it slightly tight, but he didn't care. As long as it covered his seal, then he would be fine. "I am shocked those idiots didn't notice that was a seal on your stomach, huh?" I guess they were too distracted to notice, still though I do find that rather odd. As the attendant walked away, Conan spoke up finally. "Breakfast does sound good, what did you have in mind?" Naruto smiled proudly as the pair walked downstairs. "Well, I just so happened to notice that there was a nice ramen stand in the market the other day." Conan shrugged. "Whatever's fine with me." The duo continued on their way and made it to the ramen stand. As they arrived, they surprisingly found Fu sitting at the booth quietly eating with a gloomy look on her face. The owner of the stand was glaring at Fu, but immediately quit as Naruto walked up to the stand. Naruto sat down directly next to Fu and Conan sat on Naruto's other side. The mint-haired girl looked up in shock to see Naruto sitting next to her. He smiled at her as she looked at him. "Hey Fu, mind if we sit here and eat with you?" Conan huffed as she refused to acknowledge Fu in any way. Fu beamed as she spoke up. "I didn't know you liked ramen, Pain?" He nodded as he turned to the owner with a casual look on his face. "Are you kidding? It used to be my favorite food. Get a couple bowls for me and the lady here." Naruto pointed towards Conan. The ramen stand owner nodded and began to prepare the meal without a word. In literally no time at all, several bowls were placed in front of them. Naruto and Conan began to eat while Fu was finishing her bowls. Fu looked at Naruto nervously and started to stutter. "So, Pain, I was wondering if I could come with you?" Conan choked on her ramen and shot a sharp look in her direction. "What?" Fu ignored her and awaited Naruto's answer. He smiled as he laughed to himself. "Well, I don't know, Conan and I are going on a dangerous mission to the Valley of the End. How well can you fight?" Fu smiled as she posed cheerfully. "I have useful abilities, trust me, I am a Jinchuriki after all." Naruto nodded his head. "I'll take your word for it. Plus, you'll be a lot safer with me than hanging around in this village anyways." Conan's eyes shot open in surprise about the revelation. So that's why Naruto likes her. No matter, this actually works better for the plan. It'll save us the trouble of capturing her later. After finishing their meal, the trio got up and left following Naruto as he headed for a cave at the far end of the village. As he approached, the guard detail saluted him, but one spoke up hesitantly. "Lord Pain, where are you taking the girl?" Naruto looked at Fu and back at the guard. "That's none of your concern, is it?" He fearfully nodded and replied, "Take care, Lord Pain, I'll inform Bukirama that you have his daughter with you." Naruto looked at Fu shocked and asked, "You're Bukirama's daughter? I guess that makes sense seeing as how you're a Jinchuriki." She nodded as they walked through the cave. "Not like it matters much anyways, these villagers either fear me or they ignore me." Naruto changed the subject as they approached a light at the end of the cave. "Onward to the Valley of the End, I am anxious to meet your old colleagues Conan." She nodded quietly as she imagined the possible scenarios. "I'm not." XXXXX. Zabuza and Haku made their way through the borders of grass country at a swift pace. The pair had been running since they set off the day before. They began to wind down and slow their pace as they were completely exhausted from the long run. Finally, they landed near the edge of the forest and made their way onto a trail. They began to catch their breaths as they walked casually along the path. After a brief silence, Zabuza spoke up. "We made good distance, but I suggest we walk for a while or look for an ideal spot to set up camp for the night." Haku nodded as she chimed in. "So Zabuza, I want to know exactly what it is you hope to accomplish by going to water country?" The man sighed as he pulled his sword off his back and rested it on his shoulders, wrapping an arm around it. "Well, we're going to stir up some trouble, that's what, plus I have some old scores to settle with Yagura." Haku skeptically spoke up. "Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to go bust into Kirigakure without Naruto with us." Zabuza smiled behind his mask as he turned to face Haku. "Haku, whoever said that we were going into the city?" The Ice Princess immediately caught meaning to Zabuza's intentions and smiled. "I see, you want to lure him out, but how can you be so sure he'll take the bait?" Zabuza shrugged. "If I know anything about him, it's that he is a fearful ruler. I have absolutely no doubt that he will send his lieutenants after us first. That'll just make him easier to take down if we eliminate them. Whether or not we can take Yagura himself down remains to be seen, but Naruto has trained us well over the past 3 years, and I'm sure the two of us could take him. Haku smiled as she nodded. I can only imagine the favor we'll gain with Naruto if we land a crushing blow to Kirigakure for him. Zabuza laughed. That's the spirit, as the two continued on their way cheerfully. XXXXX. Guren, Tayuya, and Kimimaro wandered around the outskirts of Kizugakure. Tayuya was extremely bored and made sure she let everyone know. What the fuck are we doing, Guren? The crystal user, no meth jokes lol, looked at the red-headed girl and sighed. We're looking for the bunker. If I remember correctly, Orochimaru said that it had a secret entrance near the western edge of the village. Kimimaro calmly interjected, the entrance is at the western inn. Guren looked at him annoyed and yelled at him, you knew that this entire time? We've been searching for this damn thing for over a day. Kimimaro nodded as he elaborated, I suspected it was there, but after doing a sweep through the village it has only confirmed my suspicions. Guren facepalmed as the group headed back to the inn nearby. Tayuya asked curiously, I'm surprised Orochimaru doesn't have spies on the lookout. If he spotted us he would have alerted us most likely. Kimimaro plainly answered her question, Orochimaru only recently set up a bunker here. He informed me that revealing the location to anyone would be dangerous for him. Guren looked confused, then how the hell did Konan find out about it? As far as I know, Orochimaru only told me he had a base over here. I didn't think he was actually here. Kimimaro shook his head in disbelief. I have no idea, it would take an elite spy to track Orochimaru like that. Gogo Zetsu. The trio walked inside the inn, which was surprisingly empty. Kimimaro looked around and pointed at a door. There, that door most likely leads to the basement. Tayuya scoffed, this doesn't seem like a very defensible bunker. He chuckled at her as he shook his head, no, the basement most likely leads to the bunker, Tayuya. She flipped him off as she replied, fuck you and your condescending tone. Guren cut in fiercely, enough. You two better look fucking convincing once we see Orochimaru. Kimimaro thought for a moment and spoke up, come to think of it, what will we tell him when he asks us how we found him? Tayuya laughed as she provided feedback, that's a good question, huh? Guren had a completely stoic face as she retorted, you two just leave the talking to me. As they made their way through the basement, they found a long tunnel much to Kimimaro's satisfaction. They followed to an underground bunker and walked inside. As they entered they heard a familiar voice speaking to somebody, Enkoheim, you are wrong, I did not abandon you. You left, though ironically you stand before me once again. I am impressed you found this base. Kabuto must be dead if you knew how to get here, such a shame, I always liked that boy. Anko sighed as she nodded, yes, Kabuto is dead, and I was wondering if you would be willing to accept me as your servant once again? Orochimaru had a wicked grin on his pale face as he walked closer to Anko. His long tongue ran across her cheek, causing her to visibly shiver. The sound of footsteps caught his attention as Orochimaru turned to see his 3 top lieutenants entering the room. A look of confusion plastered his face for a moment before he smiled again. I see you were insightful enough to find this bunker, Kimimaro. Guren, Tayuya? Is there something you require of me that would bring you all the way to my hidden base? Guren nodded as she answered sternly, yes Lord Orochimaru, we came to inform you that Kabuto is dead, also, Konan and Pain were sighted battling in aim. The snake Nin giggled evilly as he nodded his head, yes, either one of them would make fine candidates for my next body. Did you find out anything more about Pain? Guren shook her head, no, all we hear of him are rumors and legends, he's practically a phantom, there's no way to track his spontaneous movements. Orochimaru looked at Guren curiously and began to pace around the group, you sure about that? I would hate to find out if you're lying to me. Tayuya cut in to relieve the stress on Guren, we haven't seen a sign of him Lord Orochimaru. We did however find some of his followers. Guren kept a straight face but was inwardly cursing Tayuya's comment. Orochimaru smiled, I see, they were the 2 dead missing Nin, right? Kimimaro nodded as he spoke up, they were apparently looking for him, we sent them on their way. Orochimaru sighed as he replied, well we should definitely keep our eyes open for him. He turned back to Anko and he laughed again, well now, since you 3 are here, maybe you want to help me reinitiate Enkoheim? Certainly Lord Orochimaru. Guren answered as she made eye contact with Anko. The 2 women knew the other one was lying, so they mutually had a silent agreement not to blow each other's cover. Orochimaru laughed as he creepily hissed, "Take off your coat, Anko." She did as commanded and Orochimaru walked around her and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Yes, your curse seal is still very strong. If you truly wish to prove your loyalty to me, then you will activate it entirely." Anko worried to herself as the four sound shinobi surrounded her. Guren placed a crystal prison to hold Anko in place as Kimimaro and Tayuya activated their cursed seals. They both placed a hand on either shoulder and Orochimaru went through several hand seals. Anko was immediately enveloped in the dark purple chakra and cried out in agony as it burned. Tayuya and Kimimaro released their energy to magnify the chakra, and the three felt simultaneous pain as the curse seal finished enveloping Anko. The two released their grip on Anko's shoulder and reseated their curse marks. Anko's was still active and she felt Orochimaru laugh as he commanded, "Bow to me, Anko." Without the question, the woman knelt to the snake Nin, much to his enjoyment. He licked his lips as began to laugh maniacally, "Ha ha 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 ha. Excellent, welcome back my apprentice." The curse mark finally receded on Anko as she stood up. Orochimaru casually examined his followers and said, "Well, now I have several jobs for all of you. First of all, Guren and Anko, I need you to investigate what happened at the battle between Pain and Konan. Your investigation better turn up some useful facts." The two women nodded and began to set off, leaving Kimimaro and Tayuya alone with Orochimaru. He looked at them both for a moment and smiled. "I have good news, Sasuke has been spotted near the edges of grass country. You two are going to retrieve him and bring him to me. Then we are going to properly initiate Sasuke." Tayuya and Kimimaro nodded and made their way to the exit. As they walked out, Orochimaru stated coolly, "When you two get back, we're going to have a little talk about Guren." They both nodded and left swiftly. XXXXX. In the wonderfully misty city of Kirigakure, the young Mizukichi was calmly sitting at his desk looking over reports. Konan and Pain battled? Wow, I wonder what Pain is doing in the west though. Interesting. His pink eyes scanned over the damage reports and the intercepted casualty reports from Konoha. The sound of footsteps brought him from his contemplations as he looked up and saw a familiar face. The face of an all too recognizable auburn-haired woman. "May, is there something you need?" She had a casual look on her face and shrugged. "Nah, not really, though I was wondering if you read those reports about the Battle of Amigakure yet?" He nodded his head as he answered, "I am reading those as we speak." It seems very strange that Pain would attack AIM. May raised an eyebrow and crossed her arms. "It's not that odd, a terrorist attacking a village? Tell me something I haven't heard before." The strange part is he attacked AIM at the same time Suna and Konoha were invading AIM, yet they had a retreat from what I understand. May looked confused. That does seem rather odd. What reason would a notorious S-class criminal gain from attacking AIM? That's the head of the criminal cartels in the West. Yagura leaned back in his chair and turned to face the window overlooking the ocean. "I don't think I've told you everything we know about Pain. As you know, we had an Umbu survivor from the raiding party that attacked Pain. The official reports are all bullshit, but I feel it is time for you to know the truth, May." The woman's curiosity was piqued as she looked anxiously at the Mizukichi. "Tell me, Yagura-sama, what really happened?" Yagura sighed deeply as he began. "I handpicked a full platoon of Umbu to hunt down and kill Pain. As you know, this was over a year ago. Pain was wiping out entire villages and leaving a huge trail of blood along our borders and through many towns in water country. Every time I sent individual spies after him, they would end up dead or missing." May nodded with a bored look on her face. "I know all of that already." Yagura sighed as he bowed his head. "Very well, here's what happened. The platoon assaulted Pain and were met with 3 individuals. Pain was described to be a masked individual with purple eyes, and his followers were identified as Zabuza and Haku." May looked skeptical and laughed. "No way, those 2 are both dead." "Wait, you said that Pain had purple eyes? That would mean only one thing, he has the Rinnegan." Yagura nodded his head as he confirmed her discovery. "Yes, the fact that dead people are following him only confirms it is true. I ordered Umbu to keep this a secret under penalty of death." "I don't know much about the Rinnegan, May, but from what I hear it is a bloodline trait of the Sage of 6 Paths." May looked shocked as she ran her hand through her silky long hair. "I thought that the sage was just a legend, a shinobi myth." Yagura sighed deeply as he replied, "So did I. Konoha has requested numerous amounts of information regarding Pain, but I have kept them in the dark. If word of this got around, it would cause mass panic and likely lead to full-scale wars." Mei sarcastically remarked, yeah, because full-scale wars haven't been going on anyways. Yagura chuckled lightly as he nodded, at any rate, I just thought you should know, also, I feel like I am in danger. You're most likely to be my successor should something happen to me. Mei looked at him worriedly, what do you mean if something happens to you? He felt uneasy as he looked around, call me paranoid, but I feel like somebody or something is out to get me. I've been seeing strange things lately. Mei laughed as she stood up, come on Yagura, you're the damn Mizukage, don't be a coward or I'll succeed you early. He casually stood up and walked over to the beautiful woman, we had a mysterious visitor here a couple of months ago, all I am saying is watch your back Mei, we're high priority targets. She casually waved off his concern, you worry too much Yagura. Let your paranoia go for a bit and take a break. He nodded as he left the office leaving Mei alone in the room. She sat down in his desk and began to smile, hello, I'm Mei the Godei Mizukage, nice to meet you. Oh, you think I'm the most beautiful Kage ever? Why thank you Mr. Ambassador. Mei put on Yagura's nearby Mizukage hat and leaned back in her chair, ah yeah, I could get used to this. Suddenly a loud shout interrupted Mei's daydreaming as an Umbu captain ran in the office, Mizukage-sama, we have more news regarding the Battle of Amagakure. The captain noticed Mei wearing the hat and the two stared at each other in awkward silence for a moment. Where is Mizukage? Mei beamed proudly as she crossed her arms, come on hun, don't tell me you don't recognize your own Mizukage? I'm hurt. The captain facepalmed as he retorted, I don't have times for your games Mei, where is Yagura-sama? Mei shrugged, I don't know, he said something about going to fire one of his Umbu captains, what was your name again? The man growled and flipped her off. She cheerfully laughed at him, no thanks honey, you're not my type. The captain left furiously annoyed as Mei triumphantly giggled at his anger. She looked over some of the reports of Yagura's desk and something caught her eye. Kisame the infamous S-class missing mean has been spotted in Fire Country, and what else in here, Pain conquered Otogakure? This guy must be a big deal if he's got this Rinnegan, this makes more sense now. He is taking over the smaller villages so he can move in on the bigger ones, he took Oto, and his next target was AIM. I should go find that Umbu survivor and see what he knows about Pain. Mei sat up and searched around the office for confidential files. XXXXX. Gaara, the Kazekage, had just arrived at Konoha. He had received urgent news from his brother about the attack on AIM and the appearance of Pain. He and Tsunade were going to discuss tactical defense and pool information. Following him was his beautiful sister the ambassador of Suna, and an escort of Suna Jounin. As they passed through the gates to Konoha, the guards saluted and they were met by a welcoming party of Jounin and Tsunade herself. Gaara calmly greeted the Hokage, good evening Hokage-sama, thank you for allowing us to visit your village. Sakura, who was standing next to Tsunade, couldn't help but notice how well-mannered Gaara had become. He still had an emotionless face, but was much less terrifying than she remembered. Tsunade smiled as she bowed to Gaara, thank you for the visit Kazekage, come to my office and bring your trusted advisors, we have business to discuss. Gaara nodded and ordered his escort to disperse, Jounin captains with me, the rest of you are free to enjoy the village. Mind yourselves. The escort party began to disperse and several Jounin remained with Gaara and Temari as they followed Tsunade. The blonde-haired woman spoke up, I am extremely grateful that you saved my Jounin. Gaara nodded and respectfully relied, I owe it to the friendship between our two countries but I am not the one you should be thanking. My brother is the one who ordered a backup company to follow our initial party, and he is the one who rescued your men. Tsunade smiled as she nodded her head, I'll be sure to thank him when I see him then. Temari laughed as she interjected, yeah well I'm glad he finally did something right. Gaara smiled much to Sakura and Tsunade's surprise as he nodded his head. After a couple minutes of silence, the group finally made their way to the Hokage Tower and arrived in the council chamber. Much to everyone's displeasure, Danzo and several elders were there. Ah good, both of you are here, now the meeting can officially begin, Danzo spoke as if he was the one in charge. Gaara shot him a death glare and sat down next to Tsunade. XXXXX. Meanwhile, a man with a huge cut across his nose was sitting at an all-too-famous ramen stand thinking about Naruto. Not a day went by that Irika hadn't thought about his old student and friend. Why would he leave? Tsunade can't be right. Naruto wouldn't do that. The former Chunin surprised many people when he quit teaching at the academy, and now he spent most of his days training on the side or doing missions. Irika had been promoted to Jounin shortly after he quit teaching at the academy due to his intense dedication to training and missions. The word Tsunade used to describe him was empty. That was the exact feeling he had too. Helping Naruto was one of his major purposes in life, and once he was gone, Irika felt truly unhappy that he no longer had anything to fill him. Naruto was his only family. He sighed as he stared into his bowl of ramen. Wherever he is, I just hope that he finds some happiness and some peace. XXXXX. Anko and Guren were a good distance away from Orochimaru's base, and Anko decided it was a good time to break the ice. So, how did you end up working for Naruto? Guren shot a surprised look at Anko as she was completely caught off guard. After a moment, Guren regained her demeanor and answered, "You're one of those Konoha nin, how do you know Naruto?" Anko shot Guren a teasing look. He never told you about his past, did he? I've got a deal for you, babe. You tell me what you know and I'll tell you what I know. Guren laughed at Anko and shook her head, or you could have an accident out here and I could just bury your body and nobody would ever know. Anko licked her lips deviously as she stared at Guren. Make my day, I'm sure you would be fun. Guren snorted, you first, why were you following us? Also, what the hell are you trying to do getting back in league with Orochimaru? Anko laughed as she replied, I am looking for Naruto. Since you guys are his lackeys, I figured that if I followed you he would turn up eventually. A better question is, why are you working for Naruto? Aren't you guys Orochimaru's top lieutenants? Guren nodded, yeah we are. Since Kabuto died I would technically be Orochimaru's second in command. Kimimiro and Tayuya are both part of the Sound Five, while the only surviving members. They are Orochimaru's elite operatives. By the way, why the hell are you looking for Naruto anyways? Anko smiled wickedly, oh, he just owes me a favor, plus I was going to ask him if I could join his entourage. Guren immediately caught wind of what Anko meant and scowled, oh I get it, you're just some kind of groupie who wants to suck his dick because he left you starstruck, am I right? Much to Guren's surprise, Anko nodded, yes that's 100% true. Although I intend to do more than that. Guren sighed heavily, just what we needed, another damn girl to join the damn group. What the fuck? Anko chimed in matter-of-factly, well if you're not good enough to keep him, then he is too good for you. Guren sighed, not to burst your bubble princess, but you've got a lot of competition. Anko waved her off and laughed, well that's good, that'll help me identify them so I can kill them off early. Guren sighed as she rubbed her temples, whatever bitch, you'll find out for yourself sooner or later. Chapter 10, Old Friends. Over in Konoha, Gaara and Tsunade were sitting in the Hokage office. Tsunade leaned back in her chair and let out a heavy sigh, so that's all we know about Pain, he's apparently got the Rinnegan, it was a bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. Gaara nodded as he stared out the window with a distant look on his face. Tsunade continued, apparently, Pain and Konan waged a battle outside of Amagakure. Danzo said that his root agents have found a massive crater. We have reason to believe they are both dead. Gaara turned his gaze upon Tsunade and calmly asked, you said he knew something about Naruto? Tsunade nodded, yes, Sasuke asked him about Naruto, and Pain said that Naruto died 3 years ago. Gaara had an unconvinced look on his face, that seems unlikely, Naruto is a Jinchuriki. I'm not sure if you are aware of this, Hokage, but if a Jinchuriki dies then their Biju dies as well. The Kyuubi is extremely powerful and wouldn't allow that to happen. Tsunade nodded her head and calmly replied, unless the Sage of Six Paths killed him. Gaara had a blank look on his face waiting for Tsunade to elaborate, you see, Pain most likely killed Naruto. Gaara's mind wandered for a brief moment after the Hokage's theory, maybe Pain is trying to protect Naruto. I don't want to risk any kind of attack on this village, and since our forces are weakened at the moment due to our battle with AIM, I would request that you leave a platoon of Jounin here. Gaara nodded as he thought it through, your village is a higher priority target anyways. Tsunade smiled as she leaned back casually in her chair, oh and I would like to request for your brother and sister to stay here for the time being, to ensure stability from the additional Sunanin in Konoha. Gaara nodded his head respectfully, yes they command loyalty and act upon my best interests, so leaving them here would be better for both of us. I'm sorry to cut this short, Hokage, but I must be on my way back to Suna today. Things get a bit chaotic if one of us isn't there to uphold stability. Plus with these battles breaking out all over the place, I want to ensure my people's safety. Tsunade nodded. Very well, I'll send you encrypted reports and inform you of anything worth knowing. Gaara stood up and walked to the door. That would be most appreciated. Gaara left the office and sighed as he made his way down the stairs. Naruto goes missing 3 years ago, and this criminal Pain shows up around that time. Naruto is apparently dead and that was confirmed by Pain? I can't help but think that maybe. Gaara was interrupted from his thoughts when Kankuro and Temari intercepted him. Temari, in her usual assertive way, demanded answers. What's going on, Gaara? What do they know about this Pain? Kankuro crossed his arms. Yes, I am also rather eager to find out what the Hokage proposed. Gaara shook his head slowly. They don't seem to know anything about him other than the fact that he has the Rinnegan. The Hokage believes he is the Rikudo Sannin. Temari raised an eyebrow at that. Sounds a bit far-fetched to me. What did the Hokage want us to do? Gaara sighed as he faced his sister. You and Kankuro are going to stay in Konoha for the time being along with a platoon of our jounin. Our presence here will ward off Konoha from the other nations should they get the idea to attack it during this crisis. Kankuro let out a long groan. What? This village is full of powerful shinobi. The only villages that would risk attacking it right now would be Kumogakure and Kirigakure, but even then it would take a full-scale army. Temari nodded at her brother's comment. Kankuro's right, I doubt anybody is going to attack Konoha. Gaara crossed his arms and glanced at his brother with a plain look on his face. It's symbolic. It will solidify our alliance with Konoha and give the other nations something to think about if they think we have troops stationed in Fire Country. Temari smirked. I guess that makes sense, but what about you, Gaara? He casually answered her. I am going back to Suna to protect the village. Represent us well, Temari, you're in charge of the troops here. She nodded as her brother headed for the building exit. Kankuro laughed to himself as he looked at Temari. Well, now we're stuck in this village. Temari sighed as she shook her head. It's not too bad. Maybe you should go find yourself a nice girl or something, Kankuro. I could say the same for you, Ms. I'm too important for relationships. Temari scowled at him and started walking away. Just stay out of trouble. XXXXX. Zabuza and Haku made great progress over the past few days and were closing in on the borders of Water Country. Zabuza cracked his neck as he and Haku made their way along the trail. The Ice Princess sighed. I forgot how much it sucked not having Naruto around. No offense, Zabuza, but you're boring me to death. The swordsman laughed as he turned to his former apprentice. I'll bet. Don't worry, Haku, things will get fun once we start murdering towns. The woman nodded her head and laughed. I can't wait to see how high this bounty on our heads is. Zabuza chuckled as he swung his sword over his shoulder. Maybe we'll see another platoon of Umbu. They sure would love to see us again. You know, I still regret not killing the one who escaped. Haku said coolly. Zabuza waved his arm and laughed. Who cares? Let one live every now and then so they can spread the word that we are not to be fucked with. Haku nodded. That's true, but my only concern is that the one who escaped might have caught a glimpse of Naruto. Zabuza raised an eyebrow. Like that would matter now, after showing his face to Otogakure, then later Konan and all of those Konoha jounin. I doubt it's a secret anymore. The woman huffed irritably. We still should not have left him. This all seems a bit pointless. We went all the way out there just to fucking split up with the others. Zabuza sighed as he nodded. Yeah, that does seem counterproductive, but look on the bright side, this gives us a chance to shine on our own so that we can prove to Naruto how useful we truly are. That's awfully optimistic of you, Zabuza. Haku smiled as she gave the man an amused look. The swordsman nodded his head. What can I say? I'm a good guy. Says the man who talks about killing towns of people. Haku shot back. Zabuza shrugged casually. Well, when you put it that way, I'm a great guy. Haku face-palmed as Zabuza flexed. A brief silence filled the air for a few moments before Haku spoke. Zabuza, I have a question. The man looked over at the brunette beauty and responded, Alright, what is it? Haku sighed as she looked over to him. Naruto was focused on killing Orochimaru, but aside from the things I have heard, I don't know anything about him. The masked man shrugged. Well, I've never met him, but from what I hear he is really pale and has these yellow snake eyes. Naruto seemed awfully determined to kill him. Haku stated. He is extremely dangerous. Naruto said that he wanted to eliminate the competition for his world domination early so he wouldn't have anybody interfering with his political takeover. Zabuza replied. The Ice Princess shook her head in confusion. Then why does Naruto insist on trusting those sound nin? Zabuza shrugged casually. I have no idea. I am unsure what to think of them. I trust Guren, but the other two I'm not sure about. Haku laughed, something about Guren rubs me the wrong way. Zabuza raised a brow at Haku and sighed, why don't you trust Guren? Haku looked distant and spoke calmly, she's one of Orochimaru's highest-ranking followers, I just have a hard time believing she is as loyal as she appears to be. Zabuza scratched his head, Naruto killed her, I hardly doubt that she is going to betray him. He owns her life just as he owns our lives. The woman rolled her eyes, at any rate, I wonder how they intend to deal with Orochimaru? Well, since you and I are out of the picture, they can probably go undercover as double agents. It seems like Guren would most likely wait for an opportune moment to attack Orochimaru. Haku looked confused, why wouldn't they simply just attack him once they found him? Zabuza shook his head, Orochimaru is a snake, as such he probably thinks like one. I wouldn't doubt if he had escape routes planned or some ace up his sleeve. Plus I highly doubt that his former lieutenants are going to attack him head-on, that would just be stupid. Haku scoffed at Zabuza's assessment, meh, they didn't seem that smart to me. At any rate, they better not fail, otherwise you and I will end up having to do it unless Naruto himself shows up. Zabuza shook his head, they'll be fine, Haku, I doubt you and I will have to get involved. We should stay focused on our current mission. Naruto would probably support our current priorities because the threat of Kirigakure is growing. Haku glanced over and wrinkled her brow, what threat? Zabuza sighed as he answered, from what Naruto thinks, Yagura is likely mobilizing an army of shinobi. Our destructive conquest over the past few years has most likely left Yagura terrified of an attack on Kiri, he's extremely paranoid, and I wouldn't doubt if he doubled his armed shinobi forces. Haku groaned in frustration, well that's just nice, the place must be a damn fortress by now. Zabuza chuckled, well it's not all bad, I'm sure most of them are pushovers anyways, my only concern is dealing with Yagura's generals. The brunette woman nodded as she calmly stared at the ground, they don't stand a chance against us. The duo continued their trek in silence for about an hour before finally coming upon a large town with a harbor. Zabuza looked excited as they approached it, ah yes, let's commandeer one of those ships and make our way to the main island. Haku nodded as she examined the area. She spotted several shinobi, but not nearly the number she would have expected. There were many civilians casually working their jobs, loading and unloading supplies from the ships. Haku wrinkled her brow as she looked over to Zabuza, we want Yagura to notice us, right? Zabuza nodded as he awaited Haku's proposal, alright, so I suggest we kill the Kirinin and sink the rest of those ships, try not to kill civilians unless they get in the way. Zabuza raised an eyebrow skeptically, like anybody here is going to get in our way, I say we go on a killing spree and see what they do. Haku grimaced at Zabuza, killing people isn't always the answer, I'd rather not kill innocent people if we can avoid it, but I won't hesitate if it becomes necessary. The ends always justify the means. Zabuza shrugged casually as he drew his sword, don't be such a pacifist, Haku, you're a damn killer. Be proud. But for your sake we'll do things your way and let the civilians run away. Haku nodded at Zabuza, that's good enough for me, I don't have a problem killing people, but I don't want to do it senselessly. The two missing Nin approached the harbor and were casually walking through the crowd. Many people were giving terrified looks at Zabuza, recognizing his sword. Zabuza and Haku soon found the crowd completely dispersing around them and backing away. Fearful looks plastered the faces of the present workers and many ran away. After a brief moment of fearful staring, a Kirigakure ninja walked out of the crowd and approached the two criminals. The man had two large swords on his back and a smug look on his face, much to Zabuza's displeasure. Well, what do we have here? Zabuza, I thought you were dead. Ha, and if it isn't your pretty little apprentice. They said you two were alive, but I could scarcely believe it until Yagura himself confirmed it. Haku huffed in annoyance as she glared at the man, you must have a death wish if you intend to apprehend us. The man chuckled arrogantly as he crossed his arms, my, you've got quite the mouth, pretty thing, I'll enjoy watching you use it. You two have some nerve coming back, we know that Pain isn't with you right now. He can't protect you now. Haku growled loudly, and who the fuck are you supposed to be? Some brown-nosing pencil pusher? You're a fool if you think you can defeat us. Zabuza laughed at the man, gripped his sword tighter, you seem awfully cocky, Yuri, shouldn't you be licking Yagura's feet right now? The man drew both of his swords from his back and began to laugh, I'm one of the greatest warriors to ever emerge from Kiri, you on the other hand are a complete disgrace to our powerful village. The villagers were all scattering and hiding as the man stared Zabuza and Haku down. Haku looked at the two blades on his back and turned to look at Zabuza. She raised a brow at him. You know him, Zabuza? Is he one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist? The masked swordsman nodded at her as he looked back at the man. Yes, he is, though he doesn't deserve that position. Yuri snorted at Zabuza and began to laugh. I am not the one who betrayed the village because of some worthless dream. A brief silence followed his statement before Zabuza responded. I used to think that only men of honor were allowed to carry that rank, but I guess I was wrong. I was the first to stand against Yugura's tyranny. He feared me then, he fears me now. Suddenly, a large group of Kiri Umbu surrounded the pair. Yuri grinned proudly as the Kiri shinobi all drew their weapons. You always were overconfident, Zabuza. Your foolish pride is what got you into this mess in the first place. Such a shame. Zabuza snorted in disgust as he leered darkly. I see you haven't changed. You're just as much the coward you were since the day that I left. You're going to die for betraying me. Yuri growled furiously. It continues to astonish me the amount of arrogance that you possess. You should be put down like the dog that you are. Haku cut in darkly. So what exactly do you intend to do with this poorly assembled group of fools? The man beamed proudly as he answered her. Our scouts spotted you two on the roads. We knew you were coming. Now we're going to take you back to Yagura and collect the bounties on your heads. Haku crossed her arms and shook her head. If this was supposed to be some kind of ambush, then I'm not impressed. Let's kill them, Zabuza. The swordsman laughed as he swung his sword around excitedly. Time to die. Zabuza immediately leaped at Yuri and swung his oversized blade at the man with incredible speed. The man swung his swords, parried Zabuza's powerful swing, blocking it with his crossed blades. The steel clattered with devastating force as the two were deadlocked in a display of strength. Zabuza pushed powerfully and started to overpower Yuri until the man swung one of his blades at Zabuza's stomach. The masked swordsman immediately did a backhand spring and spun his blade at the man's neck. The Kiri swordsman barely ducked in time before receiving a powerful kick in the chest, sending him flying. Yuri landed on his feet and spun his swords rhythmically. I see your strength hasn't diminished. Let's see if you can handle my lightning. The man immediately launched a bolt of lightning out of one of his swords at Zabuza. Before it could hit, however, an ice wall blocked it. Haku had a stoic look on her face as she pulled out a short sword. Yuri looked annoyed and yelled, What the hell are all of you standing around for? Kill her, but leave Zabuza to me. The large group of Umbu immediately rushed the ice princess. One man attempted to make a vertical slash at her, but Haku caught the blade and completely froze it along with the man's arm. He shrieked in agony as Haku smashed his frozen arm to pieces. She drew Sinbon needles and began launching them into the crowd of Umbu. Several made their targets and stabbed the necks of the nearby shinobi. Haku went through several hand seals and launched a cone of frost at them. Several managed to evade the attack, but a large portion were enveloped in freezing blast. Haku began to channel more chakra into the nearby ice and immediately froze over the entire area. 3 Umbu simultaneously began to flourish attacks at her, which she effortlessly avoided. One of the men made a swift stab, but his sword was caught by an ice wall. The others went through various hand seals and launched water jutsus at her. The woman immediately froze all of the water and formed ice prisons around the Umbu. Haku rolled her eyes as the Umbu troops formed an arc pattern around her. In unison they went through multiple hand seals and fired a water prison trying to surround her. Haku smiled as she held out her sword and absorbed the water. All of a sudden, a heavy downpour of rain and thunder began to fall. The additional water was absorbed into the sword. Haku reformed water around the blade and smirked darkly as she spread into a stance. This is really going hurt. The arc of Umbu spontaneously made advances at her, but were shocked as she swung her sword, causing a large whip to form around it. She grinned as she whipped the water at them. As it hit them, the whip immediately turned to ice and slashed 2 Umbu caught in its wake. Haku instantly took advantage of their surprised state and began to rapidly lash the enemy ninja. It wasn't long before the crystal white ice was pure red. Out of nowhere, a wave of reinforcements surrounded the woman again. She smiled as she looked around. You've got to be kidding me. Hee okay guys, I can play this game all day. Meanwhile, with Zabuza and Yuri, the two were violently dueling in their fierce death match. Yuri formed lightning around his swords and swung the blades with incredible speed, trying desperately to break through Zabuza's guard. Zabuza's raw strength made it nearly impossible for the man to do so, and also allowed him to effortlessly swing his monstrous blade to block the relentless flurry of attacks. After what seemed like a never-ending whirlwind of steel, Zabuza managed to land another swift kick to the side of Amuri's head. The man went flying into a nearby wall. He barely managed to dodge an overhead smash from Zabuza's sword before he jumped back. The masked swordsman growled loudly as he slowly started walking towards Amuri. As the man backed away, Zabuza's chakra began to leak from his body. He was soon covered in a cloak. His sword was enveloped in wind chakra, causing a mystical light blue glow to form around the edges. The other swordsman grimaced, "Wind chakra? I didn't know you had that affinity." Zabuza shook his head in amusement before he whirled his sword around, causing a violent gust of wind. Yuri laughed at him. "Is that it? Is that all you've got, Zabuza? Pathetic." The masked nin briefly placed his sword down and went through several hand seals. Sui tun, baku sui shoha. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. Water erupted from Zabuza's mouth, immediately flooding the entire area. Zabuza laughed as he rose from a fountain and rode a wave down towards Yuri. The enemy swordsman charged his swords and sent a jolt of lightning through the water at Zabuza. Before it could hit, however, the wave was frozen completely solid and blocked the attack. Yuri roared in frustration as he looked over to Haku, who used the wave to her advantage by freezing an unfortunate cluster of Ambu. More Ambu and now Kirigakure-jounin began to join the fight, all furiously trying to kill the woman. Zabuza's sword was glowing harder now as he and Yuri stood on top of the frozen battlefield. Heavy thunder erupted violently as the two men stared each other down once again. The mist ninja was shocked as more chakra began to pour from Zabuza's body. The demon of the mist swung his sword and created a huge gale to surround the two men. Yuri did the same with his swords as he held them both skyward. Suddenly, a massive surge of lightning came from the sky and hit the twin blades. A tempest surged around the swordsman as he channeled more and more power from the thunderstorm overhead. Zabuza and Yuri soon found themselves enclosed in a vortex of lightning as their blades clashed once again. Yuri's speed nearly doubled, allowing him to relentlessly assault Zabuza. The masked swordsman was barely blocking the overwhelming barrage. The twin swords shrieked loudly every time they clashed with Zabuza's cleaver. Desperately trying to salvage the situation, Zabuza formulated a gamble in his head and did a twisting flip over the man. Before Yuri could stab Zabuza, however, the masked nin caught one of the blades through the hole in his sword and ripped the blade from Yuri's grasp, sending it flying. Before the man could even register what happened, Zabuza was on him again, powerfully whirling his blade. Yuri tried to parry Zabuza's gigantic sword, but was unable to withstand the sheer force from the hit, causing his remaining blade to go flying. This caused the tempest surrounding them to dissipate. Zabuza roared viciously as he channeled a huge amount of wind chakra into his sword. He raised it over his head and brought it down with tremendous force, sending a violent blast arcing towards the disarmed swordsman, sending him flying into a shredding gust. The aftermath of the blast left a completely annihilated cone of shredded landscape in front of Zabuza. Yuri coughed up blood as he tried to crawl towards his swords. His body was covered in severe cuts and bruises, and he had several pieces of metal and wood sticking out from his body. Zabuza looked over to Haku and noticed her surrounded by nothing but red ice and corpses. She looked over at him and shrugged casually. Some people never learn. Zabuza sighed as his chakra receded back into his body and began to walk towards the defeated Kiri swordsman. Yuri managed to get a hold of his swords and made a mad dash at Zabuza. The masked nin threw his sword down and managed to grab both wrists of the frenzied swordsman, barely preventing himself from getting impaled. Zabuza squeezed the man's wrists with extreme force, causing several loud snaps. Yuri growled furiously at the pain before being kneed in the stomach. He fell to his knees in front of Zabuza and lost his grip on both of his swords. With a look of disgust, Zabuza backhanded the man to the ground and stomped on his chest, causing blood to shoot out of his mouth. Haku made her way over to the scene and was giving Zabuza a questioning look. "What are you doing, Zabuza?" He glared darkly at the defeated man before him and spoke callously. "This man betrayed me years ago when I turned against Yagura. He was once my friend, but now he is nothing more than the hollow shell of a man who should have died a long time ago. You won't live to see the new world, Yuri. Your death is long overdue. Any last words before you die?" Yuri began to laugh heavily between coughs as he spoke up. "You're still the idealist, I see. Asterisk cough asterisk, don't get all self-righteous on me, Zabuza. People like you are monsters, asterisk cough asterisk your kind have no place in this world. Your hopes were nothing more than the foolish dreams of a child, desperately clinging to a pathetic, corrupted sense of honor and justice. You can try changing the world all you want, but you're never going to change yourself. You're the demon of the mist. Nothing more, nothing less. Zabuza sighed deeply as picked up his sword and shook his head. That man died 5 years ago in Wave Country. I follow Pain now. His will is unquestionable and his power is unmatched. He is going to destroy the 5 great shinobi nations and usher a new era. My only purpose in life now is to serve him. The crippled swordsman began to laugh hysterically before Zabuza stomped on his throat. Go to hell, where you belong. Without another word, Zabuza lifted his sword and stabbed Ain Yuri through the heart. Blood began to pool around the body, leaving Zabuza vacantly staring at the dead man before him. Haku put a hand on his shoulder, causing him to meet her gaze. Come on, Zabuza, I've had enough of this town, let's get one of the ships. The swordsman nodded as he equipped his sword over his back. He looked at the 2 swords lying nearby and picked them up. These are the Kiba twin swords, they're priceless heirlooms of Kirigakure, they belong to us now. Maybe we should give them to Pain. Haku smiled as Zabuza handed her the 2 blades. She looked at him curiously. What am I supposed to do with these? Just hold on to them for now, Zabuza stated as he and Haku began to walk away from the battlefield. Haku promptly sealed the 2 swords into a scroll. The pair walked together in silence through the remnants of the demolished town. Unsurprisingly, they spotted many villagers staring at them terrified. Most were still taking cover, praying that Zabuza and Haku wouldn't kill them. They paid the villagers no notice and walked onto the nearest ship. The crew members and workers aboard the ship instantly jumped in the water as soon as they walked onto the deck. Zabuza looked at the horizon and sighed, set a course for the main island's southern port. Let's just see how long it takes for Yagura to come deal with us himself. XXXXX. Up in the mountains of Lightning Country, in the village of Kumogakure, a certain Raikage was not happy. He paced back and forth in his office with a distressed look on his face. There's been no sign of her? How could she have just disappeared? The Raikage was glaring at a group of jounin in front of him with a dead serious look in his eyes. They nervously glanced at each other before the captain of the group spoke up. Your daughter was last spotted leaving the village. We tried to stop her, but Yujido refused to come back with us. She said she was investigating those strange men that came here. The Raikage cracked his knuckles as his blood pressure rose. You let my daughter leave the village? The jounin captain gulped in fear as the Raikage backhanded him with incredible force, sending the man to the wall. As the captain fell to the ground, the Raikage roared furiously, I can't leave the village to go looking for her, so you're going to have to send a search party to find her. The group nodded. The captain of the jounin rose to his feet again and rubbed his jaw. Should we send word to B? The Raikage nodded at the man. Yes, I want you to locate my brother and let him know what has happened. Tell B that Yujito was missing, and that I'm ordering him to look for her. The jounin nodded and left the room swiftly, leaving the captain alone with the angry Kage. He walked back over to the buff man and shook his head. Raikage-sama, those men that came here, they're terrorists. Do you think we should alert the other nations? The colossal Raikage shook his head immediately. No, with all the troubles going on right now, the last thing I want is a bunch of foreign shinobi encroaching on our territory looking for criminals. The captain nodded and crossed his arms. What about Pain? What are we going to do if he is somehow involved with those men? Before he had a chance to react, the captain found himself held against a wall by the Raikage's massive arm. If Pain is involved, tell my brother to use any means necessary to eliminate him. Pain will regret ever crossing me and my village. Now go. The Raikage released his grip, allowing the man to breathe again. He stood up and bowed to his leader before leaving the Raikage's office. XXXXX. Sasuke had finally arrived at Grass Country and found himself stuck at a crossroads. I came all the way here and I have no clue where to start looking for Orochimaru. I wonder where he is hiding? The raven-haired man shrugged as he casually wandered down a dirt trail. His mind was constantly drifting and he barely noticed the presence of 2 nearby shinobi. Drawn from his thoughts, Sasuke drew a kunai and looked around alertly. I know you're there. Show yourselves. Following his command, 2 individuals jumped out of the trees and landed directly in front of him. He examined his stalkers and felt a wave of surprise wash over him as he recognized them. Kimimaro, Tayuya, fancy meeting you here. The two Nin shared careless glances before Tayuya spoke up. What brings you all the way out here, Sasuke? We thought you were a Konoha prag still. Sasuke crossed his arms and smirked at the duo. I could say the same about you too, and Oto. Why are you following Pain? Pain is a very powerful shinobi, and is very intelligent. He offered us a deal which we couldn't refuse, Kimimaro answered. The Uchiha laughed as he glanced between them. I have something to ask you too then, if you would indulge me. The two Nin nodded. Tell me what happened to Naruto Uzumaki. Pain told me that he died 3 years ago, but that seems very unlikely to me. Tayuya laughed at Sasuke and ran a hand through her hair. Naruto Uzumaki? You mean the blonde fox guy? He's dead. Sasuke raised an eyebrow skeptically. Yes, that's what everyone keeps saying, but I've come to a different conclusion. You see, when Naruto and I battled at the Valley of the Yin 3 years ago, his eyes turned purple with multiple rings within them. That matches the description of the Rinnegan, am I right? Pain also possesses the Rinnegan, which just so happens to be the rarest bloodline in history. All of that seems like more than just a coincidence, which leads me to believe that Pain is Naruto. Kimimaro's usually motionless face had a smile plastered over it. He clapped his hands. Very impressive, Sasuke. Since you know the truth, I see no point in denying it any longer. Pain is in fact Naruto. Tayuya sighed as she walked over to Sasuke. So tell us, bitch, why are you in grass country? The raven-haired Nin smirked at the red head. I came to find Orochimaru. I knew that all of you were going to be out here and I figured that Naruto would eventually come back. What is your business with our leader? He has no desire to converse with anybody from Konoha, Kimimaro stated plainly. Tayuya rolled her eyes as she began to pace around Sasuke. Yes, seriously, why the hell are you looking for him? He's one of my best friends. He disappeared 3 years ago after he brought me back from defecting. I wanted to talk to him, Sasuke explained. Tayuya and Kimimaro traded unconvinced glances before Kimimaro queried, what do you intend to accomplish by doing that? Did you somehow hope that by finding him you could persuade him to come back? Or is there another reason you're doing this? Sasuke sighed as he looked down in shame. I just wanted to apologize to him for starters, and I wanted to find out what he's been doing these past 3 years. The rumors surrounding him portray him to be some kind of godly wraith that's been on a rampage. Tayuya giggled at Sasuke's answer. Ha ha ha, that about sums it up too. Well, how about we make a little deal, Sasuke? You come with us back to Orochimaru and keep everything under wraps and we'll give you an audience with Naruto when he comes back. The Uchiha looked at them confused. You've already found Orochimaru? Why haven't you killed him yet? Kimimaro and Tayuya both scowled at him before the white-haired man answered. We were awaiting Durin's orders, but the situation got more complicated when we discovered Anko there. Sasuke's raised an eyebrow at them. What was Anko doing there? Who knows, Durin didn't seem very pleased about it though. My guess is that she's here for the same reason you are, looking for Naruto. Tayuya answered plainly. Sasuke wrinkled his brow at her answer. Durin? Which one was she? She's Orochimaru's second. Kabuto was Orochimaru's first, but he is dead now. That would make her his top subordinate. Well, in a manner of speaking, Kimimaro replied. I've had enough of this standing around. Are you going to accept the deal or not, Sasuke? If you refuse, then we'll kill you. Tayuya exclaimed fiercely. I accept your deal. If it gives me a chance to talk to Naruto, then I'll go along with your plan for now. Kimimaro stared at Sasuke and asked, Are you looking for Naruto so he'll help you kill your brother, Sasuke? The Uchiha looked over at the white-haired man and nodded. That's not the only reason, but I could definitely use his help accomplish that. Good, follow us, Sasuke. Orochimaru's base is underneath Kyuzugakur. Tayuya stated as she turned to leave. The Uchiha followed the two Nin as they left at high speed. XXXXX. Durin and Anko did not enjoy each other's company over the following days. Durin seemed content to ignore Anko as they made their way to Amagakure. Their silence left an uneasy tension and they would occasionally glance at each other wondering if the other one was going to speak. As fate would have it, Anko finally broke the silence. So, care to explain what your problem is? You've been ignoring me this entire trip. Durin rolled her eyes at Anko. I don't have time to entertain you, bitch. I'm trying to come up with a plan to take Orochimaru down. The snake mistress smirked deviously at Guren and stepped in front of her, halting the crystal user in her tracks. "Oh, I love it when you talk dirty. You want to take me down too?" Guren grimaced at Anko. "I'm sorry, what? Are you eyeing me up?" Anko laughed as she ran her hand through Guren's hair. Maybe I'm a bisexual nymphomaniac with a heart of gold, who doesn't play by the rules." Guren smacked Anko's hand away and growled at her, "Don't ever touch me, you psycho bitch. If you haven't realized this by now, I'm trying to salvage this situation that you so wonderfully had to fuck up." Anko pounced on top of Guren and pinned her down. "Maybe we should kiss and make up." Anko lowered her lips and pressed them against Guren's. The kiss did not last long, however, because Guren threw the purple-haired woman off of her. Anko landed on her feet and giggled evilly at the other woman. Guren growled at her, "Get the fuck away from me, you psycho." Anko licked her lips as Guren turned to walk away. "Come on, babe, don't be like that. I might just have to punish you if you keep this up." Guren turned around and sighed. "Seriously, Anko, we don't have time for this shit. We'll play your little game later after I figure out how we're supposed to kill Orochimaru." The snake mistress pursed her lips and started to pout. She followed Guren again in silence. After a few minutes, she decided to break the ice again. "So Guren, tell me about your plans so far. How are you guys going to kill Orochimaru?" She shrugged, frustrated. "I have no idea. I want to strike when he's weak. If I know anything about Orochimaru, it's that he is very powerful. Before we found you in there with him, I was going to try stabbing him with a crystal blade when he wasn't looking. I figured between me, Tayuya, and Kimimaro we might stand a chance against him. Although we weren't expecting to find you there. Now that he reactivated your cursed seal and reactivated Kimimaro's and Tayuya's, it is going to be much more difficult." Anko shook her head. "Oh fuck, I forgot that he could control us through our seals. Well, that sure put a nice big hole in your plan." Guren nodded at her. "Yes, now you see the dilemma we face. I'm the only one out of the four of us that doesn't have a curse mark. So unless we strike fast, Orochimaru will likely expose us." "Why did those other two people leave? The swordsman and the girl?" Anko asked curiously. The crystal user shook her head casually. "They said something about going to Kirigakure. Your guess is as good as mine. I kind of wish they hadn't left now." A few moments passed before Anko asked another question. "How did you guys hook up with Naruto?" Guren smiled as she looked over to Anko. "He took over Otogakure and killed me." I'm not quite sure I follow. How the hell are you still alive then?" Anko asked. "Naruto has the power to revive people with his Rinnegan. I'm not quite sure how it works, but those other two people who were following him are Zabuza and Haku. He apparently killed both of them 5 years ago when he was on some kind of mission. The people he revives are linked to him somehow. I can't quite explain it, but we draw strength from him. His display of power overshadows Orochimaru's even. Not only that, but he is incredibly charismatic. I willingly chose to follow him because I believe in what he's trying to accomplish." Guren explained thoroughly. "Interesting, I remember Kakashi told me a lot about those two. So did Naruto ever talk about his past to you guys?" Anko asked inquisitively. Guren shook her head. "No, I wouldn't be the person to ask that question. Zabuza and Haku are the ones who spent 3 years with him. Me, Tayuya, and Kimimaro have only been serving him for a few weeks." "I've got a question for you now, Anko," Guren stated plainly. "Well, what is it? What does my Guren-chan want to know?" The crystal user huffed in annoyance. "Spare me the flirting, I wanted to ask you what happened between Naruto and Konan." The snake mistress waved her off. "I have no clue. One moment they're both in the throne room and the next they fly out the window. Your guess is as good as mine." Guren sighed. "You're a big help. Well, whatever, I'm sure we'll find out sooner or later anyways. AIM is a short distance away. XXXXX. AIM Yuri and his company of Umbu and Jonin are dead. Yugura-sama, the northern port on the coast of Fire Country, was completely demolished, an Umbu commander informed. The Mizukage was sitting at his desk with an anxious look on his face. "Have you discovered the culprits?" "Why yes, they were Zabuza and Haku. They were unstoppable. AIM Yuri and his men stood no chance." Yugura sighed in irritation as he stood up. "So let me guess, they took a boat and now they're on their way here to kill me?" The Umbu commander nodded. "Yes, What are your orders, Yagura-sama? Before Yagura could answer, a red-headed woman entered the room with a sexy swagger. Did I hear you right, Commander? Did you say that Ain Yuri is dead? The man nodded at May as she sat down in one of the chairs and crossed her legs. Meh, I never liked him anyways. Too much of a pussy in my opinion. Yagura spoke up. May, good to see you. Yes, apparently we have dangerous criminals on their way here. May laughed enthusiastically. Finally, I've been looking forward to some action. Things are way too boring around here anyways. The commander shook his head at the woman. This isn't another one of your games. Zabuza and Haku killed over 50 men effortlessly. May clutched her side laughing at the man. You're way too serious, Commander. Everything's a game. Commander, I am going to send May with you to deal with those two. Yagura stated calmly. The man groaned in annoyance as he turned towards the beaming woman. Fine, what are your orders, May? May giggled at him and shook her head. No, say the whole thing. The Yambu commander sighed deeply as he asked again, what are your orders, May-sama? She beamed proudly as she stood up. That's more like it. I promise you'll love working for me. If you're a good boy, maybe I'll make it worth your while. He crossed his arms at her. Don't even try that shit on me. I'm immune to your so-called charms. May smiled as she responded playfully. Don't be that way, Commander. I don't bite, often. Shut up, May. I don't want anything to do with you. Bloodline should be purged, and here the Mizuki's apprentice has not one but two. Yagura sent a nasty glare at the man upon hearing his comment. Are you questioning May, Commander? He shook his head at the angry Kage and answered, No, Yagura-sama. May inched close to his face and put a hand on his cheek and smiled. A moment later her hand was around his throat and he was against a wall. She whispered darkly into his ear, I'll kill you without a moment's hesitation if you give me any reason to doubt that. Go assemble your men, we're leaving shortly. The Ambu commander left the office swiftly, leaving May alone with Yagura. The Mizuki shook his head. The entire village is afraid of you. You'll be a much more terrifying Mizuki than I, May. The red-headed woman chuckled in delight as she sat on top of Yagura's desk. Yeah, could you hurry up and retire then? Yagura cited her request. I'll name you as my successor in due time, May, though if you ask me, I think you're a bit too eager for it. May pouted as she sprawled over the desk completely. You should get going. Zabuza and Haku must be stopped at all cost. Do whatever it takes. I don't want them coming anywhere near this village. The woman nodded as she got up. Sure thing, boss. Some barbarian and a pretty little girl aren't going to stop me. By the way, is Pain with them? Yagura looked at her perplexed. No, why do you ask? May made a sad face. Boo, I wanted to meet him. Why exactly would you want to meet the most dangerous criminal in the world? Yagura asked, genuinely confused. May licked her lips as she answered, dangerous men turn me on. The Mizuki shrugged carelessly as he went back to doing his paperwork. Don't come back until they're dead. XXXXX. In the Valley of the End, Itachi was vacantly staring at the horizon as he sharpened his sword. The past few days had been extremely boring for the Akatsuki members. Itachi was incredibly stressed, being forced to listen in on the party banter or walk around pointlessly patrolling the valley. Hey Kisame, let's play hide and go blow up a town. Deidara suggested enthusiastically. Kisame laughed as he stood up. I'd be up for that, anything beats just sitting around here all damn day. Sasori sat down next to Itachi and sighed. Maybe those two should have been partners. Deidara is a handful sometimes. Itachi remained silent, deep in thought. I demand you release me immediately. Do you know who I am? I am the Raikage Star, and he will not take this abduction lightly. You will face the wrath of Kumobikure for this atrocity. Yujito's random screaming brought Itachi from his thoughts as he looked over at the blonde-haired girl. Sasori smirked as he looked over Itachi's shoulder. I really wish we could kill her, that woman is annoying. Itachi nodded in agreement. Yes, she is one of many distractions that I tire of. The puppet master laughed and stood up. I'll leave you be then, Itachi. The Uchiha nodded his head as he turned his gaze back to the horizon. Sasori walked over to Yujito and sat right next to her. The blonde Jinchuriki was shocked by his actions and started to yell again. Why are you smiling at me, pretty boy? You think this is funny? Let me go this instant. Sasori placed a hand on his chin as he examined her. Yes, athletic, curvaceous, and beautiful. You would make a fine addition. Yujito squirmed as Sasori continued to stare. Back off, asshole. Shizen wandered back over to the chained-up girl and gave Sasori a strange look. What are you doing? Sasori looked at Shizen innocently. I was sizing up the girl, she would make a nice addition to my puppet collection. The brunette woman scoffed at him. Yujito started to hiss angrily. What do you people want with Biju? Shizen gave her a condescending look and laughed. That's none of your concern, ponytail. Now please shut up before I put you out again. Yujito reluctantly quieted down. Fine, you bitch. Shizen kicked Yujito in the face before turning back to the redhead. Sasori stood up and sighed. I wonder what's taking Haiden and Kakuzu so long? The dark-haired medic Nin shrugged. Who knows? I've never met either one of them in person. You don't want to, Kisame calls them the zombie brothers. Sasori replied. As if summoned, the two remaining members of Akatsuki walked up to the group. Kisame and Deidara were on a clay bird about to fly off before they spotted the arrival. It's about damn time. We thought you two went off and got married. Deidara jested. Kisame and Sasori laughed as Haiden and Kakuzu simultaneously rolled their eyes. The duo immediately noticed Shizen and Yujito and gave Sasori a questioning look. Sasori answered before they even asked. That's Shizen, one of Tobi's agents, and the blonde girl is the Raikage's daughter. She's a Jinchuriki that Itachi and Kisame captured. Kakuzu examined the chained-up blonde. Raikage's daughter, huh? I'll bet she's worth a lot of money. I say we sell her. Haiden sighed in irritation as he glanced over at his partner. You would think that, wouldn't you, greedy son of a bitch? Did you ever stop to consider that we're capturing them for a reason? Kakuzu shook his head. I seriously wish I could kill you, Haiden. Sasori cut into the conversation. Sorry to break up whatever that is, but do you two mind telling us what took you so long? We've been sitting around bored out of our minds for days. Yeah, and Tobi's being really anal too. Deidara added. Haiden looked back at Sasori and rolled his eyes. Yeah, sorry to hold you guys up, but Mr. Badass here decided we had to go do some stupid odd jobs. Kisame laughed at the pair. Let me guess, you guys decided to fulfill your lifelong dream of opening an all-male strip club? Haiden groaned angrily and yelled back, fuck you, Kisame, I hate both of you. Kakuzu shook his head. Stop being such a baby, Haiden. What kind of odd jobs did you guys do? Sasori asked. Haiden growled in frustration. Some stupid mercenary shit, bounty hunting, and my personal favorite was an escort job that this asshole decided we just had to do. Kisame laughed at Haiden. So there was no stripping? Kakuzu groaned in annoyance. Shut up, you idiots. I'm the one who was actually focused on trying to finance this fucking organization. Meanwhile, Haiden decides to be of no use by doing nothing but complaining and praying. Glad to see you two have returned. Tobi should be on his way momentarily and we can start this meeting. Itachi said calmly as he approached the group. Zetsu suddenly appeared out of the ground and confirmed it. He is on his way as we speak. When I saw you two approaching, I notified him immediately. Haiden huffed carelessly at the man and walked past him over towards Yujito. So what about the girl? What are we going to do with her? Haiden examined her closer and smirked at her as she began to growl. Her presence is of no importance. Shizen, please incapacitate the girl if you would. Madara stated as he arrived to the circle of Akatsuki members. The brunette nodded as she approached Yujito and pulled out a needle. Nighty-night, princess. Yujito attempted to spit on Shizen as the needle was injected into her neck. Moments later, the girl fell over unconscious. Madara looked around at the almost fully assembled group of Akatsuki and sighed. Now that you're all here, we have many things to discuss. First things first, I want all of the identities of the Jinchuriki. Sasori and Deidara shall go first. The group nodded and all focused their attention towards the two partners. Sasori calmly began. We identified that the one-tailed beast's container is the Kazekage, Gaara. He is a very impressive shinobi. It almost shames me that we'll have to capture him. Deidara nodded at his partner's assessment. Yes, he won't be easy pickings, that's for sure. Although I do look forward towards the encounter. Kisame and I located the two tails and the 8 tails hosts. Both are directly related to the current Raikage. The girl we have captured over there is the container for the 2 tails. She is the Rakich's daughter. The 8 Tails was much more difficult for us to track, however. Itachi explained. The 8 Tails host is very powerful. The people of Kumo call him Killer Bee, but he is the Rakich's brother. Kisame added. Itachi nodded at his partner and continued, he possesses full control over his Biju. His power is very impressive, but Kisame and I have studied him for some time and believe that Samahata would be instrumental in bringing him down. Kisame nodded in agreement, I am eager to face him, he is a worthy enemy. Madara paced anxiously, interesting, Haiden, Kakuzu, what did you two discover during your travels? Haiden looked at his partner in irritation before looking back over to Madara, well, when we weren't pillaging towns and playing mercenary, we actually did manage to identify that there are 2 Jinchuriki in IWA. Kakuzu sighed in annoyance as he glared at Haiden, both the 4 and 5-tailed beasts containers are there. The 4 Tails host was an old man with red hair named Rashi, he was somewhat impressive, but kept to himself mostly. The 5 Tails host was named Han, the only word that can describe him is giant. Toby chuckled in amusement and cocked his head, do you care to elaborate? Haiden decided to answer, yes, Han was an incredibly tall and wore some kind of armor. We didn't really see that much of him though because Mr. Manhor over there decided we had to go waste our time working for some crime lords. Kakuzu crossed his arms at Haiden, you're so naive Haiden, am I the only one who cares about our expenses? Madara laughed at his comment and pat Kakuzu on the shoulder, while I do admire your foresight, Kakuzu, money is irrelevant to this organization. There isn't a thing in this world that we can't just walk right up to and take. Kakuzu scoffed at Madara and shook his head, yeah maybe except for pain, I don't plan on living in caves and camping for the rest of my life, I am going to buy myself a nice mansion and none of you assholes are going to be invited. Haiden began to laugh at his partner and looked around the group, see what I've got to put up with now? This motherfucker thinks he's going to retire or something. Enough with the foolishness. Madara uttered darkly as he began to pace again, I managed to acquire significant information surrounding the 2 Jinchuriki and Kiri. The host of the 3-tailed beast is the Mizukage himself. His name is Yagura. Due to Pain's heavy presence across the borders of Water Country, Yagura has nearly tripled his armed forces and has turned his village into a complete fortress. However, I have implemented a certain degree of influence over him. He subconsciously feeds me information and I have managed to establish several connections over in village. The other Jinchuriki was much more difficult to track because he is a missing nin from the village. His name is Utakata, and he is the container for the 6 tails. His current whereabouts are unknown to me since he is constantly moving. Itachi looked at Madara for a moment and sighed, you have no idea where this Utakata is? The older Uchiha looked at Itachi and nodded his head, I have an idea where he is, but that's not really important at the moment. Kisame cocked his head and asked, what about the 7 tails? Did anybody manage to locate it? Madara shook his head in disappointment, unfortunately, I don't think it was located. I did task Konan to go search Taki for it, but she blew it off when she was playing Empress over in AIM. Yeah, where is Konan by the way? Haiden asked as he looked around at the group. She's dead, went out with a bang. Deidara exclaimed with a twinkle in his eye. Zetsu shook his head and stated plainly, Konan is alive, she is currently with Pain on her way here. Everyone with the exception of Itachi and Madara looked surprised and shocked. Sasori chuckled at the news, well, that girl is full of surprises. Although, I'm curious as to why she is bringing